from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, 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 true,
What up, y'all? Good morning. It's Monday. Whew. Hope y'all had a great weekend. I am sorry that I didn't come live yesterday, that I rescheduled it because I had the Nuggy all weekend, and then I thought, let me like sleep in on Monday, and then I'll be more refreshed and better able to present this case, because it's a little difficult because there's only like clips of what's gone on in the courtroom. And so it's not like this case where it's actually being streamed. And I wanted to make sure that I had ample opportunity to go through it and make it very cohesive, so that whether you know about the case or you know nothing about the case, you have an understanding of the trial. So that'll be tonight at 6 p.m. Central Time. That would be 7 East and 5 Mountain, 4 Pacific, I think. I think I got it all. Let me say hi to you guys and then we'll get started, because today, day 3 is the day. There's going to be texts. His children are going to testify. I did see that. Hey, Music Mom, Kelly Fitzsimmons, I think is her, or is it Fitzsimmons? I think that's who that is. I know it's Kelly. I just can't remember if it's Fitzpatrick or Fitzsimmons. I did see that. Good to see you, Music City Mom. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Preschool Granny. Good morning, Chicken Lady. We might go back and cover that one as well. Good morning, Crafting and True Crime. It's good to see you. Meet Noodle. Hello. Hello, Birdie. Good morning. Good morning, S. Hockett. Wonderful to see all of you guys. Good morning, Jenny. Justified. Good morning. I don't want to miss anybody. I think I got everybody good. Okay. All right. Y'all ready to get started? Because today is a big day. I will tell you this. There's going to be a lot of skipping around because there's also a lot of waiting around. There's a lot of their talking about stuff and a lot of, breaks and whatnot. So even though, don't be intimidated by this because there's a lot to skip. All right. Y'all ready? Let's go.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Adjust the microphone. Thank you.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please, and tell them where you work?
Hello, I'm Dr. Stephanie Zhang. My first name is Stephanie, that's spelled S-T-E-P-H-A-N-I-E. Last name is Zhang, Z-H-E-N-G. I am currently a medical examiner, and I work for the Fulton County Medical Examiner Center.
How long have you been working for Fulton County?
I have been working there for, at this point, approximately 8 months.
Prior to Fulton County, where did you work?
I was at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a forensic pathology fellow.
And tell us what a forensic pathology fellow is.
In order to become a medical examiner, part of our training as physicians going into this field of medicine is completing a fellowship, which is specialized training in the field of forensic pathology. So I was acting as a doctor there, doing autopsies and examinations, but I was under the supervision of other forensic pathologists that worked there.
So when you say you were under the supervision of other forensic pathologists who worked there, were they present when you performed the autopsy?
Yes, they were in the morgue while I performed the autopsy, and they were also able to review my report and had to agree with my findings before that report could be completed.
How many autopsies have you performed as of right now, approximately?
In my fellowship year, I performed 202 autopsies, and then currently at Fulton, I've completed 160 autopsies.
Have you had the chance to testify as an expert yet in your role as a medical examiner?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Prior to this, I've testified 5 times.
Judge, the state tenders Dr. Stephanie Zhang as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objection to Dr. Zhang.
So ordered. Folks, again, just like any witness, you can take the expert for whatever you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Dr. Zhang, can you briefly outline the steps you take when you perform an autopsy?
Yes, I can. First, for an autopsy, the body is...
What do you guys think? Do we really need to hear this part? I mean, we're familiar with how autopsies work. Let's skip this. Hold on. All right, here we go. Let's get into it.
201 through 217. Have you reviewed these steps prior?
Can I see those real quick?
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry.
Sure. Did you review these photos prior to walking into the courtroom today?
Yes, I have.
And do they truly and accurately depict what you saw when you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, the state tenders exhibits 201 through 217 into evidence.
No objection to 201 through 217.
Admitted.
So starting with State's Exhibit 201, Judge, and we're going to, if we could please go to the Elmo.
It's 49.
What are we looking at here in this picture?
This is a photograph that was taken at the beginning of the autopsy while the bag and tags were still sealed. This shows the tag, which has the decedent's name on it and our case number. And then we have a metal placard there, also with the case number on it, in order to make sure that we have the correct case.
And did you perform an external exam in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect any evidence for toxicology or trace evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
The evidence for toxicology included blood, urine, and vitreous samples. The vitreous fluid is the fluid within the globe of the eye.
Crafting in True Crime, I'm not actually sure about that. So Crafting in True Crime asks, how many times did she actually make contact with on him? Just the one or more? To me, it sounded like she fired that gun more than once from the outside of the door, but I think only one actually. I'm not sure. We'll find out though, because we're going through the autopsy.
What about anything for trace evidence?
For trace evidence, I collected fingernail clippings, head hair, fingerprints, clothing, a gunshot residue kit, and I also kept the brown bags that were surrounding the hands that were in this case.
Now, moving to State's Exhibit 202, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph that was taken when the body bag was opened, so this is before any cleaning or clothing or medical devices were removed.
And then State's Exhibit 203.
This is a continuation of that process of us taking the photographs before any clothing or medical devices are removed.
And State's Exhibit 204.
This is a continuation of the previous photographs of just making sure the entire body is photographed before anything is touched.
So were these pictures taken before the body was cleaned?
Yes.
And now looking at State's Exhibit 205. Did you observe any injuries to the face?
Yes, I did.
And tell the jury about the injuries that you observed.
The injuries that I observed on the face are a laceration on the bridge of the nose, which you can see in the photograph. There are also small scrapings of the skin that I call pseudo-stippling that are sort of surrounding this area of the laceration. In addition to this, there was a partial thickness laceration of the upper lip, a chip of one of the front teeth, and other abrasions on the face.
Now, when you're talking about the pseudo-stippling, is that this area here around the nose?
Yes, they are those pinpoint red marks surrounding that larger wound on the nose.
Is that the same or something different than the stippling that would come from a gunshot?
So let me start by explaining what stippling is. Stippling is a term that we use to describe when a gun is shot, gunpowder particles exit the gun besides just a bullet. Those particles can sometimes strike the skin surrounding an entrance wound. They can strike the skin hard enough to cause small scratches of the skin, and we call these abrasions. The stippling are going to look like small dot-like abrasions or red marks of the skin surrounding typically a gunshot entrance wound. In this case, this is what I described was called pseudo-stippling because I don't see a gunshot wound on the nose. However, other objects or particle matter that is striking the skin at a high speed can cause a very similar appearance to the stippling that is caused by gunshot particles striking the skin. So it could be particles from something else, such as if a bullet passed through an intermediate target and then there was particles released from whatever that target was, that striking the skin is an example of something that could cause a pseudo-stippling sort of appearance.
Now, the laceration on the nose in general and the injury to the lip, do you have an opinion about how those injuries were caused?
Lacerations are caused by blunt impacts to the tissue, which causes a splitting of the skin, and you get this sort of more irregular or jagged edge appearance because it's not like a clean cut. It's something blunt striking the skin and causing it to split. So from the laceration of the nose, my opinion is that something had struck this person's face, or something such as them falling down and hitting their face on the floor could also be a reason for why a laceration is there.
Now, I want to talk about some of the other injuries to the body, such as the gunshot wounds. Looking at State's Exhibit 206, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 206?
This is a photograph of the left side of the body, including the left arm and the left side of the chest. On the left arm, where the ruler is a circular gunshot entrance wound. And then behind that on the chest is a chest tube, which is something that the medical intervention or first responders put in place, and these are typically used when there are injuries within the chest that may have caused either collapse of the lung or if they needed to evacuate blood from the chest. And then surrounding this chest tube, I see there's an abrasion, sort of.
We'll have another close-up in a minute.
Yes, there's an abrasion at the top of the insertion of the chest tube area.
Okay. And so looking at, before we go back to the abrasion, looking at State's Exhibit 207,
Good morning, boss lady. Good to see you.
what is that a picture of?
This is just a close-up shot of the gunshot entrance wound on the arm, and you can just see the details of the entrance wound a bit better here because it's more zoomed in.
Okay. And then moving to State's Exhibit 208, what is this?
This is a photo of the opposite aspect of the arm showing the exit wound.
Okay. So are you saying that the bullet went in one side of the arm and then came out the other side of the arm?
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 209,
This is just a even closer photograph of the gunshot exit wound of the arm.
and State's Exhibit 210.
This is a photograph showing the anatomic relationship between where the exit of the arm is and then where the chest tube insertion site of the chest is.
And is there anything that you noted about the force of the skin slapping from or affecting the exit wound and coming into contact with the wound in the chest?
I'm sorry, can you
Would
explain
the
to me
force
what?
of the skin, as the bullet is exiting the arm, cause anything or any markings on the bullet that is going into the chest?
It is possible for that to happen where if, for example, the arm was pressed very closely to the chest and then the bullet exited the arm and then went into the chest, there could be some striking of the skin against the skin on the chest from the force of the bullet exiting. In this image, I don't really see that.
Okay. And then in State's Exhibit 211.
This is a close-up of the chest tube insertion site before that medical device is removed, and you can see the ruler is near the top of the image, and that's close to where this dark semicircular abrasion is.
And then State's Exhibit 212. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo of the left side of the chest after the chest tube has been removed.
And State's Exhibit 213.
This is a close-up of that same area.
Okay, and is there anything noteworthy about the abrasion?
Yes, typically with a chest tube insertion, an incision is made and then the tube is inserted into the side of the chest. This type of abrasion was something that stood out to me while I was doing that autopsy because I would not expect to see an abrasion like that with just the chest tube procedure alone. Because there was a gunshot entrance and exit of the arm on the same side, this abrasion, it alerted me to the possibility that maybe the bullet also went into the chest as well.
Okay, so when we're talking about the abrasion, are you talking about this area here?
Yes.
Okay. And this area right here, is that where the chest tube went in?
Yes, you can see the center of that incision is a little bit circular because there was an object there before.
Okay. And looking at State's Exhibit 214.
This is an image I had after this metal probe was inserted into the gunshot wound of the arm and then into where that chest tube was. This was in order to help with determining the trajectory and that it was possible for a bullet to have entered and exited the arm and then entered the chest at around a similar level.
Did you locate a projectile in the body?
Yes.
And so at what point in the autopsy did you locate the projectile?
Hold on. Is she saying, let me rewind this, because is she saying it was one projectile that entered the arm, exited the arm, and then entered the chest? Is that what she just said? Hold on a second. All right, let's try this. Let's go back. Sorry, that's important.
Into the gunshot wound of the arm and then into where that chest tube was. This was in order to help with determining the trajectory and that it was possible for a bullet to have entered and exited the arm and then entered the chest at around a similar level.
Okay, that's what she's saying. Okay, got it now.
Did you locate a projectile in the body?
Sorry, you guys.
Yes.
And so at what point in the autopsy did you locate the projectile in the body?
As part of the examination, x-rays were taken of the body prior to beginning the autopsy. So going into this case, I already knew that there was one projectile in the body.
Okay, and I'm gonna flip to State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 215. Now, when you say there was an X-ray, is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
And do you see the projectile here in State's Exhibit 215?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind stepping down and showing the jury where?
Yes. The projectile I noticed on the x-ray is this white circular object at the tip of the pointer. So the way the x-ray is, this left side of the image is actually the right side of the body. So this was on the right side of the chest.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at the next x-ray, State's Exhibit 216. Is there anything else of note in 216?
No, this is just a different view of the body, and we typically take this in order to help determine how the orientation of the bullet or anything else we might find.
Okay. So having the aid of the x-ray and knowing where to look for the projectile, did you perform and you would anyway perform an internal examination?
Yes.
So what did you do when you performed the internal examination?
Did you mean you wanted me to go through the entire process of the internal exam?
How about just the process as relates to finding the projectile?
So for the internal exam, since I knew there was a projectile in the body, that was something that I was looking for throughout the internal exam, but also in order to document the injuries that were caused by the projectile going through the chest, I collected blood from the chest cavities in order to see how much blood was lost. And I also observed if there were any injuries of any of the organs, making sure to note down which organs the bullet did pass through and the injuries associated with that. In doing so, it is possible for me to see sort of a trajectory of based on which organs the bullet passed through, and that led me to finding where the bullet was inside the body, and that was on the right side of the chest.
What did you learn when you performed the internal examination about the exact path of the bullet through the body once it entered the left side of the chest?
Did you want me to go through like the organs that were passed through or the direction?
Yes,
or both?
Hey, thank you, Justified. I appreciate that. Yeah, ever since Allie sent me that bendy, plushie, what I was trying to say. It's so cute.
The organs, and direction.
Based on my findings, I could best determine that the bullet passed through the left eighth intercostal space, and that is the intercostal space is the space between the ribs, so that soft tissue there, it's mostly muscle and some vascular tissue. After that, the bullet passed through the left lung, the aorta, the right lung, then went through and fractured the right ninth rib, after which it was found in the soft tissue of the right lateral side of the chest.
And what would happen to a person once they received an injury like this, as far as the human body?
This is a fatal injury.
And so what would the immediate effect be of, or the soon in time effect be of the bullet passing through the aorta?
This is a very severe injury as the aorta is the major blood vessel supplying the body. And I would expect that because of the massive blood loss this would cause, that very quickly the victim would become incapacitated.
And when you say incapacitated, are you talking about loss of motor function or brain function or some combination of that?
Both. Death would be quick in terms of the injury sustained.
Could death be within seconds?
Yes.
And going back to the, let's see, the trajectory picture.
So that's
So based on your examination,
so to me, it sounds like what she's saying is she shot once. So I guess what we saw on that door was defects from her actually firing the weapon at the door, and then the other damage that I mean I already knew that, but that's below it is where she used the claw hammer to get in. This makes no, I mean, self-defense makes no sense in this case. I'm sorry, I'm having a very difficult time. My mind is still not made up, but it ain't looking good, sis.
and the picture and the trajectory shown in State's Exhibit 214, are your findings consistent with the victim standing up in a sideways and being in a sideways position when he was struck with a bullet in the left arm?
Yes, that is possible.
Now, I want to ask you about, did we talk about State's Exhibit 217. What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of the projectile that I recovered from the body. After it is recovered, the surface is rinsed slightly with water to make sure there were no tissue fragments that are being stored in the box. And then the bullet is placed in an evidence box and then labeled with the location where I found it, and then I initialed that as well.
And I'm going to hand you what I have marked as our Exhibit 188. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, this is the same evidence box with the label and bullet as in the picture.
And so what did you do with this item, State's Exhibit 188?
Good morning. Get me a snack. Good to see you. Your tardy is excused.
After you packaged it?
It is retained into evidence, but I'm not aware of what happens after that.
Okay, so you seal it up and you put it back into evidence?
All I did was seal it into the evidence box, label it, and then make sure that that red tape on it was there. That's all I performed.
Okay. And did you form an opinion about the cause and manner of death in this case?
Yes, the cause of death was gunshot wounds of the torso and upper extremity, and the manner of death is homicide. And then for that cause of death, the wounds, plural, is in parentheses.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Good morning, Dr. Zhang.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming today. I want to go over some of the things you've already talked about and see if we can help clarify everything, okay? First, I want to talk to you about
Hold on.
the trace.
What are we clarifying, sir? I think that testimony was pretty damn straightforward, okay? So you want to talk about trace evidence? Okay, here we go.
Evidence that you collected, okay? I think you said there was a gunshot residue kit that was collected.
Yes.
Okay. After that's collected, you don't have any control over that or any of that business. You're not in charge of that. Is that correct?
Yes, I collected it and put labels on it, and after that, I did not do anything else with it.
So Justified says, I get that she needed a phone because the place was remote, but you don't normally pursue someone behind a locked door when you are afraid for your life. No, you do not. You do not, number one. But number two, okay. Yes and no, was it remote? Because our very good friend and the best noodle in the business, Neat Noodle, went and looked at Google Earth, and it came back and said, it's not that remote. There wasn't a home within walking distance, number one, a reasonable amount of walking distance, number one. And number two, when the sheriff's department arrived and they were hollering, sheriff's department, come to the door, over and over and over again, Miss Mericle didn't come to the door initially, but her neighbor did. So it couldn't have been that remote. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't a Crystal Lake situation where you are fleeing from Jason Voorhees and the only escape is to run through the woods. Like, that's not this.
Do you have your autopsy report in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Will you tell us, did you weigh and also measure the height of the deceased?
Yes, I did.
And what was the height of the deceased?
In my report, the height is recorded as 75 inches.
And translating that to the way people typically refer to a height, that would be 6'3". Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't mean to make you do math. 6'3". And the weight of the body was what?
235 pounds.
Okay. The shot in this case went, in essence, through his left arm, out his left arm, into his body, and lodged in his right chest.
Yes, that is what I believe is most likely.
And on its path, what it did that was especially fatal was it struck the aorta.
Yes.
And you would expect that when that is hit by a projectile in the body, a tremendous amount of blood
Yes.
is going to be unleashed out of this left-hand side and in the body as well.
Yes, a lot of the blood was still in the chest cavities.
Tell me about that. Tell me how, or I guess the mechanism when it does pierce the aorta, if you know how much blood is still left inside of the cavity of the body. Did you actually weigh that, or could you tell that?
Yes, the amount of blood that I measured that remained inside the chest cavities were that I collected 875 milliliters of blood from the right chest cavity and then 600 from the left chest cavity.
And I'm correct if I say that that's not normally the amount of blood you would find in a person who hasn't suffered an injury, right?
Correct. The chest cavities should not have any blood just in the cavity itself.
This is directly a result of the shot.
Yes.
After sustaining an injury like this, you have testified that you would expect that very quickly the person would become incapacitated.
Yes.
Am I correct that they are capable, after receiving this injury, of coughing?
Good morning, coffee and skeletons. Hey, all you cool cats and kittens, it's your pal, Jin Lou. Here we go.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. The shot does go into the lung, is that right?
It does. It enters both lungs.
Okay. Can you state categorically there's no way the person would be capable of coughing in the instant after the shot?
I don't know.
Okay. And talking about the manner of death, which you've called homicide, okay? I want to talk to you about that just a bit.
Okay.
Okay? When you say homicide, what that means in medical terms is that it's at the hands of another.
Yes. My manner of death on the report is a medical classification, and homicide is death at the hands of another.
It's not a legal classification. You're not calling this a murder.
No.
You mean that medically you're determining this is death at the hands of someone else, and that's why we call it a homicide.
Yes.
In fact, in self-defense cases,
Oh
medically,
my
you will
God.
still call that a homicide.
Yes.
I mean, I know he's got to get it out, but geez. Okay, hold on. I want to say something real quick before he.
I want to talk to you.
Okay, this part I'm curious about, because the defense has said that he had been drinking, and like a lot. And so I'm really curious if he's going to ask about blood alcohol level. All right, here we go.
About those about that injury to the bridge area of the nose. Here we go. Quickly, before we do that, let me show you State's Exhibit 203. Oh, I'm sorry. In State's 203, we can see that the genital area of the deceased has been shaved in some way, shape, or form, meaning it doesn't have hair on it. Correct?
Yes, this is how the body was received.
I know, and that's what I'm getting to. You didn't shave the deceased in any way, shape, or form.
No.
Okay.
Hold on. What does that have to do with anything? Who gives a rat's fat kneecap?
Talking about State's
Again
205.
with this again. This is the second time he's asked about this. Look,
Stand straight up. Okay.
manscaping is a thing, bro. I don't know
What we
the-
have here, is an injury to the
What is,
bridge of the nose,
get to it, bro.
and we have stippling around that very injury. Correct?
No, she said pseudo.
The stippling is pseudo-stippling?
I'm sorry. Yeah, pseudo-stippling, and we're going to go into what that is. Pseudo-stippling and an injury to the bridge.
Yes.
Okay. And what you have explained is that pseudo-stippling means incredibly fast particles are striking the skin.
Right, Neat? Like, what are you, anti-manscaping? What's the problem? You don't like it? It ain't for you? Okay. Well, then don't do it, bro. I don't understand what the point of him pointing that out is.
Fast moving.
Yes, the particles are fast enough to cause scraping of the skin, which is where those pinpoint red marks come from.
And that would be consistent with a bullet being fired through an intermediary object and the material from the intermediary object striking that area and causing that stippling. Yes?
Yes, that's possible.
And when we are looking at this injury, that sort of split on the nose, that split can also be related to being struck in the face with the very fast shot particles.
Yes, that's possible. The injury on the nose is from a blunt impact, so it could be from maybe something larger than a particle as well.
Could be from the material from the door that flies and strikes him at the face, along with the stippling, the pseudo-stippling.
That's possible.
Could be from the very quick incapacitation of the body and falling and striking some object, the back of the door or at the floor even.
Yes, that's also possible.
And as well as we look at the bottom of 203, what you call a chipped tooth and the injury to the inside of the lip. You want to talk about that, okay?
Yes.
Okay. That too is consistent with a fall and hitting both the inside of the lip and the tooth.
The injury to the lip is consistent with a fall, so that perhaps the teeth had basically struck the inner part of the upper lip from like a fall, an impact like that. Yes, that lip injury is consistent with that. As for the chip on the teeth, I cannot determine whether that was there prior or that happened close to this event.
Gotcha. Coming back to the injury that Mr. Barron sustained, you've said that this is a fatal injury. I mean, there's no way to save a person when this has occurred. Is that accurate?
It would be very difficult to, yes. I believe this is a fatal injury.
Once it's sustained, even if you've got, an ER ready to go and they're ready to do an intervention and they've got all the tools, they're not going to be successful with this sort of an injury. Is that fair? I
would not expect them to be.
I want to ask you some questions about a body after receiving an injury like this, okay, and how we might expect to find it, if you will, okay? And if you don't speculate, but I just kind of want to know what your opinions are about how a body that sustained this kind of an injury would appear or would be, okay? So specifically, what I want to ask you about is if a body has sustained this injury and you do not find a pulse, a physical pulse, right, where you can, there are various places you can check pulse, right?
Yes.
One of them is here on the neck.
Yes, the carotid pulse, yes.
There's also one on the, can you check a pulse here also? At the,
Yes, you can.
And I'm indicating at my, what would you call that? Ankle. At the ankle.
Yes, you can check pulse there.
You can check pulses physically in those two places, okay? And if you don't get a physical pulse, is it possible that emergency personnel who have one of those machines that they can hook up to a person to check for an electrical pulse, is it possible they would actually get a pulse?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not a clinician in that regard.
Okay. Are you familiar with, and did you look at the EMS records from them collecting him and how they, did you know anything about the pulse, the electric pulse that they found?
I did not look at the EMS records.
Okay. I want to ask you about one of the examinations, or about the examination of his brain specifically, okay? And I'd asked you this before when we talked on the phone. What is CTE?
Can you say the full?
Encephalopathy, the chronic traumatic encephalopathy.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what
Yeah.
you meant?
And just to refresh your recollection, when we spoke on the phone, I was asking you about whether you had done an examination of his brain in the autopsy to see if he had CTE. Remember that?
I did examine the brain. Yes.
And I was asking if you had actually done an examination to check for CTE. Do you remember that? And I think you said there was no reason to do that. Does that sound right?
I don't remember the specifics of that. However, in terms of the autopsy examination for the brain, I did examine the brain and I sectioned through the brain, and if there was anything that I could identify that was abnormal, then I would have looked into that further.
Okay. Do you have to do a histological examination for a CTE check?
In order to see any sort of cellular changes, yes, I would expect that histology would be done if that specific condition was a concern.
And in this case, you didn't do a histological examination because nobody told you to look for that. Is that accurate?
In this case, I did not perform a histological examination because the cause of death to me was clear that the injuries sustained to the organs of the chest were so severe that any other kind of natural conditions that would require microscopic examination would not be necessary to perform those, because the cause of death was as a result of the gunshot wound. In addition to this, when I examined the brain itself, I did not notice any gross abnormalities that would lead me to do a microscopic examination of the brain.
You know, I know the defense attorney is just doing his job, okay? But just generally speaking, an autopsy is highly invasive, okay? But whether he had a CTE or not, like she just said, is not really, how do I say this? Really indicative of anything, right, in this situation, because the purpose of an autopsy is to find the cause and the manner of death. And the CTE would not have a role in his cause of death. The cause of his death came from a gunshot wound that passed through his arm, exited the arm, entered his chest cavity, went through both lungs and the aorta. Whether he had a CTE or not would have no bearing on what happened here.
I want to ask you now about the body's ability to perceive things, meaning hear and see things, okay? And I'd asked you this earlier on the phone, but is a person, after a shot is fired, is a person capable of perceiving that bullet prior to it hitting them?
What do you mean by perceive? Like
Seeing or hearing it? Seeing or hearing it before it hits them?
I think that questions about what somebody can perceive is really just a layperson sort of a question and not really an appropriate question for this witness.
She's an expert.
I'll overrule it. If she knows, great. If not, that's fine.
I don't know.
And not to push you on this, but
I'll say this. To me, what it looks like in that photograph is a grimace. Like his mouth is a little tense, like he was sudden. And I've seen this before, like being at funerals when something traumatic has happened. There's like, I don't know, it's a grimace. I don't know a better way to put it. But if he did perceive the projectile, the gun, the bullet coming through the door, he had little time to react. Probably by the time he heard it, that was it.
remember when we talked earlier, you said you wouldn't think so? You wouldn't think they would be able to see or hear that?
I'm not a gunshot or firearms expert. I know that the sound of the bullet being fired occurs prior, and that the time it takes for it to get to the target takes time. I don't know how to answer that question.
In other words, you don't know if the bullet gets there first or the sound?
I don't know.
Okay. What sort of, I want to ask you about injuries to a person's head specifically, okay? Not necessarily with involving this case, okay? But you've examined, I don't know, how many autopsies you say you've done?
I performed about 360 autopsies.
360. I want to ask you specifically just about head injuries in autopsies, okay? What sort of force would it take for a softball-sized injury to be apparent on a person's skull?
I do not know.
Is that something that you find frequently or that at least you've seen before in your autopsies?
Specifically asking about
Softball-sized head injury from blunt trauma.
What
no.
have to do
Okay.
with anything? Where are you going with this, bro? Yeah, just close that. Go off a different list of questions. I think you asked him from the wrong.
Those are my questions.
Right.
Thank you.
My goodness. Madam District Attorney,
Any objection?
you got nothing. You don't
Thank you for your testimony, your excuse. Thank you.
Fine. There's nothing to clear up. No nothing. Oh my goodness. Now, just so y'all know, these people aren't talking that fast. Like normally, I have it sped up to 1.25 because, you know, why not? I noticed they took whatever was talked about ringing of the bell.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Have a seat and introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Kimberly, Kimberly, Jewett, Jewett.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, Division of Forensic Sciences, commonly referred to as the State Crime Lab.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
About 16 years now.
Just before this witness begins her testimony, we're going to have to nip something in the bud right here and now in the chat. We shan't be disparaging or be besmirching LL, Ladies Love, Cool J, in this chat. Ever. I love me some LL Cool J. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap how many times that man licks his lips or if he has chunky deodorant in his armpits. He's excused. That is all.
What's your job title at the crime lab?
I am the manager of the Trace Evidence Section.
How long have you been the manager of the trace evidence section?
About 7 months now.
Prior to being the manager of the trace evidence section, what did you do?
I was the assistant manager of the Trace Evidence Section for about 2 years. And before that, I was a scientist in the Trace Evidence Section, commonly referred to as a microanalyst.
What is your education and training that allows you to hold your position?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology with a minor in chemistry from the University of West Georgia. I've completed 2 courses at the McCrone Research Institute in Chicago, Illinois, one on applied polarized light microscopy, the other on human and animal hair. I've completed a course at Hook College of Applied Sciences in Westmont, Illinois on hair analysis. I've completed a 12-month training program at GBI for hair analysis, a 6-week training program on physical fit analysis, and a 6-month training program on gunshot primer residue analysis.
Have you ever testified as an expert in trace evidence or gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 70.
And Judge, the state tenders Ms. Jewett specifically as an expert in trace evidence specifically relating to gunshot residue.
No objection to Ms. Jewett.
So ordered again, members of the jury, you can accept, just like any other witness, or not accept. Thank you.
Ms. Jewett, can you please explain to the jury what happens when a firearm is fired?
Yes, so to back up just a little, let's go through the pieces of a cartridge case. So if you kind of look at a cartridge case from the top to the bottom, there's the casing that surrounds the whole case. There's the projectile or the bullet at the very top. Underneath that is the gun powder, and at the very base is the gun primer. The primer is made up of metals that are highly sensitive or explosive. And specifically what we're looking at are the parts that contain lead, barium, and antimony. So when that cartridge case is put into a firearm and the trigger is pulled on that firearm, the hammer, strikes the base of that cartridge case. That makes that primer, that was very sensitive, explode. That explosion is going to have an increase in gases and pressure and a spark that's going to cause the gun powder to burn. When that gun powder burns, there's more gases, there's more heat, and it gets to a part where that cartridge case can no longer contain the projectile. So when the heat and the pressure becomes too much, that projectile or bullet is forced out of the firearm in the direction it's pointed. Now that that projectile has exited, all those gases can now leave that cartridge case and that gun. So it's going to come out of the gun in any available opening. That gas then touches the cooler, less pressurized air. It's going to condense very quickly to a liquid and then a solid and falls out and attaches to everything around. So what you have in this process is gunshot primer residue, that are small particles and contain the elements lead, barium, and antimony.
So when somebody says gunshot residue, does that really mean gunshot primer residue?
There's 2 different parts of gunshot residue. There's the gun powder, that's gunshot residue, so the organic portions of that gun powder. And then there's gunshot primer residue, that's looking at the metals from the primer portion.
So specifically, regarding gunshot residue, did your section at the crime lab receive samples to be tested from the Hall County Sheriff's Office at the crime lab in case number 1007-4975?
We did not receive any from the Sheriff's Office. I believe we received something from the Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, and was that in connection with the case number that I mentioned?
Yes, it was.
So what happened when y'all received, what did you receive from the Medical Examiner?
We received a gunshot primer residue kit as well as paper bags off of the victim in this case.
And once you received that, what did you do with it?
All of it is going to go through a process where the manager of the section reads through the case file, and then it will assign it to an analyst when that analyst becomes available to work a case. In reviewing gunshot primer residue cases, one of the things we look at is to see if the individual sampled received a gunshot wound in the incident. Our policy is if they received a gunshot wound, we do not test the kit because we can't tell you anything more than you would already know, and that's that they were involved in a shooting incident.
So specifically in regards to this case, did the manager of the section, I guess at the time was Mr. McCarriger?
Yes, Mr. McCarriger was the manager at the time this case was entered.
Did he assign the residue to an analyst to be looked at?
He did not in this case because when he read through the case file, he noticed that the individual sampled had sustained a gunshot wound. So instead, he released a case information update.
Okay, so when we say that individual sampled, would that be the victim in the case?
In this case, it was the victim, yes.
Okay. And so it sounds like y'all have a policy.
We do, yes.
And what is the reason? What's your understanding of the reason for that policy?
The reason would be that if we test a kit and that kit shows gunshot primer residue on the individual's hands, it means one of 3 things happened. Either the individual discharged a firearm, or the individual was in the presence of a discharging firearm, or they came into contact with an item whose surface bears GSR. So something like a recently discharged firearm. We cannot distinguish between the three things what actually occurred. So if someone has a gunshot wound, we know they've been in the presence of a discharging firearm. So if we already know that, we don't have a reason to test it because we can't tell you anything more than you already know. You know they were in the presence of a discharging firearm. We don't need to use our scientists and our expensive technology to tell you that.
Okay, so based on your training and experience and your knowledge of the location of the victim in this case, would gunshot residue testing have been scientifically significant in this case?
No, it would not.
And I want to ask you a question about one of the projectiles in this case was fired from a Glock 9mm through that door that's right there, State's Exhibit 198. If that were the only gunshot that we had that occurred in the presence of the victim, would you expect to find any gunshot residue as the result of a projectile being fired through a wood object like that door?
Yes, we would. There's been some studies done that wanted to look at this specific type of situation to see if it could go through things like doors, windows, things like that. So a study was done that was published, I believe, in the Journal of Forensic Sciences that had someone on one side of a room, they put glass through the center, a target on the other side, and a mannequin with clothing underneath where the projectile would go. They repeated several times shooting through the glass to see if GSR would be found on the other side of the glass, on the target, and on the clothing underneath. And in all of the situations that they did, they found a large amount of GSR, not only on the target, but on the clothing underneath the projectile. So we know that even going through glass, so also something like a door, you would still expect to find gunshot primer residue traveling with that projectile to the other side. So we would still expect the victim to have gunshot primer residue on him.
So adding that scenario into a scenario where you have a second firearm being discharged nearby where the victim is laying, would you expect to find even more gunshot residue?
Again, yes, because at that point, the victim is in the presence of a discharging firearm right on top of them. So when we find gunshot primer residue, again, the presence of discharging firearm. So it's not just the victim, it's not just the shooter, it would be anyone around. To give you an idea, gunshot primer residue, when it comes out of a firearm, it forms a cloud or a plume, as we call it, of GSR. Think of taking an open bag of flour and throwing it up in the air. And you're gonna have this big cloud of flour, right? That falls out, attaches to everything around, not just the person that threw it. If I did it right now, she's gonna have flour. Everyone nearby is gonna have flour. Gunshot primer residue does the same thing, except it's gonna go further and faster. So it can go up to 3 meters to the back and sides from studies that have shown, and 10 meters, which is 30 feet, to the front right quadrant. Further that way, because that's where the ejection port is. And then with the projectile, we've seen up to 60 feet. So being just in the room when it was discharged would explain why GSR was on the individual.
So if you have multiple projectiles being fired in the presence of the victim, does it then become even less scientifically significant to do the testing?
Yes, it would be even less scientifically significant.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
What were the 3 conclusions that can be drawn? You listed them out, but I missed them. There's 3 conclusions that can be drawn when you find gunshot residue on somebody's hands, specifically.
Yes, so that means that either the person discharged a firearm, was in the presence of a discharging firearm, or came into contact with an item whose surface bears GSR.
Okay. The number one of those 3, the number one conclusion is that that person actually fired a firearm.
That is one of the 3 possibilities, yes.
And you're aware that in this case, the deceased was found with his right hand underneath his body, laying on top of his right hand. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of all the specificities, but again, I know that he received a gunshot wound.
Okay. If he's laying on his right hand and his body is covering him, are you saying that a person, that if there are shots made in his general vicinity, that somehow they're going to get underneath his body and get onto his hand?
So again, it forms a cloud or a plume. He would have had to have been laying there potentially to cover any kind of gunshot primer residue. But there have been studies to look at where, if handedness could be a factor, right hand, left hand. So they had someone put their hands behind their back and shoot forward. They still found GSR on the hand to the back. So even if he's laying on top of it, I wouldn't be able to say how it would have gotten there. I would still have expected gunshot primer residue to be on his hands at the time.
Well, there's a big difference between putting your hand behind your back and shooting a gun and having your hand stuck under your entire body, isn't there?
I mean, it could be, but he would have had to be laying there the entire time. And again, think of that flour. Do you think no flour is going to get on that hand that's underneath if a whole bag is thrown? I mean, I would still expect it to be there. The point is that at the end of the day, I can't tell you anything more than a person was in the presence of a discharging firearm, and we know that he was.
And ultimately, of course, the decision not to test the GSR wasn't even yours. It was Mr. McBarringer.
McCarriger would be his name. He's the one that made the call specifically in this case, but really he's just the one that produced the case information update to explain it. This is a policy that we've had since 2009. If you go on our GBI website, you can see a bunch of operations bulletin, and it says that back from 2009, we do not routinely work victim skids. So it's also something not specific to GBI. This is common in the GSR community.
And you would, in other words, make the exact same call about testing that kit?
Yes, I would have made the same call. I would not have tested this kit.
Thank you.
Excuse her. Oh, yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
Thank you. Judge, may we briefly approach?
We're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Y'all can be seated. How can I help you?
I was just asking to approach for scheduling purposes. I just wanted to check. We have one witness who said he would be here between 10 and 10:30. I wanted.
I appreciate that last witness's testimony. We can't tell you what we already know. We can't tell you more than we already know. He was in the presence of a firearm being let me start again. He was in the presence of a firearm being fired. It is what it is. However, I'm going to say this because I forgot I had something else to say about that. Her defense is that he fired at her. Well, because he has suffered from a gunshot wound, obviously they can't do any more with the gunshot residue test because it is what it is. So, but I will say this. That does not explain why she went around collecting shells and flushing them down a toilet, I should say. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. There's no good reason for that to have occurred unless you're trying to hide something. Hi, Daria. Good to see you, babe.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You can take a seat. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Gavin Swisicki. That's GAVIN SWIECICKI. I'm a forensic toxicologist employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Sciences.
How long have you been employed with the GBI?
I've been employed with the GBI for over 2 years now.
And you said you're a forensic toxicologist. What does a forensic toxicologist do?
Forensic toxicologists analyze biological specimens such as blood and urine for the presence or absence of alcohols, poisons, and drugs, and then apply that in a court setting such as this.
Okay, here we go.
Can you describe the education and training that you've received to be able to do your role?
He's a smart guy, blah, blah, blah.
And the pharmacology.
That you
Blood, we can also test fluid, blood adjacent. In this case, just so we received, 1 second.
Hold on.
substances to be tested for
We receive cases at the lab. We then
There we go.
are assigned
I got
sets of
too
cases,
excited.
and this case just so happens to be in a set that I was assigned.
Did you receive substances to be tested for alcohol or drugs?
We did.
What substances did you receive?
For this case, we received, 1 second. We received samples of urine, vitreous, and chest cavity blood.
Who did those substances belong to?
They belonged to a James Barron.
Do you know when those substances were collected?
At this moment, I don't know exactly when they were collected. However, we received them on March 12th of 25 at the lab.
So you received vitreous fluid, blood, and urine. Did you test all of those substances?
I did not. I only tested a sample of the chest blood.
Does alcohol, if it's in the bloodstream, if it's in the body, does it metabolize after somebody dies?
Once someone has become deceased, the alcohol elimination from the body essentially stops. So when someone dies, when the blood is collected, that is a snapshot of what their alcohol level would have been at the time that they have deceased.
So in this case, I guess you tested blood. How can you describe for the jury how you tested that blood to see if there was alcohol or drugs in the body?
So the process that I used to determine the alcohol concentration in this sample would be I start with the vial of blood, where then I will sample a small portion and put a small portion of that blood into a vial, which is then sealed and closed, where we test the headspace inside that vial. And that headspace is, think of like a water bottle. There you got the water in the bottle, but then there's also that air portion above it. That headspace is equivalent to that air portion. So alcohol is volatile, which means it readily goes into that gas phase. So as it sits there and is warmed up, then the alcohol will move into that, or it's always going into that gas phase, but it goes more into that gas phase. So when I am testing, that small portion of blood is in that vial, where then it is sealed and is closed off from the environment or just the room, and then that will go onto our instrumentation, where then it will determine how much is present in the sample.
Did you conduct that test on Mr. Barron's blood?
I did.
And what did you conclude?
I concluded that the alcohol result by gas chromatography was negative.
And what does negative mean?
Negative means that there was no indication that alcohol was present in the sample.
No further questions.
Oh, hear that, y'all? She said he was drinking, no alcohol.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a couple questions about oxidization.
Hold on a minute, which is interesting when you think back to the Corey Richins trial, because the defense in her trial tried to make something out of it as if they could not make the determination how much was due to it naturally occurring in the decomposition process. So I find that to be quite interesting. All right, let's go.
Oxidization of alcohol. Is that the right term?
Oxidation, yes.
Oxidation. When somebody consumes alcohol, am I correct that as soon as it comes into the body starts to oxidize or eliminate, if you will, that alcohol?
Once alcohol goes into the system, yes, it does start. However, it does take time to eliminate, and there is a set rate that it can occur.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask you about. What is the set rate, or the range that you are familiar with from alcohol oxidizing in blood?
When alcohol is in the system and it is above a 0.02 grams per 100 milliliters of blood, there is a consistent rate that alcohol is eliminated, and that would be at a rate of 0.010 to 0.025 grams per 100 milliliters of blood per hour, with an average of 0.015 grams per 100 milliliters per hour.
And most folks know about, DUIs have like a legal limit, that's like 0.08 or whatever, right? That's the legal limit.
0.08 grams, yes.
And what you're saying is per hour, alcohol is going to leave the blood or be oxidized at 0.015 on average per hour.
That would be correct, yes.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You're excused.
State calls Evan Barron to the stand.
Okay. If I'm remembering correctly, Evan Barron is Mr. Barron's son.
Come on up. Thank you.
If you could raise your right hand, do you swear?
Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can have a seat. Please use the microphone.
Can you go ahead and state your name?
Evan Barron.
How do you know David Barron?
He's my dad.
Is his legal name David, or does he have a different legal name?
No, that's, yeah, James David Barron.
James
He's my
David
dad.
Barron. I'm going to show you. What's been marked as States 218. Do you recognize who's in States 218?
Yeah.
Who's that?
That's dad.
Judge, at this time I move to tender States 218 into evidence.
Admitted.
I'm just going to briefly publish, Your Honor. So this is your dad, James David Barron.
Yes, yes it is.
Do you know about when this photo was taken?
It was about 2 years ago. We were doing company pictures, and he grabbed the jacket on the back of his door and quickly decided to take it because he forgot his jacket that day.
And you say company pictures. Do you work with your dad? Did you work with your dad?
I did, yeah, for most of my career.
What did you do?
We work in design and construction, in management consulting, in aviation.
And so how long were you working with your dad for?
Well, it's kind of a family business, but I started as an intern when I was a kid, breaking and fixing printers. And I started professionally with the firm in Los Angeles in 2012.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
I do. I have a brother,
What's his name?
Taylor Colt Barron.
And are you the older brother or the younger brother?
I'm the older brother.
What's the age difference between the two of you?
2.5 years.
And do you have any kids?
I do. I just had one 3 days ago. My wife's still in the hospital.
So
congratulations.
you had one 3 days ago. What number would that have made you with your growing family?
That would be number 4. So his name officially is Tyler, and he's our first son. And then we have Maddie, who's a 2-year-old, and then we have twins who are 4.
So all 3 girls, and then
Yeah.
a couple days ago you had your first son.
Yeah.
What about, you have any nieces or nephews?
I do. I have a nephew, and he's only 3 months old.
And so that would have been
Grandma Sherry.
Colt's
son.
Colt's first son,
Hold
yeah.
on, let me.
So,
hold
you
on,
mentioned-
hold on. Hey, Grandma Sherry, drive by like and smooch. Thanks, babe. Appreciate you. Hey, Cray Cray 420. Ain't seen you in a hot minute. Good to see you, babe. Glad you're here.
And your wife, what's your wife's name?
Brittany.
Had you ever met Suzanne Mericle?
Yes.
How many times had you met her?
More than half a dozen.
When did you first find out that your dad was dating Suzanne?
It was in the summer of 2024. I found out that they had gotten back together.
So when you say gotten back together, did you know that they had possibly dated prior to that summer of 2024?
Yeah, Dad told me they started dating back in, I guess, 2018, 2019, and then COVID happened, and then they decided to not continue the relationship and then got back together.
When they had dated prior to COVID, had you met her at that point?
No.
So when would, if you can remember, would have been about the first time that you did officially meet her?
It was sometime in the summer. We went on a family vacation in like the beginning of August of 2024.
Okay.
We went down to the beach. My uncle was there, Colt was there, his wife, our kids, Brittany and I. We all stayed in the same house.
So was it everyone from your side of the family at this beach?
Yeah.
And then Suzanne as well?
Correct.
How'd that beach vacation go?
It was good. It was fine. We did what we normally do, spend hours on the beach and try to keep kids away from everything. And yeah, it was good.
What was your first impression of Suzanne when you met her dating your dad?
I thought she was, sorry, this is the tough part to say. I thought she was fine. I was looking forward to her and her relationship with Dad.
What were you looking for? Why did her relationship with your dad make you happy?
Because she was, from the same area. She liked football. She enjoyed, all aspects of being with family. She had kids. I think that I was most excited because Dad was always looking for somebody, and I think that having someone close by and being, local was something that was good for him.
Did you ever see them fight?
No.
Besides that beach vacation, did Suzanne ever come to any other family events that you had?
Yeah, she did. So our twins' third birthday party, it was in Roswell, so just north of us from Sandy Springs, and she was there. The whole family was there. My mom was there. Sister-in-law, all the kids.
And to be clear, is your mom Beth? Mm-hmm. Okay. When was that birthday party? Do you remember what month? I know it's your twin's birthday, so what month was
Yeah, so their birthday's on September 15th, so it was a couple days either before or after, the weekend before or after.
Would that have been September of 2024 that your twins
Yeah.
turned 3?
Yes.
Okay. Who is Meg?
It's my sister-in-law.
Was Meg also at that birthday party?
Yeah.
So that was September of 2024. How about October of 2024, that very next month? Did you go trick-or-treating as a family?
Yeah.
Did your dad end up going to that?
No.
Did you ever know why he didn't go trick-or-treating?
No.
Was Meg there?
Yeah. The kids,
Did you get a phone call from the defendant on December 28th of 2024?
Yes.
Tell me about that night. What do you remember about that night?
Yeah, so it was close to New Year's.
Okay, so just so you guys know, according to the defense, one of the catalysts for the argument that occurred between David Barron and Suzanne Mericle was she got a text from some guy she says he didn't like it. And also she had confronted him about this woman that he had been sending money to that lived in Moldova, right? Is that how you say that word? Okay. I'll figure it out in a minute. My brain is buffering. And she also had sent screenshots of conversations, I think, between this woman, Lilia, and David Barron to several people, his ex-wife and his son. I think it's Moldova, but Moldova sounds right. Let me Google it. Here we go.
Brittany and I were in bed. We got starts saying stuff on the phone. We're like, what's going on? Because clearly it's late at night. And I don't usually get phone calls like that. So we pick up and she says, Evan and Brittany, and she's on speakerphone, and my wife and I are in bed talking, and we're listening to her, and she's frantic. And she says, David and I got into an argument, and you could hear her, you could hear my dad in the background, and she was visibly upset, or audibly upset. And she says, I pulled a gun on your dad. And Brittany and I, at that moment, were like, okay, this is way out of the ordinary. What is going on? And she said, he got it away from me. And at that time, you can hear him in the background. He's knocking on the door, banging on the door, saying, where are my keys? Where are my keys? Because it's my dad's nature to kind of just leave the situation. And so we're like, okay, there's no gun involved apparently at the moment. So what is the issue? And she says, we got into an argument. And I'm assuming it's about Lilia, something that Colt or I weren't really happy about, this Lilia person. And first of all, we were really worried, given there was a gun in the situation, about her safety and dad's safety. And she kept the door locked, and then the yelling stopped because Brittany and I assumed that he had found his keys and left. So we finished the rest of the conversation. It was about, what is this argument? And we wanted to make sure that he was okay. So knowing that he had left, got in his car, I texted him. I was like, Dad, where are you? Are you okay? Are you safe? And in dad fashion, didn't get a very lengthy response, but he did at least say, I'm in a hotel or at the hotel. And from that moment, I was like, okay, at least the situation is, somewhat resolved.
What did she tell you that night on the phone what the argument was about that they were having?
Yeah, it was about Lilia.
Just briefly, because you mentioned this, you mentioned in dad fashion.
No.
Was your dad a man of many words when it came to like texting, things like that?
No. Very brief, very short. He didn't really like to talk a lot about personal things, didn't really like to talk about the relationship between he and Suzanne. I know that he always wanted to keep that more of a private thing for them to resolve. And he didn't really pull Colt and I into those conversations at all.
Did you know about Lilia before the night of December 28th when the defendant called you?
I did, yeah.
When did you find out about her?
I found out with more details that summer, actually right before the family beach vacation.
How did you find out about her?
My uncle, gave me some indication that he had seen some paperwork from my dad, and then I had seen some paperwork on his desk at work. We do work in the same office or multiple offices, and there were like money orders and wire transfers, and I wasn't happy.
Was this, to your knowledge, did to your knowledge, did the defendant know about Lilia prior to December 28th of 2024?
I don't think so.
And so when she called you and said that they were arguing about this woman, is that when you came to realize that she now knew about her?
Yes, because subsequent conversations ended up focusing solely around that.
Did she, after the night of December 28th, did she ever call you again to discuss this Lilia person?
She did, yeah.
How many times would you say that she called you after that night to talk about Lilia?
Maybe half a dozen.
What about texting? Did she ever text you about Lilia?
She did. She did, yeah. It was, like I said, not something that I was super excited about, this Lilia person who didn't even live in this country.
I'm going to show you what's remarked as States 199I, if you could take a look. Do you recognize States 199I?
Yes.
Have you seen this before?
No.
Have you seen a picture of this before with the text messages?
Yes, pictures, yeah, text messages for sure.
Is that text messages between you and the defendant?
It is, yeah.
Do you remember these text messages?
Yeah. Yes.
Judge, at this time I move to admit States 199I into evidence.
No objection. Can you put a top on that I so it's...
I did.
Oh, you did?
I did, yeah.
Thank you.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So we're looking at States 199I. I'm going to scroll down. So right here, there's an outgoing call. We can see it 12/28 on 12/28/2024 at 9:48 p.m. To Evan. Is this the night that you were just talking about, the phone call you got?
Yes.
And then there's an incoming call on that same night from you to the defendant. Do you remember calling her back that night at 10 o'clock?
Yes.
Was that just to discuss further the conversation?
A missed call and I called her back.
Okay. So now moving on, you can see on February 1st of 2025, you got a text from Suzanne. If you don't mind, if you could read the text that you got from Suzanne.
Yeah.
And you have a screen right there if that makes it easier for you to read.
Hey there, your dad came to SSI St. Simon's Island to talk to me about working this out. I did not tell him I reached out to you. He told me that he was going to stop sending her money and communicating with her. He told me that you saw something on his desk and asked him to stop. He told me the story between them. I am praying for us. I do love him so much. I know he is struggling. He told me he was helping you with the tree, yeah, the tree house. Please love him and support him. I've fallen in love with all of you.
And then, oops, sorry. She texted again. Can you read this okay?
Yeah.
Okay. She texted again at 12:44 a.m. on the 2nd. So that was the one you just read was at 7:49 on the 1st at p.m. And now we're looking at the following morning, 12:44 a.m. on February 2nd. If you could read that text you got from her.
Sure. I'm not going to text you anymore, but your dad needs support. He is sending that woman so much money and paying for an apartment. I cannot see him anymore.
And then I can see that you reply, there's a reply from you at 7:30. Can you respond to that? Or can you read that? I'm sorry.
Yep. Good morning. I'm going to talk to him today. Colt and I are sitting down with him to have a much needed discussion.
Do you remember that discussion you had with your dad?
Yeah, vividly, because like I said, I wasn't a fan of this Lilia person or what he was doing. Colt and I were building a treehouse for my twins. It holds obviously a special place in my heart, but we had finished installing the post piers and the concrete that afternoon because I needed his help. So Colt and I intentionally wanted to sit down with him on the porch afterwards and have a conversation about Lilia and stopping this because we considered it more of like a predatory thing because she wasn't living in the United States at all. We're like, Dad, this is someone who's taking advantage of you. It needs to stop. You're clearly having or trying to have a relationship with someone. And that's the part that kind of haunts me, so.
And then below this at 8:08 a.m. on the 2nd, she sends you a text, if you could read that.
Yeah, he got very angry at me last night because I kept asking him questions about the relationship. Of course, he lied, but she had told me many things. So then I confronted him having an affair with her. He became very, very angry and left last night after we returned from dinner. I can tell you many other things if you want to call me. I love your dad very much. There's too much betrayal, lies, and I cannot trust him. He kept turning on me. I've been faithful and loyal, and I was madly in love with him. If you want to, before he arrives, just let me know. I don't want him to think we've all turned against him, but I'm glad you and Colt are going to discuss with him. He is definitely not the man I thought he was. I feel like I've lost my best friend.
On to page 2, she, right there at the top of page 2, 809, it says like. Does that mean she liked your message?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you reply at 8:13. What do you say?
I'm sorry for all of this.
So she replies at 8:27. If you could read her response.
Wanted to show you who your dad is sending money to. Lilia is the mother and Emily is the daughter on FB, Facebook. They appear to be both financially stable, and if you look at Lilia, she has so many men following her and sending her money. It appears to be a scam con. You may want to intervene. Your dad is being taken advantage of. I know he's smarter than this. This is why my heart is broken and so disappointed. Why is he sending her so much money? Question mark. He's paying for an apartment at Harbor Point in New Jersey for Emily. She apparently has plenty of money. They both do.
And then you can see that she sent, it's obviously really hard to tell. Do you remember what those images were?
I'm assuming it's like a money order or...
So she had, sorry, I zoomed out too much. She had said, on FB. Do you remember if she ever sent you screen captures of their Facebook profiles?
I don't know if she specifically sent me a Facebook profile picture, but I mean,
Okay.
Brittany and I looked her up. We know what she looks like. We know
Okay.
the daughter.
Then below that on page, below that at 8:31, so that text that you just read was sent at 8:27. So a couple minutes later, she sends you this text, if you could read that.
This is the apartment that he has rented for the daughter, Emily, that you can see on Facebook is doing extremely well. He has the lease until 2026. He told me that he fell in love with her, the mother, Lilia, and thought they were going to be married, and that's why he's been sending her money. And that was new information to me.
And so is she sending you, at this point, it looks like she's looking up apartment information for the daughter, Emily, and sending it to you.
Yeah.
Then she texts you again at 8:34, so 3 minutes later, and says what?
He keeps texting me, question mark.
And then she sends you some other stuff. Again, obviously, it's hard for us to see those screen captures, but that's at 8:48, so 4 minutes later. And then going on to page 4, you responded at 9:01. What did you say?
So, wow, I had no idea.
And then you sent a couple more messages, the next two, if you could read the next two.
Colt and I had a conversation today about multiple things. I'm going to address this lease in New Jersey ASAP now that I know.
And then she replies at 9:04, right here, and says what?
What did you discuss with your dad?
And then again at 9:05.
Have you looked up? Yeah. Have you looked up these women on Facebook? Your dad keeps texting me. I am not responding. I don't want him to know anything about me. Please don't let him know that we are corresponding.
And then you replied at 9:06 and 9:07. What were your next two replies?
I have not told him that you or I have chatted. This nonsense with this lady needs to stop. We talked directly about this today. It's almost like he's being scammed and preyed on.
And then below that is also your response.
We discuss his health, his relationship, his drinking, and this money wiring crap.
And then she replies at 9:08. What does she say to you?
What did he say about this relationship with me? I did not tell him that we have discussed it either. He told me that he was going to stop it. He told me he loved me and wanted to marry me, but Evan, I do not believe him. He is so involved with this woman.
And then the next two replies at 9:12. If you could read those next two text messages.
He does care for you, but he wouldn't go into more details and change the subject like he does with personal things.
And then the next one.
What is he texting you about? Question mark. Is he being apologetic?
So now moving on to page 5, she sends you something else, a screen capture at 9:13, but then below that kind of follows up with it at 9:20. What does she say below that?
I have not responded to him at all.
And then 9:34, she sends you another text. What does she say there?
No, he is never apologetic. I don't know what this woman has over him, but it's obvious. She has so many people following her and sending her money. Your dad should have never bought a home with me. What is wrong with him? I gave him my heart and my soul.
And then 1 minute later, she sends another text, if you could read that.
Please tell him to leave me alone. He knows my past. He knows how I've been hurt, and he continues to lie to me. What kind of person does that? I told him to get out of the house. I will be there on Thursday. I don't want to see him.
And then 20 seconds later, she sends another text.
Do not want to see him.
And then 2 minutes later, she sends another text.
I'm having to move back to my condo where my ex-boyfriend lives. He is renting. I own it because I can't afford to pay the mortgage on the lake house, the mortgage on my condo, and the rent to stay at this other place. He never offered me a dime, but he sent this woman and her daughter $6,000 and $7,000 a month. I've never asked him for a dime. He threw my wallet out, and I lost all my credit cards, almost $1,000 worth of cash. I paid for myself to go to Cape San Blast, but he pays for this woman to fly all over the place, and he was late taking me back, and I had to pay $1,000 for another flight. He never paid me a dime. I wish I'd never met him.
Then after that text, she sends you another text 1 minute later. The top part is redacted. If you could just read starting at but
he's sending this woman so much money. I told him he should be putting this money in his grandchildren's college.
And then on the top of page 6, so that was at 9:38. She sends you a text 2 minutes later, and what does she say there?
She can barely speak English. I called her. She told me that she was married to your dad and for me to stop harassing her.
And then 2 minutes later again, text you. What does she say?
I am so sorry. Your dad needs support, love, and direction. I wish I would have never fallen in love with him. All of you are wonderful.
And then that was at 9:43 p.m. on the 2nd. So then you never replied to any of those. And then on February 3rd, she texts you again at 12 a.m. And what does she say?
He cares for me, ? He told me yesterday that he wanted to marry me in Hawaii, but he only cares for me.
Then again at 7:54, what does she say?
Good morning. I'm sorry for the numerous texts. However, your dad keeps texting me and calling me, and he had me so upset. I hope you have a good day.
And then at 8:34, she texts you again, and what does she say?
You're good. Your dad and I spoke last night in texting this AM. I am sorry you and Colt are having to deal with this. I hope with love, understanding, and support, he can make better decisions. He did not drink all Friday until late Saturday evening. I kept everything put away at dinner he ordered. I do love him so very much.
And then again, she texts you at 8:30, so you don't reply, that's at 8:30 in the morning. Then at 8:30 p.m. on the 6th, she texts you again. What does she say?
Hey there, thank you for everything. Your dad is here this weekend. We are discussing so much.
And then on the 7th at 10:30, you finally reply and you like her message, is that right?
Yeah.
And then you text at 10:35, and what do you say?
Hoping for positive change.
And then what does she reply?
Me too, thank you.
And then you text her on the 8th at 8 a.m. What do you say?
Morning. Brittany and I did look at the terms, and yes, you can get out of it. Some hefty fees, but it can be done. I don't know if he has canceled yet. Haven't spoken to him a bunch this week.
And then on the 10th, she sends you a pretty long text message at 8:28 a.m. If you could read that.
Sure. Good morning. Your dad and I had a good weekend, and we have discussed the lease rental and also sending Lilia money each month. Talking to him is literally like pulling teeth. I suggested firmly that he stop paying, and she will either have to pay or leave the premises. They should be able to pay the rent. The mother has other men paying for both her and her daughter's lifestyle. The daughter is receiving money from all her music videos, modeling jobs, and her Instagram account, as well as her mother. I'm sure you and Brittany have viewed their social media. They both are living extravagant lives. Your dad told me he has talked to Lilia several times regarding stopping payments to her and the rent. He tells me she does not understand and is confused. I told him she has been manipulating him. I'm afraid he does not have the heart to remove the daughter from the apartment. He feels something. They are scamming him. She texted me to go away. I'm ruining everything. She is smarter than your dad wants to believe. You may have to handle this for him. I wish it would end and go away for all of us. Sorry you guys are having to deal with this. I asked him to sit down and talk to all of you and get the truth out so we can get over this. Thank you.
And then you reply to that message later that evening at 11 p.m. What do you say?
Yeah, I'm glad you sent this, and I'm sorry this has come up in your relationship. Colt and I are sitting with him again this weekend to discuss next steps on what he has corrected to date. And yes, if Brittany and I have to step in, then we will.
And then she replies to your text about 9 minutes later. What does she say?
I did not know really what to do. Your dad and I had some good conversations this weekend. I'm coming to the lake on Thursday. We decided we were going to try to work on our relationship. I told him only if she and her daughter are completely out of the picture. He told me he was going to Los Angeles tomorrow. Thank you. I sent a gift with him for all the girls.
And then she at 11:16 hearted your first message and then texts you again at 4:09 p.m. on the 16th, February 16th. What does she say?
Hey there, is your dad still there? Please have him call me.
So,
and I'm assuming that's on the weekend that Colt and I had another sit-down conversation with him at the house.
and that was on
At our
February
house.
16th.
I think so, yeah.
So she seems to be did you feel like she was pretty open with talking to you about her frustrations with your dad and this Lilia person?
Yeah, I would say she confided in me.
And did she ever mention your dad ever physically abusing her?
No.
Did she ever mention anything to you about your dad not letting her eat or telling her what to dress or anything like that?
No.
Did she ever complain to you about anything other than this Lilia person?
No, that was 99% of the conversation most of the time.
Did you end up talking to your dad on March 7th of 2025?
Yeah.
Was
Yeah,
that the last time you spoke with your dad?
Yeah.
How did he sound to you when you talked to him?
It was fine. I was sitting upstairs in our office in the house, which will now be a nursery. And Brittany and I had just bought some property in North Georgia. We were really excited, and I was doing this project that I was excited to tell him about. And we had a good conversation. I think they had just left dinner. They had gone to Olive Garden, and he was going to come over and help us with the Playhouse. And I think he was going to have dinner or lunch with Colt and Allie, my sister-in-law and my brother, the next day. And we ended the phone call, and I got the chance to say that I love him, and that's a good thing for me. But yeah, he was fine.
How did you find out that your father had been killed?
So the next day, I was working on the Playhouse. It was a Saturday, and Colt calls me like once or twice in a row. And in the family, twice is usually an emergency. And so he calls me, it was the morning of, and then he tells me that that he's died, and that he had found out from the investigator.
You're saying
Without
qualification clause at this point.
Without telling me what Colt said to you, did you find out from your brother?
Yeah.
At some point after you found out, did you go to the lake house to get your dad's car?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. We had to make some phone calls, to the family, my uncle and other people. And we wanted to get started on, making preparations for the funeral and everything else.
Were you able to get your dad's car? Was it part of the crime scene?
No, the investigator had told us at that point that there was no more crime scene, or like the caution tape, whatever, is lifted, and that we could go and get his things if we wanted to get some things.
So your dad had his keys in his pocket at the hospital. Did you have a spare set of keys that you were able to use to drive your dad's car away?
I didn't, but when we went to go to the house, we found them pretty easily. They were, just to the left of the kitchen and around that little pantry area coming off the garage door.
Is that a spare set of keys to your dad's car?
Yeah. Dad, I think I would like to say copied me, because we bought a Telluride, and then the year later he bought a Telluride, and I knew that the manufacturer always gives you a second set of keys. So.
And that second set of keys was found at the lake house?
Yes.
Where exactly in the lake house did you find the second set of keys to your dad's car?
They were so if you come into the garage door, to the left is like a pantry area, and then to the right's the kitchen. So to the left is like a coffee maker and the junk drawer, and we found it over there.
So in the main level of the home near the
Yeah.
kitchen area?
Yeah.
Thank you, Evan. I don't have any other questions.
Just a minute. Thank you. It's true to say that your dad sort of always wanted to have a house on the lake. Is that right?
Yeah.
In other words, it was a dream of his or a goal of his or something he wanted to be able to do in his lifetime was to have a lake house.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about that phone call on December the 28th, okay?
Okay.
before that call, Miss Mericle had come on family vacation with you guys at the beach, right?
Yep.
And like you do whenever a parent or somebody else has a new partner, you're sort of assessing, who is this person? Do we like her? All that sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of an audition, for lack of a better term, right? Do you disagree with that? And the whole family's there. You're at the beach. You got kids. You got extended family, and you guys across the board concluded this is good.
Yeah.
And I think the word that you've used several times, this person's normal.
Yeah.
Is one of the words you used, right? And everybody, it wasn't just you. I mean, everybody agreed,
Yep.
top to bottom.
Yes.
And one of the things you really liked, and everybody liked about Miss Mericle was she had a sense of family being a very important part of her life, right?
Yes.
And that's consistent with your values.
Yeah.
And when people are pairing up, you don't want to have some person who's not as interested in family as the other person there.
Agreed.
And what you knew was this is a woman who has kids herself, right?
Yeah, we hadn't met them yet, but yeah.
You hadn't met them, but you knew she was involved in their lives, right?
Yes.
And at this point, you've got 0 red flags, another way to put it.
Yeah.
And you get a phone call on December the 28th in the evening hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is something that is answered on a speakerphone,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden, you're hearing yelling.
Mm-hmm.
You are hearing banging on a door.
Yes. Yeah. She was in the bathroom. She said she was in the bathroom.
That's right. She's in the bathroom. There's door banging. That's right.
Yes. Yeah. I can hear my dad in the background saying, "Where are my keys? I know you took my keys," because he was trying to find his keys to leave.
And you said she kept the door locked.
Yes.
And she's conveying to you that she is concerned, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Correct?
Yes.
And she tells you, she said she just wanted to get away. She just wanted to leave the situation. Right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'll make sure you can see it.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you still see that over here? Okay. When you're hearing this on the speakerphone, you say to her, "What is that sound in the background?"
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And she says, "That's your dad." Correct?
Yes.
And he's yelling.
Yes.
Judge, permission to move so I can see what's being read.
And you hear a statement from her about having gotten a gun.
Correct.
Did she tell you what gun it was?
No, not that I recall.
Did she say, "I got my gun" or "I got his gun"?
Not that I remember.
You know the word gun was used.
Yes, and that was what alarmed Brittany and I.
Yes. This was, to say the least, a very alarming phone call. Yes?
Yes, for Brittany and I.
And after this, after the call is over, you make a determination that you're going to have a discussion with your father.
About?
Exactly. About what?
Colt and I knew that we needed to have a conversation with Dad about Lilia before that.
After this, though, you go to him about his behavior. True?
Related to Lilia.
You go to him about his behavior and also his drinking.
Yeah, it was mostly for the health of him because he was getting older, and we wanted to make sure that he was around for a long time to be with the grandkids.
You wanted him to be around. You didn't want him to keep making mistakes.
No, not mistakes. I needed him around in my life.
Sure, sure. But you went to him, someone who didn't like to talk about his personal life.
Yeah.
You and your brother, right?
Yeah, we had to sit down in February.
And this is not an easy thing for you to do with your father.
No, it was something we wanted to like have an intervention and say, Dad,
Exactly.
let's stop this Lilia thing.
Exactly. After learning that a gun, purportedly by her, has been pulled on him,
Yeah.
you have an intervention with your father. True?
Yeah, a couple weeks later.
I want to ask you specifically about, do you still have that exhibit up there with the text?
No.
You don't? Okay. Can I hand him you have the physical?
It's right, it's up here.
If you would look at the last page on 199I. Judge, can I get the Elmo again? After all the text going back and forth, the calls and stuff that we talked about before, there's a bit of a break in the action, if you will, between February the 10th and February the 16th, right? There's a 6-day window, right?
Yeah.
And then you get 2 messages on the 16th,
Yes.
Right.
I'm assuming that's Saturday? I believe
right?
It's Saturday.
February the 16th.
Yeah.
And after this date, February 16th, 2025, the messaging, the communication, the calls ends.
From her to me?
Yes.
Yes.
In other words, this is the end of her discussing her displeasure about this relationship and talking about trying to salvage the relationship with your father and involving you. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the tough part is we thought that conversation that Colt and I had would help the situation.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
No other questions, Judge. May I be excused?
Thank you for your testimony. You can, your excuse can remain in the gallery. Thank you.
Do I put this here?
Thank you.
Judge, we have our next witness. It's going to be pretty lengthy if you want. Judge Your Honor wants to go ahead and go for a little bit. State calls Investigator Matthew Mericle.
Swear affirm the testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you so much. Please use the microphone.
Would you go ahead and state your name?
Investigator Matthew Mefford.
And how are you employed?
I'm with Hall County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in law enforcement in total?
I began in Jackson County in 2013.
So 2013 is when you first get into law enforcement in Jackson County?
Yes.
What did you do in Jackson County?
I began as a jailer and then went to uniform patrol, basically patrol deputy.
And then how long were you at Jackson County for?
I left early 21
And where did you go early 21?
to Forsyth County Sheriff's Office.
And what did you do at Forsyth?
I was on patrol a very, very short time there before I went to work in their major crimes unit investigations.
And how long were you in investigations in Forsyth?
Through the remainder until I came to Hall County in, I believe it's September of 23.
And when you came to Hall County in September of 23, did you come in and as an investigator?
Yes, directly to investigations.
And have you been in investigations in Hall County since September of 2023?
Yes.
Have you ever been on SWAT team as well?
Yes. I served on the SWAT team in Forsyth County.
Forsyth County? How long were you on SWAT team in Forsyth?
For the majority of it, I guess, the time there, a little over a year.
So basically since early 2021 to when you left in 2023?
Later in that time frame when they had tryouts.
Okay. What about firearms training? Aside from like the required firearms training just to be a law enforcement officer, are you a certified firearms?
Yes, I'm a certified certified firearms instructor with the Peace Officer Standards Training Council to the state of Georgia.
Were you the lead investigator on the case against Suzanne Mericle?
Yes.
How did you get assigned to this case?
I was the on-call investigator that night.
So you were on call I guess, late night, early morning of March 7th to March 8th of 2025?
Yes, to that date range.
So when you got the call as an investigator, like what kind of information do you get for a call like this?
Sergeant Ingalls, I spoke with him on the phone. He just said that, I believe the initial call was they had a gunshot, subject was transported to the hospital, and there were multiple guns.
So once you get that call, do you remember about what time it was that you got that call?
I believe I spoke with him around 1:27 a.m.
On the 8th?
That is correct, yes.
And so what was the first thing you did once you got that call?
Got out of bed and got ready.
What'd you do once you got out of bed?
So yes, when I left in the order of events, I knew he was transported to the hospital. So I went directly to Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Gainesville.
And did you go alone? Did anybody go with you to the hospital?
I went there by myself while going to the house. I did call other investigators and supervision and crime scene when I was notified to get them ready.
So why was it that you went to the hospital as the very first thing you did?
He was transported there, critical conditions. There's things called dying declarations, get evidence from them, see if EMS had any statements, stuff like that.
And when you arrived at Northeast Georgia Medical Center, was Mr. Barron alive or had he already been pronounced deceased?
They were in the process. He was in the trauma center in the emergency room. And when I walked there, the medical staff had ceased attempts and declared him deceased.
Once you left the hospital, or I guess at some point, did you leave the hospital that early morning?
Yes.
Where did you go after that?
That's when I would have went to 4238 Bay Ridge Drive.
And what time, do you know about what time it was that you ended up getting to Bay Ridge Drive?
I left the hospital 2:15-ish. I didn't record. It's probably 2:45-ish.
Okay.
That's guesstimation, complete guesstimation when I would have been there. It's on body camera.
Was defendant on scene when you arrived?
Yes, she was sitting on the front landing, concrete pad porch.
And we saw you on body cam arrive on scene and walk into the house when you first get there. What did you do when you went inside the residence?
Made an initial assessment of the residence, the incest evidence, so I could prepare a search warrant.
What was the search warrant for?
Process the scene, which is the residence, and collect evidence related to the crime at hand.
Where did you prepare that search warrant?
In my car.
So you walk around, you walk in the scene, and then you go in your car and type up the search warrant. Is that how that worked?
Yes.
Once you had that search warrant typed up and prepared, what did you do after that?
We had it printed out, and I gave it to another investigator to go meet with a magistrate judge to have it signed, and that's when I spoke with Ms. Mericle.
And what was your reasoning about wanting to speak with Ms. Mericle that night?
To understand what happened.
Had you had any idea what happened at that point when you arrived on scene?
No, she was making utterances, but no, I did not have a clue.
And we saw on the body cam that you preferred to speak with her not at the house, but back at the law enforcement center. Why is that?
It's preferred. It's, like I said, the lighting, recorded, water, stuff like that. It's a little more comfortable, I would say, than sitting in a car, which I did give that option. It's just not at the residence while the search warrant's being processed or the crime scene's been processed. Too many distractions.
And at that point, had Sergeant Durham arrived on scene to start processing the home?
Yes, he was on scene. By the time the search warrant was signed, I was just waiting, or they were waiting on it to be signed by the magistrate judge before they began.
So Sergeant Durham was basically on scene, on standby, waiting for the search warrant to be signed. Once it was signed, that's when he would start the search of the residence?
Yes.
And that was all going on while you're on scene as well, speaking with the defendant?
Some type of parallel,
okay.
Not exact, but yes, there was some type of parallel there.
So at that point, was the defendant under arrest?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe you needed to arrest her at that point?
No, all I knew was somebody was dead and I needed to find out what happened.
Did you threaten her or coerce her at all to get her to go back to the law enforcement center to speak with you?
No.
Did she appear to be intoxicated or under the influence when you were speaking with her?
She was very emotional, but no, I did not appear to be intoxicated.
Did you request that she be handcuffed or anything like that to transport her to the law enforcement center?
No, I specifically instructed them not to handcuff her.
And once you get back to the law enforcement center, Where do these interviews take place?
We have 2 interview rooms at the Sheriff's Office headquarters, the Law Enforcement Center. There's a basement, a first floor, and a second floor, but the grand scheme, they would be on the first floor, which coming from the back of the building would be the second.
And do you conduct these interviews alone, or do you typically have somebody with you when you do the interview?
I always have a second person with me.
Did you have a second person with you in this case?
Yes, I did.
Who was that?
Then Investigator Danielle Pino, now Sergeant.
At any point when you were interacting with the defendant, basically from the time you met her to the time that you weren't with her anymore, did she ever indicate to you that she had any trouble hearing you?
She did indicate in the beginning of the interview there were hearing issues. I confirmed that she could hear and understand me, and she said yes.
Could you see that if she had a hearing aid in?
I believe so. I didn't take a picture of that one, but she did motion to her ear, and we did talk about it.
So did she ever at any point ask you to repeat something because she couldn't hear, or did you ever feel like she wasn't hearing the questions that you were asking her?
No, I felt like she could understand me.
When you interview anybody at the Law Enforcement Center, do you ever have your firearm on your person when you're interviewing them?
No, we always take our firearms off and secure them.
About what time did that interview take place?
So I was talking to her on the front landing about 3:35, and I believe, according to my notes, it was about 4:27, approximately 4:27 is the time I wrote down that the interview began.
And was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to watch that interview prior to today?
Yes.
Had that interview been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Judge, at this time I would move to tender the interview with the defendant investigator method as states 219.
States 219?
Yes.
No further objection to states 219.
Judge, it is a very lengthy interview.
It's admitted.
Are we going to start playing it, Judge?
Please.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to fast forward the interview until people enter the room, and I will indicate the time once I get there.
I'll get you out of there. Thank you, buddy. Here's the first room.
So I'm going to be hitting play at 26 minutes and 27 seconds.
My name's Matt. And you like to be called Suzanne? Okay, and my friend Danielle here, she's coming in with me. And here's some tissues. Okay, she needs some tissues. Would you like a water?
I have some.
You have some water? Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming up here and talking to me. Like I said, it's much better. I can stay right. It's warm. And I'll get you out of there and we can calm down and figure out what happened instead of watching everybody run around. So, I just want to get to know a little bit about you first. Your name is Suzanne.
You know, okay?
I'm waiting on a call back from I talked to a nurse on the ER, and she's going, they were getting with the doctor back there in trauma. They were doing surgery or something, so I'm waiting on that.
Is he alive, Joe?
If I'm waiting on that phone call, honestly, I cannot. So, we will know.
There was so much blood. I've never...
It's okay.
It's not a thing.
No, it's very, I'm not saying it's.
I know. It's everything's just been happening.
Yes.
Just one thing after another. I just ask me. I got it, I'm deaf, and so I can't hear. So
Which ear, do you hear better out of one ear than the other?
I have a hearing aid, so that's the...
Is your hearing aid in?
Yeah, I got it in now.
Okay. Well, honestly, right now, I know your name's Suzanne. I never asked your last name.
Mericle? Suzanne Mericle?
Is that S-U-Z-A-N-N-E?
S-U-Z-A-N-N-E, and then my last name is M-E-R-I-C-L-E.
Okay. All right, and what's your birthday, Suzanne?
05/15/1963. I'm 61.
And what's the telephone number for you?
912-230-4039.
Oh, 912, where are you from?
I'm from St. Thomas Island.
Are you actually from St. Thomas Island? Then what brings you to this area?
We bought that house in October together.
Mm-hmm. So, just so I know, I haven't asked you this either. Who is we?
That's David.
David?
His name's David Barron.
Barron?
And,
What's his first name?
David.
David's his first name?
And his last name is Barron, B-A-R-R-O-N.
Okay.
And he's my boyfriend. We're not married. We just bought a house together.
Yes.
And we bought it in October.
24.
Okay. Where'd y'all move here from?
He's from Atlanta.
Okay.
And so he lives here in Atlanta, and I live on St. Simons, and we met each other like in 2019, like we dated, and then it just didn't work out. I had a daughter that was graduating, and I just wanted to, I felt like I need to spend time with her, you know. And so we kind of talked a little bit in the years between, and then we got back together last year, 2024, about April. Okay. And we started dating.
Yes. So, and then you moved up here in October for that house?
Yeah, we decided, kept telling me he wanted to marry me, and then he wanted us to get a house, and so we found that house, and we bought it in October. Okay. And then he lives there full time, and I just come like on Thursdays, and I go back Sundays, or I get up at 3 early Monday morning and drive back, like 5.5 hours.
Oh, so you still have a residence in St. Simons?
I'm a dentist there, so I have a dental practice there.
You mean actual? Okay, that's interesting. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, and you said you have a daughter who's graduating.
No, this was in 2019.
Previously,
I have 3 children. Okay. They're already out of college and they have jobs.
Yes. Okay. And then they still live down in St. Simons also? Where do they live?
My oldest one lives in Atlanta, and then my middle one lives in New York. And
Neat. I caught that too, and I'm trying to piece it together. Neat said, so she said they bought the house together, but didn't she tell the son he didn't pay for anything? Did he pay for the house too? Did I miss it? So, it is a little convoluted and a little bit hard to separate. I'm thinking what she's saying is when they bought the house together, they qualified together. So it's in both of their names. But she also did say that like he's spending all this money on this Lilia chick, and he's, you know, late picking her up from somewhere, and that cost her $1,000, and that, you know, they've been on vacation together, it sounded like, and he made her pay, and she cannot afford the mortgage on the lake house by herself, plus the home that she already owns. And yeah, that's very convoluted, and I'm hoping that we're going to get that more clear. Hopefully this will be cleared up.
My younger one lives in Birmingham.
Okay. So what are their names?
Mills is my oldest, and he's an attorney in Atlanta. He's married. And then McLean is my middle son, and he works on Wall Street in New York. And then my daughter is Mary.
I think, Nate, that, okay, I think the plan for them was that they were going to eventually, she would sell her practice and retire and live at the lake house full time, because the condo that she owned was lived in by her ex-boyfriend, and he paid rent to live there. She was renting it to him.
Mary? Okay.
Mary Madden. And she's 24. And she went to Auburn, and she works in Birmingham.
Okay, so, they're good, yes. Then you and David, you said y'all got back together in April? Okay. How'd y'all get back together?
I saw his name on some app or something, and I just texted him and said, "Hey, how are you?" And then he texted me and said, "Hey," he said, "How are you?" And he goes, he thought I got married.
Yeah.
And I said, "No, I didn't get married." And then we just kind of talked a little bit, and then he asked me to go to lunch with him, and we did, and then.
Okay. What app was that?
She's like WhatsApp.
What was it, WhatsApp? Okay. Yeah, and then, got that in, and then, what does he do?
He's the vice president of, it's called PM Technology. And so they do projects, manage projects, like mostly like Delta to Sky Club and all that. And so he does that. And one of his sons, someone needs to call his children.
So you said one of his sons?
Yeah, one of his sons works with him.
Okay, how many sons does he have?
Two.
Two? Any daughters? What are his sons' names?
His daughter-in-law's. His oldest son is Evan, and he's married. He has 3 children. And then Colt. And we're supposed to go to dinner with him tomorrow night.
Okay. So to get their phone numbers in here in a little bit.
It's all in my cell phone.
What's your passcode?
193111.
Okay. What about David's? Do you know his? You don't know his passcode?
You don't want me to know his.
Okay. All right. So you're here, and it's very important to me that you're here. You've already said some stuff about why you're here, and that really has me interested. I really want to know everything. But before you can tell me that, because I have you here, and you don't know the way out of the building. Like I said, I want to read something to you, okay? But I just want to preference what you have to tell me is very important, okay? So it's basic stuff you've heard before. You're not under arrest. It's just circumstantial stuff, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you for any question if you wish. You can decide any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. But I'm going to preference that with what you have to say is very important to me.
So should I get a lawyer?
Right now, you have no reason to have one, but what you say is very important.
I'll say this. I do so enjoy the fact, and I'm being way sarcastic, how law enforcement always downplays your rights, is particularly the one to remain silent. And I will also say, when she asked, should she get an attorney, and he answered, you don't have a reason right now. He shouldn't have said that. The truth is, what he should have said is, I can't advise you of that. That's something you have to decide for yourself.
Important to me.
And then you can tell she's hesitant. And then he reiterates, hey, what you have to say is very important to me. I need to hear it. Like they're just two friends sitting on the back porch having sweet tea and, gossiping.
I told you, it's just been a bad experience here since I moved here.
Will you just sign right, place your name right here. Just write your name, however you write it, and then just your initials. I have a pen for you. Hold your glasses. Just initial those. That's each bullet point. You can reread it. Same thing I said. If you place your name on the bottom, Thank you. And so
I paused it at 36:41. I'm going to show you what the mark states 220, if you could just take a look. What is states 220?
it's the Hall County Sheriff's Office Miranda waiver form, and it's the form that I filled out the top and I gave to Suzanne, and she signed it and I signed it, and so did Investigator Cuneo.
So is this the Miranda form that we saw her signing in the video just now?
Yes, that is correct.
Judge, at this time I move to admit states 220 into evidence.
No further objection to 220.
Admitted.
Judge, is it difficult to switch over to the
So to answer your question, I hit the button.
Sorry, it had turned off. I apologize, Judge. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So I'm showing you states 220. So there's lots of writing up here at the top. Who did all of that?
That is my handwriting.
And then there's 1 through 5 marked off. Is that what you were reading to the defendant?
Yes, that is line for line what I was doing.
And then down there is the signature. Is that where she signed?
Yes, that is correct.
Typically, would you prefer for them to initial next to each one?
Yes.
Why didn't you like press her to initial each one?
She said she understood and she signed the bottom, so that's,
And then right there, it says 4:30. Is that 4:30 a.m.?
yes, that is correct, AM.
Thank you.
Before we return to the video now, probably be a good time to take a lunch break. I'll see everyone back at 1:15, ready for continuation of this witness. Again, please do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not perform any research. Thank you. 1:15.
Didn't mean to put you on the screen.
I mean, I shot somebody. It's whatever time it was. I don't know what time it was. I said.
Video which may be edited for time, presentation, and or legal ruling.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you. Let's bring him back, please. Welcome back. Thank you for your punctuality. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome back. You may be seated. Thank you. Oh, yep. Okay. Good. Outstanding. We have everyone. Y'all can be seated. Thank you so much. Members of the jury, without commenting on the evidence, you're going to be watching a video. You've already started to watch some of it. Please understand that this video may be edited or may have been edited for time, presentation, and or legal ruling. Thank you.
And I had, prior to the break, Judge, I had paused it at 36:41, and I'm going to resume.
Thank you.
Bad experience.
Well, it was Valentine's weekend, and we got in a fight about the same thing that we got in a fight about tonight. And I ended up getting a DUI. I left. We got a big fight, and he told me to leave or he was going to hurt me. And I tried to talk to him and tell him I didn't want to go and just let it be. And he sat on the steps and told me to go. And I did have some drinks that night, but it was like 6 something. Because we'd been working all day. I fell asleep about 5. I had like a drink at 6 after I didn't drink it all. Then we went to dinner, and then I had about a drink and a half there. And we went home. And then we watched a movie, and the movie probably lasted until like 11, and then he fell asleep in the chair. And I got up to my medicine at night, my hormone medicine, and I looked right, and I took half a Benadryl, and then I lay down, and I couldn't go to sleep because we had a big fight, and then he came, after I got all that, he came in there, and we got in a huge fight. And then, like he did again, he was going to go up the stairs, and so I went upstairs. He said I laid there for about 3 hours. I couldn't go to sleep, so I thought I was going to go on to St. Simon's, because I usually get up I usually leave between 3 and 4 anyway. So I got up and got dressed and got all my stuff and put it in my car. And then I went upstairs and knocked, he had the door locked.
Okay, so just before she gets into this, I want to answer crafting and true crime. I couldn't chat earlier, but I heard it was one shot that went through. I also, as a retired nurse, find it odd that they used the wound to put the chest tube in. At least that's what I gathered by her repeating the photos of the wound associated with the chest tube. Or did I hear that part wrong? So the way that I took it is that the wound for the chest tube was something that they just simply documented. The way that the bullet traveled was through the arm, out of the arm, in through the side of the chest, piercing the lungs, both lungs. It went through both lungs and the aorta, and it stayed in the chest cavity. So the chest tube wound was completely separate. I think it was just something
And then I got the rest of my stuff and put in the car. So I walked back in, and I was going to tell him goodbye, and he was sitting on the steps, on the second flight of steps. And he said, "Good, get out of here," or whatever. He didn't try to talk me into staying. And so I left. And
Judge, as previously stated, I paused it at 39:23. I'm going to hit play and mute it until 39:37 for the record.
I was leaving, and our road is like real curvy. That C. Rogers. I mean, I was fine driving. There was a man and his dog. I saw all that. I mean, I wasn't intoxicated, and I had drinks, like maybe 3 in all, and it was before 11 o'clock, and then I didn't have anything. And I went, and I've done this twice. It was like I kind of like had a brain fog or something, and all of a sudden I was driving the wrong way, and I was like, and I realized I was driving the wrong way, and I was like going over to the side to get off, and like 4 police cars came flying up to me, and I was trying to find my phone to call David to let him know that something's wrong with me, and my hearing aid went out. I was trying to find my purse to get a battery, and the police came up, and I was in that Porsche, and they were like, I don't know if they were shining their lights at me, I don't know, it was happening so fast, and I couldn't tell what they were screaming, and I cracked him in the door, and it was either stay in your car, get out of your car, and I didn't know, and I was sitting there, so I just started.
Before I forget, because she reminded me when she said the word Porsche, I meant to make a comment over the testimony from the son about there was a second set of keys to the Porsche downstairs in like the pantry area. So I wanted to point out that even if she was in the middle of nowhere, like Courage the Cowardly Dog, okay, Eustace Bass, even if that was the situation, she had access to that porch. If she needed to flee, she could have fled.
Getting out gradually, and that policeman asked me, I think he asked me, and I said, what? I couldn't really hear him. They never asked me if I was hearing, and he grabbed me and just put handcuffs on me, and then the guy said she hit something, and there was nothing wrong with my car, like when I picked it up the next day. I couldn't really tell what she was saying, and it was just, and they put me in that police car, and the handcuffs were like just killing me. They were just like all over me, and I asked them if they could help fix them, and they said, we'll be there in a minute. And one guy got out, and then I got out of the car, and they said he said I was obstructing my arrest or whatever, and I couldn't hear what they were saying. He asked me about a chemical, and he said I refused the chemical. I didn't know what he was talking about, and so then a woman officer came up, and she like pushed me up and slammed me up against the wall, and then a black officer put his foot on my foot, and I said, why? And he said I wouldn't be still. I don't know. I was out of it. The whole thing was just crazy. And then they put me in the jail cell, and they made me get on my knees, and they pushed my back down, and they flipped my shoes off and left me there on the floor. And then I stayed there till 3 o'clock the next day.
Sorry to hear about that.
And it was not good. So I had to go today and get a provisional license. I have a blow thing I have to blow in my car. We're fighting about when I met him in April, I had just broke up with a boyfriend like in February or whatever. And we talked about, this is way off the subject.
No, no, I'm talking about.
Just, so I asked him like if he was seeing anybody, and he said he wasn't and everything. And then we got together, and then he got mad because my ex kept calling me, and then we broke up a little bit. Then we got back together, and then we decided to get a house together and all that. And I kept asking him. Well, this whole time he'd been seeing a woman in Romania, and he sends her money every month. And then in August he signed a lease to pay for her daughter's apartment or something, I don't know. And then I saw a lot of texts on his phone, and cause I don't know his code, so he didn't want me to know it, and now I know why. And I just tried to avoid it, and then we got to fight, because I did see it one time, and she was texting him. And I just said, I'm too old for this. I live there, and then, he asked me to get back with him. And then I realized I didn't know he was sending money until January. And that was another big fight. We keep getting these fights because of this woman. And so we got a fight that night that I left. And then tonight, so we got a fight about, and he went into the bedroom and got some stuff because he was going to sleep upstairs. And he got his gun out. And I said, why are you getting your gun out? And we went to the kitchen, and he said, I just want it for protection. And I said, okay. And so he said, take the strap off the gun. So I took the strap off. He said, this is what you need to get on your gun, because I don't have a strap around my gun. And then he said, is this going to, he said, put it in your hands and hold it, because, I got to take lessons. And he told me if that gun fits my hand. And then he took the gun in his hand, he took his briefcase and took it on his shoulder.
Wait a minute. Wait. Back the milk truck up. So y'all are having an argument about this chick, Lilia, and this is the same repeated argument. And now you're into financial tie to him, this house, the mortgage payment, right? And he goes to get his firearm for defense, and then y'all start having a conversation about getting you need a holster for your gun, and hold this, does it feel like good? Ma'am, I don't think there's anything that I could say better than this. Snoop's face. Does that sound right to y'all at all? Because it does not sound right to me at all. That does not sound like true. It makes zero sense. He goes to get a firearm in an effort to defend himself, which the only thing in the house that he would presumably need to defend himself against would be you. And then he hands you the firearm? Huh. That don't sound right.
And then I asked him to come, don't go upstairs, just to talk about it and try to not be mad at each other and just talk about it normal. And he said he didn't want to. And we had cooked eggs and bacon for dinner. We had that. We were watching a movie. Everything was fine. He fell asleep in a chair, and I woke him up. And that's when we got in a fight. And then he got all the stuff. So that happened beforehand. And then I got up on the steps, and he was down there. And I was just asking him not to go sleep up there, but just let's tired of fighting with him about it. And I said, I'll make a pact that I won't talk about it anymore. And then I said, but they, it sounds so stupid of what's happened. I just told him that I wasn't gonna fight. over him. I just said, I'm not. I said, I'll fight for a relationship. I said, I'm not. He's like, you got to be here, man. I don't think sometimes. And, you know, it's. And then we just started saying things to each other. And
Judge, I'm pausing it at 47:43, and then I'm going to hit play and mute it until 48:22.
Before she puts play, I just would like to say, I wish that Tess was in here. Here's why. I find it very interesting that she remembers certain details, like making breakfast, like for dinner, you know, bacon and eggs and whatnot. But the substantive stuff, like what caused this actual argument, we started saying stuff to each other, is very vague. And I feel like, I wonder if that is, I don't like to use the word normal, but if in a circumstance such as this, if that is something that could be expected, that you remember something further away in time and detail from the trauma.
he kicked me right across here. And then he took that gun and put it right. He said, I'll shove this down your throat. And he told me to get out of his way. He told me, don't go to sleep. So I said, I'm leaving. But I was scared to leave because I had a couple drinks. I mean, I wasn't been intoxicated, but I had a drink and then I had one drink and then I was still drinking a drink when all this happened. So I went and got my gun, and I don't know why I got my gun.
Okay, so now we can understand, if she's telling the truth, why she would be hesitant to get in the vehicle. Okay, so I still don't understand why she didn't just leave on foot.
I was going up the stairs. He said, he said, I got your phone and your journal. And I was going up the stairs to get them.
So Neat says, it can go either way, Jen Lu. It can be trauma, and it can be she doesn't want to say because she feels bad about it or because it implicates her. Okay, which, thank you. Which what makes me want to ask you guys in the chat, what do you guys think? Is she being evasive intentionally because whatever it is implicates her? Or is it because of trauma? What do you guys think? Or I suppose there's a third option. Could it be both? A combination of both?
Is he okay?
I will learn that here in a minute.
All the sounds so stupid.
It's okay.
I was coming back up the stairs because he's never gotten like this, ever, ever, ever. I mean, he's pushed me a few times, and I don't know if I should tell you everything. name?
Well, the more you tell me, it helps me understand what happened.
God, please help. I'm gonna throw up. I just need to know how you did it.
We'll find out in a minute. So what happened when you went up the stairs?
It was like, I don't know if he shot the gun or if he slammed the door, but something like went flying. I don't know, something was really loud. And then he said he had my journal and my gun, and he locked the door when I got up there. And I told him, I said, I'm going to shoot the lock off if you don't open the door and give me my gun. I mean, give me my cell phone. And I stopped the lock. And he must have been standing right there. Like, oh, like the noise. You know, I beat on the door. David, open the door. And he didn't say anything. So I ran downstairs in the garage. And there he does a toolbox. And there was a hammer, and I got the hammer, and I ran upstairs and I started beating on the door. And I stuck my hand in there and unlocked the door. His body was right there. And blood was everywhere. I was just trying to shoot the doorknob off. He must have been right there. I got down on my knees.
See, I'm with you, Shamina. I'm having a really hard time. Good to see you, by the way. Shamina says this sounds so fake. There's something very disingenuous about it. And I think that it's because, and I really don't like the word hysterical or histrionic because of where that word comes from, the root of that word, which is hyster, which is uterus. So it's like something that they used to say about just women. I find it demeaning and repugnant and archaic. However, I kind of feel like, unfortunately, this situation, hysterics, is the apropos word. But more than that, it comes and it goes. But it seems like it only comes when she's pressed on the details surrounding the actual shooting. Also, yeah, so it's just, to me, there's something very wrong here. And I'm trying to let go of my own bias, okay? I do not do well with emotions. Anger is fine. I'm fine. Like, I can handle people being angry, and I'm fine to show when I'm upset or angry. Crying is what it is for me. And this level of squalling is just, it's too high, and I'm having a very difficult time with it. And I'm trying to make sure that I'm not thinking that she's faking it because of my own uncomfortable, me being uncomfortable.
I tried to know where I was, and then my phone was right there, and I picked it up. I called 911. I couldn't even talk. How is this happening? I'm just a normal woman. I called. I can't remember if a woman or a man answered it, but I couldn't talk. She was asking me my name, and then she said they were sending somebody, and they didn't. And then I called again. And And they said, can you go downstairs? And that's when I slipped.
What do you mean you slipped?
I slipped on all the blood, trying to go over him. And he like blood was everywhere. I got him. I just keep the lock on the door. I don't know why I did that. I know better than that.
So,
He said he had my phone and my journal. And he was going through it.
so can I ask a couple questions then? Which gun was yours?
Mine's the Glock.
The Glock's yours?
Yes.
And the Beretta's his? Or
I don't know what kind he has, but...
So he had your phone and your journal?
That's what he said. He said, I got your phone in your journal.
Okay. What color's your phone?
Mine's blue.
Blue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then...
Mine was out. I think mine was outside by my gun right there.
Okay.
Yes, it was laying in the bedroom and I picked it up. I don't know. And that's when I called 911. Mm-hmm. And then I was trying to call my sister and she wouldn't answer. And I was sitting right there by him.
And your journal. What does your journal look like?
Just a black book.
Was there something there you didn't want him to see?
No, I mean, just my personal stuff. I mean, just what I write in every day. I mean, I don't care if he looks. I don't care if he looks at my phone. There's nothing in there. I don't care. But he just told me. He said. He told me that he put his gun on my lip and said, I'll shoot your brain out and blood up his under throat. That's when I said, I've got a gun too, David. But why did I shoot the lock? Why did I shoot the lock off?
So when he stuck his gun in your mouth, you don't understand?
No, he stuck it to my lip. Oh. No, he put it in my mouth. No, he put it right on my lip.
And what did he say?
Either he's gonna shove this, blow my head off, or shove it down my throat, or I can't remember what he said.
Okay, but that was on the stairs.
That was before this, right? I was standing on the floorboard. I was standing on the stairs. Yeah, I was standing on the stairs.
Where was he? The kitchen area? Were we on the bottom of the stairs at this point? And was he in the kitchen area?
He was right in front of the stairs.
So the bottom of the stairs or the middle plane?
No, the bottom.
Okay.
The bottom.
Yes.
I was on the stair step right there.
Okay. Now,
all this downstairs.
So where was his gun at when he got it?
It was in the bedroom.
Where?
When he first got the gun out, It was in that top drawer by the bed.
So the bedside table? Which side of the bedside?
Yes, on the left side.
Left side, facing? Okay. Then what was your gun?
Mine was in the closet.
In the master bedroom?
Yeah, mine was in the closet.
Where at the closet?
It was just sitting out here, like behind my jewelry box. Why did I touch it? I know better. I wasn't trying to shoot him. I was just blowing I was trying to. And I told him, I said, if you don't open the door, I'm going to shoot the lock off, David. I don't know why you walked over there.
But you didn't shoot at the lock. You didn't shoot it. She didn't shoot at the doorknob at all. It was much higher than that. And she shot the gun one time. So it's not like she shot the gun, right? And realized, oh, hell, I'm miles away from the doorknob. And she shot again. She shot one time.
Can I ask you another question, a little off topic? Will you pull your sleeve up just a little bit? I see something on you. What's that from?
I think when he grabbed me, I think my bracelet must have.
What about this?
Where did he grab me?
Tonight or?
Tonight, yeah.
Has it happened another time?
That he grabbed me? St. Simon's where I live.
Yes. When was that?
I think it was in
officer.
January? Okay.
Excuse me, officer. Could you please confiscate that dadgum water bottle from her?
The police, someone called the police.
Did they?
And the police came.
So what's your address in St. Simons?
Well, is he okay?
I will make a phone call.
I've never started anything but a deer. All I was trying to do is shoot the lock off. I didn't mean to hurt him. I've never hurt anybody. I love him. Oh my God, how this happened?
So, so what, you said you had how many drinks?
I had one drink, and then he made me another one, and I only whatever's left on it at the table.
What were you drinking?
I had a vodka and tonic.
Vodka tonic? Was he drinking also? What was he drinking?
He was drinking. He was Jack Daniels. And then he was some beer.
Okay. How much did he have?
I don't know. He started drinking about. I was taking a nap.
Okay. So I want to back up a little further than what we talked about then. So when did you come here from St. Simons this trip?
Thursday.
Thursday night? Okay. What did y'all do today then?
Today, well, we went to that Smart Start thing to get my device to work because it messed up, it locked or something. And then we the driver's license.
So, okay. This seems like an Amber Heard type situation with the door. Her claim is that he is and was the aggressor that evening, okay? And that when he snatched her phone and retreated upstairs and locked the door, all she wanted was her dadgum phone and her journal, okay? And so she wanted to shoot the lock off to get in the bedroom. The problem with that is that she shot much higher than the lock. Now, if you haven't been in here the last couple of days as I've been going over this, there is a playlist for y'all if you want to go back and hear some of this testimony. But they showed the actual door from the home. And there was also testimony that they were shouting back and forth, according to her, through the door. And the stippling on the door is indicative of her being less than 6 inches away from the door, meaning she was on top, basically on top of that. The gun was on top of that door. And there was like a half wall, like a load-bearing wall on the right side of where the doorknob is, on the other side of the door, to the right of the door if you go in. And that is what he was standing behind. She shot through that wall. She shot through the door. That bullet, and if you look at the door, it's angled. It's not a straight shot. She did not shoot straight through the door. She shot it at a little bit of an angle. And almost to go through that, I mean, I got to call it like I see it. When they put the pictures together and then they showed the door, it's almost as if she aimed that gun to go through the wall and hit him. And because they were testifying, the testimony was that, according to her statement multiple times, she knew where he was standing because of the arguing between them back and forth. She was bound and determined to get in that room, to get her phone. Now, I don't know when, if at all, in this lengthy what's the word? What did we listen? Interrogation video. She talks about if she ever says anything about the essay. So in the opening statements, her attorney said that this is his quote, that he put his sexual organ in her mouth. And that is not, she hasn't said anything about that. So it's very convoluted. Her statement is very convoluted. Even if you take away like just her tone and everything, just the actual words coming out of her mouth, it's very convoluted and very difficult to make heads or tails of.
To get me a professional driver's license. I have a DUI. I've never had one in my life. So oh, it's crazy. So then after that, we went to the Olive Garden and got lunch. And everything was great. And then we came back and then we put some chairs, all that stuff in the living room. Mm-hmm. We were putting chairs together.
Yes. I said you say yes.
I don't want, my mouse would not, like, I kept clicking it and it wouldn't let me pause it. By the way, hey, Lil Red, good to see you. Always, it's all, they went to the Olive Garden. Everything was great. It was a good day, putting furniture together. There's something about this whole situation that very much reminds me of Sarah Boone.
And then I said I was going to lay down, and he said he didn't want to. And I said, okay. And then he went got a blanket for me. He came in and said, are you cold? And I said, a little bit. And he got a blanket and put the blanket on me. And then he said, and I got up. He said, you were sound asleep in there. And I said, yeah, I was tired. And then I got up and got all my computers and all my stuff and was sitting there writing some stuff and basically writing about the furniture and everything was fine. And then he fell asleep in the chair. We were watching a movie, and I said that I was going to go to bed, and I wanted to wake him up. And then I don't know how the argument started.
So what movie were you watching?
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. Mm-hmm. And then you woke him up, and then.
I said, hey, I said, it's whatever time it was. I don't even know what time it was. I said, hey, maybe it was 11, something. And I just said, hey, I said, maybe it's over. I said, I'm going to go ahead and go to bed. Come on. And he said, he wasn't ready to go to bed. And I said, okay. I said, I'm going to go in there and put on my pajamas and brush my teeth and put my stuff ready for bed and take my medicine. And
okay.
And then he came in there and said he was going to brush his teeth. And then we just started arguing.
No reason why you started arguing this time?
Because we were talking about him giving her money.
What's her name?
Her name's Lilia.
Lilia?
Lilia.
Lilia?
I don't know.
You said she's Romanian? Does she live in Romania or does she live in the States?
She lives in Romania.
Okay.
And he told me that he met her. It all seems so bad to talk about it. I need to know if he's okay.
We'll find that out in a minute.
I mean, I've never shot. I shot somebody.
She'll figure that out in just a second. Okay. So then, how much money is he sending her a month?
He pays like $3,500 for an apartment for his daughter, which I was like, when I found, I thought they were poor and that he was helping her out, and I was. He really does have a good heart. I mean, I help people out a lot, but then I found they were sending her money, and I found that it was not bad. They're very wealthy.
Hey, Tess, good to see you, babe. I was just talking about you, wondering where you were because the gaps in her memory, girl, I'm going to need your input. But this is an extremely astute point, and I wanted to point this out. So Tess says, I feel like it's because normal couples don't count the quote unquote good days, as most are just normally good. People that argue are in a toxic relationship notice the good ones because they are aware, in my opinion. Couldn't agree more. I could not agree more.
Did you find this out?
Because his son told me that he was sending her money 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, and that he found out. He said, this has got to stop. His son did. And one night I called his son because his dad was drunk, drinking, and I took his car keys from him, and he got mad and pushed me. And I called, but I was scared. I locked myself in the closet. And he threw, and I took the car keys, and he was like looking everywhere for car keys, and so he like threw all my stuff everywhere in the closet, and I was just in the corner.
When was this?
This was probably like a month after we moved into that house, like in November, December. Well, what happened is we were going to a furniture store that afternoon, and he asked me to give him directions to the store. And I said, okay. And I started looking up, and I said, hand me your phone, and I'll hook it up to your car, so go on your, so I don't have to give him the directions. I said, so hook up. And he handed me his phone, and that's when I saw this text from her. And I said, it just seems so weird talking about this, all this stuff. We need, God, please let it be okay, God.
Was this mentioned in tonight's argument?
Huh?
Was she mentioned in tonight's argument?
That's something we argue about.
Yes.
Everything was, I mean, like before we bought the house, we sat down over and over, and I talked to him.
Thank you, Tess. This is how I've been feeling. Tess said, I feel like she's being very dramatic. Trauma can make you forget things, yes, but her forgetfulness is very conveniently attached to all the important details. Just my opinion, obviously. This is how I feel. Hey, ATS News, good to see you, babe. That's how I feel. Like the gaps in the memory are convenient. And you see how calm she is talking about Lilia. Remember, it is Lilia, according to her, okay? It is Lilia and her ex-boyfriend that are the catalysts for the events that occurred that night. Now, to be fair, if I had bought a home with somebody, and this was an expensive home, we're talking about $1 million home here, okay? If I had just gotten into moving in with the man, and I bought a home with him, and I find out that he's still sending money to we've already had this discussion, we've already had this argument, you said you were going to stop all the things, and I find out not only have you have not stopped, because the argument that she's talking about happened in October and carried on in through November and all the yeah. Bottom line is, I'd be pissed too. I understand why she's angry. I understand why she's hurt. I understand all of her feelings. I get it. What I don't understand is the behavior afterwards. It does not make sense. It just doesn't. Chicken Lady says, my husband just came in and said, quote, your plot to kill me with diabetes has failed. So go ahead and tell your little true crime friends. I made strawberry cheesecake with a hot fudge shell. That sounds delicious. Absolutely delicious. All right, let's keep listening.
And said, is there anybody? I said, I can't believe you're a good-looking guy. You're this. And he's like, well, so are you. I said, yeah, but I've had my share. I've had my share. I said, yeah. He said, no, I haven't been with anybody. I'm not involved with anybody. And because I didn't want to buy. My sisters were never telling me not to buy the house, not to buy it with him. And I did it, and now I know it was about, it wasn't, I mean, he said he'd stop it and all that, but it just hurt me really bad, but I mean, I've been hurt before, but I told him the other day, we were talking about tonight about sitting down tomorrow and let's make a pact about it, and let's just not talk about it anymore, because it just doesn't fit right with either one of us. But then after that, then he started saying other things, like just being mean, just saying stuff, I guess. Just saying, like about that ex-boyfriend of mine, and just not enough to do not enough to, it wasn't like I don't know, it wasn't like
So, I'm going to skip a little bit now, and I want to go, so when he went up to the room, did he physically call you up there, or how did he get you to come up to the room?
We were downstairs, and then he said he was going up the stairs, and he had his briefcase on his shoulder. He had his gun, I think. I'm not sure. He has a gun in one hand, and then the carry thing, whatever. And he had one more thing in his hand. And he turned around to me and said, "I wouldn't close your eyes. We're going to sleep. Close your eyes if I was you." And he said, "I wouldn't go to sleep or close." I can't remember what he said. And he said, "I'll hurt you with this." He said, "I'll hurt." He said something, and it made me say, "I have a gun," and I went and got my gun.
So, were y'all on the stairs when he said that? So then, you went and got your gun?
He said, "David, don't threaten me." And I said, I'm going to call 911.
And then, did he finish going upstairs to the room at that point?
So then he went up the stairs. And then I stayed downstairs. And then I realized my phone was gone.
And then?
I started going up the stairs. And I said, "David, where's my phone? Where's my whatever?" And then I don't know if he shot the gun or that he slammed it or whatever. But when I got up there, the door was locked. And I said, "David," I started knocking on the door, banging on the door, "David, give me my gun, give me my gun. No, give me my cell phone, give me my cell phone." And then I said, I'm gonna shoot the lock off.
So how many times did you shoot your gun?
Just one time, I think.
You think?
I think just one time.
Just once?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't. I don't know why I did it. I mean, I know better. I know safety. I know. He was standing right there.
So afterwards, after this whole thing, did you pick up the shell casings or anything?
No. When we were downstairs, he said, "Honey," he said, "Is your gun? He wanted to know if my gun was loaded." I said, "Yes, in the closet." He said, "Do my gun." Somebody, however you, I don't know, like you did that, and I did that, and 2 or 3 of the casings came out, and I picked them, and he told me to flush it down the toilet. He said, I said, "What do you want to do?" He told me to pick it up. That was downstairs, though. That was downstairs in the bedroom.
Did the gun go off any of those times?
No, not downstairs. Downstairs? No, no guns were shot downstairs. And my gun, I only took it, and I said I was going to shoot the lock off, and I didn't realize I fired it, and I fired it. I think it only went off. I think I just did it one time. When I did it, when I shot it, it scared me, and then he made a loud noise.
So you only think you shot yours one time, and you don't remember, did he shoot his at all? Or you just heard a loud slam at the door?
When I was coming up the stairs, I heard something. I don't know if he shot the gun or if he slammed the door.
So you only heard one loud thing?
He did my loud thing. I think I only shot mine one time. God, I hope
So after that, once you shut the door, after you shut the door, did you pick up that little shell casing anywhere?
I didn't pick up mine.
You didn't pick up yours?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
No, not that I remember. I didn't.
Okay.
I shot it, and then I heard him. And I was screaming his name, David, brilliantly, I thought.
And then,
I didn't hit him. And I started screaming. I started screaming his name, and I was banging on the door. And open the door, open the door, open the door. And he wouldn't open the door, and I was hitting it and banging it, and he wouldn't open.
yeah.
And so I ran down the stairs, and I ran in the garage, and his toolbox was right there, and I was trying to think, what can I, so there was a hammer, and I picked it up, and I brought it up the stairs, and I just started banging on the door.
What color is the toolbox?
Maybe red. He had it out today because we had to start my car off. It's either red or yellow. Red. It's right there, like when you come out of the garage. He has a toolbox sitting right there.
Okay.
Yeah, because we were over there today because he would jump off my car.
Yes.
I mean, we're not a bad couple. We're not a bad. He's not bad. He really is not. And I'm not bad, but
Nobody says you are.
I know, but how does this happen? I know not to shoot a gun at a damn door. I know that. I didn't have to do that. I asked him to give me my phone. I asked him to give me my phone. I told him, I said, I'm going to shoot the lock off if you don't give me my phone, David.
Yeah.
And that, how am I ever going to live with myself?
So you said you had to go down to get your gun and go back up. Where
No,
did
I didn't. No, I never went up until I had my gun.
Where did you get it from?
My gun?
Yeah, where was it at?
In the master closet.
In the master closet? Is it in a safe or anything there? Just okay.
I just bring it with me when I travel.
Okay.
Can you tell me anything about him, please?
I'll go call it here in just a second.
The police came to my house on St. Simon's
When was that?
in January.
In January?
He took me outside.
What is your address down there?
Well, my address is, I use my office address for everything, but
Okay.
my house address is 10 Marina Drive.
And that's where they came to, was 10?
They came to the Seagate Inn.
The Seagate Inn?
It's a hotel. And I was staying there. And they came there. Somebody called the police.
Okay. So she shot one time through the door. Now, his gun was fired, but not through the door. But it fired from the bedroom and traveled, it broke a pane of glass, and I believe hit a pillar or something in the front porch. The state's argument is that she staged the scene, that she fired his weapon after she got into the room, and in an effort to stage the scene. The problem with her story about him telling her to flush the shell casing or the shells, which were some of them was live rounds that she flushed, is that there are footprints in front of the toilet, which is how they need to look in the first place, in blood.
They said they could hear him yelling, and the police came, and then he took me outside and asked me what happened. And he said, "Did he hit you?" He said, "What are those marks on your face?" And he told me that I should call the police and press charges, and I said no, and then he left.
Allie says, "I don't know this case at all, but I've been listening, making lunch, and her tone feels wrong." Doesn't it, Allie? There's something wrong. And I cannot help but say this again, it feels like Sarah Boone.
Then the police left, and then David left.
Did they have him leave? Did the police have him leave, or did he leave on his own?
No, I told the police everything was okay. We told them it was okay, and they came in and talked to us, and then he said he was going to leave, and the police said okay. The police left, and then David left, and then I called a friend of mine, and then I went to my condo.
And that was January of this year, 2025. Okay.
So, one more question. When you were upstairs, did you, remember how you motioned loading the gun over your, did you do that upstairs or downstairs?
I did. No, that was downstairs.
Okay.
I think.
So, and then you made a comment of flushing something down the toilet. What did you flush down the toilet?
When those things came out, the bullet things came out.
The fired ones?
No. When he told me to do that to his gun, and I did that.
Yeah.
And a couple of them fell out, and I picked them up, and he told me to flush them in the toilet.
Okay. So my only question now is, obviously I've seen the house,
Yeah.
all right, and there's just some stuff that's not making sense.
Okay.
And first off, I don't see where there's no shell casings from your gun where you shot the door. I don't know where that would be. Didn't know if
I shot it. I shot my gun.
Didn't know if you picked it up.
I didn't pick it up.
You didn't pick them up.
I didn't have this on, but I didn't. Not that but when I shot that gun,
Okay.
and I heard him, I think I just dropped the gun.
Yeah.
I don't think I picked up.
You didn't shoot any more times?
Not. If I shot another time, it'd be at the door, but I think I just shot one time.
Okay.
I don't think I shot it again, but I can't promise. I know I shot it one time. And I know, you know what, I shot it, maybe I did shoot it twice. I think maybe I shot higher, and then maybe I shot it lower, I don't remember.
What do you mean shot higher? What were you aiming at higher?
The doorknob was right here, and I don't think I shot right at the doorknob. I think I may have shot like a little bit.
Okay.
I don't remember.
What about towards the stairs?
No.
No, I didn't shoot.
Stop right there. No. You shot way higher than the doorknob. Let's start there. And it's not just that she shot higher. It's the proximity of the butt of the gun, the barrel of the gun, and the door. Less than 6 inches or less. 6 inches is the minimum the maximum of the closeness. She was up against that door. Now, first of all, it would never be a good idea to shoot a lock off of a door, particularly when somebody's on the other side of the door, regardless of where they are on the other side of the door. If somebody is in that bedroom, it would never be a good idea. But it's also dangerous for the person who's holding the weapon, because if you're shooting at metal, there's going to be ricochet.
Towards the stairs. I shot at the door. No, I shot at the door.
You never heard any, okay.
I shot at the door. That's the only place I shot.
Okay. Then you didn't touch anything after that other than trying to open the door?
But not only would that be like ridiculous, right? And that he told her to flush them. That's ridiculous on its face for a couple of reasons. The first, and the one that I can think of being, is that it's a septic system. Now, when we lived in Georgia for a minute and rented a house, it had a septic system. And in that lease was like 11 billion rules about a septic tank and how you have to handle it, what you can put down a sink, what you cannot put down a sink, all of the things. Like they're not like having city water, okay, which is the only experience I've ever had. I've only ever had city water. It's not the same thing. They're very temperamental. and there's a lot of rules and regulations. And if you cannot put food down a sink with a septic tank, then I would imagine you could not put live rounds of ammunition or spent ammunition down a toilet that would eventually wind up in the septic system. That just sounds wrong. Right. And that's the thing. This is where the story falls apart for me. So Justified said, shoot a lock to get out of a burning building, but there are so many other ways to get through an inside door. Right. Which she knew because she went downstairs and got a hammer. The hammer marks are right above the doorknob, which once she made that hole with the hammer, the claw hammer, she then reached inside and unlocked the door.
That's all. Just trying to open the door.
What'd you flush?
The things that came, the bullets that came out when he asked me to pull that back.
Which toilet did you flush those in?
I think downstairs. Nothing went on with the guns. I didn't do anything with the gun until I got upstairs.
No, I'm just asking where. So which downstairs toilet? The master bedroom? Which one?
Either in the master or the one right there by the door. There's a bathroom by the door.
Okay, I don't know. So.
It was either in the master bedroom I flushed them or in there. Because I was going to throw them out, and the trash he told me, flush it down the toilet.
Who told you that?
David.
Okay. So was anybody else in the house tonight?
Nobody was in our house.
Okay. So my question to it, just you and David?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm racking my brain to see. I'm replaying everything you told me, see if I have more questions if you want to work on. Do you have any more questions right now?
I haven't seen your house. Are there any cameras or anything inside the house or anything like that? Okay. And then I just want to make sure that like I have a timeline of kind of like some events you talked about. So you and David met in 2019. Wasn't a good time because your daughter was graduating and such.
And we went out probably four or five times. Mm-hmm. And then in the next couple of years, we saw each other occasionally.
Mm-hmm. And then you got back together in April 2024. Mm-hmm. And then y'all bought a house together in October 2024. And then in January of this year, you found out about the lady in Romania.
Well, I found out in November, December when we were going
Thank you for
to the furniture store, and he wanted me to put the address in my phone.
And that was November, December 2024?
You know what? I think it was maybe the end of, maybe it was in, maybe it was Christmas. I think it was in December.
Okay, and then?
I was just holding his phone and I just saw the text and I asked him who that was.
And then in January 2025, the police come to St. Simon's Island because someone called about...
Well, in January is when the police called, and someone called the police. They came to my Seagate place and said someone heard a screaming. And then they left, and then David left. No, yes, wait a minute, no, yes, that's what happened, yes. That's what happened. Wait a minute, hold on. That's the night my friend... Yep. I think that was, the police came was in December, because they came, and then my friend, a couple of they came over and followed me to my other condo. I don't lock the door, because David could get into the Seagate when there was a code.
Okay, and then that was in January, and then you said a few weeks ago, I don't think I got that date, there was an incident here, but you got arrested for DUI when you left?
Yes.
Okay, one thing you mentioned.
I paused it at 127.24. I'm going to hit play and mute and unmute it at 127.50.
I think the argument about I don't think they want the jury to hear about her prior arrest, so.
She asked about video stuff. She asked about video stuff. Who has access to the Ring camera? The Ring camera on the door?
We don't have it set up yet.
It's not set up at all. It doesn't record as.
It's most of it's sitting on the table.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's one like on the door.
Yeah, I don't think it's not set up.
Okay.
There's that one, there's one that's on the table that he was trying to work on to set up.
Okay. I just saw the one.
Can you tell me anything?
Yeah, I'll go find out. I will go find out. Give me 1 minute, and I'll find out. They should have let me know by now.
I mean, to be fair, this woman has asked like 11 billion times what's going on with him. So I will give her credit where that is concerned. Why she's asking, though, that's up for debate.
Oh, and just give me 1 minute, okay?
Do you need another water or anything? Do you use the restroom or anything like that? Okay.
I'm going to briefly pause it at 1:28:47. Investigator Mefford, the defendant's asked a couple of times if Mr. Barron is deceased, and you indicate to her that you don't know yet, and you're going to call and find out. You did know that Mr. Barron was deceased at this point, right?
Yes.
Why was it that you chose to withhold that information from the defendant at this point?
So when I first got on scene, I did my walkthrough, and she was very emotional on the porch. And then, like I told you, I wrote the search warrant in my vehicle. While I'm writing the search warrant, I can also hear the emotions going on there. And I knew that once I broke that news to her, the emotions, the up and down emotions, I probably wouldn't be able to get any more facts about what had happened this night.
And so when you walk out of the room right now, you'd indicated to the defendant that you were going to go make a call to check on Mr. Barron. What were you actually doing when you left the room?
So,
yeah, Nate. Nate said they already heard, though, didn't they? She told the detective about the DUI earlier in the recording. Yes, but there is something about whatever she says in those few seconds where they muted her that there was an not like a fight or whatever, but there was a debate between the attorneys before they came back from the lunch break about what could and couldn't be played surrounding that DUI. And I'll tell you why, because that does go to the 401B testimony. So, or 401B evidence. So there must be something that she said during that span of time that the judge was like, the probative value does not outweigh the prejudicial nature of it. So there must be something there. Georgia's not that stingy with their Freedom of Information Act. So perhaps when this is all over, maybe we can get her whole interrogation video.
3 things are happening, really. Me, Danielle, and some other investigators that were there, supervisor, were talking about what we've heard, what other questions need to be asked. I also talked with Sergeant Durham, who was on the crime scene, to compare notes about what he has seen versus what I've been told. And at some point, I don't think it's this break, there may be another break, where I did basically communicate with somebody from the district attorney's office about future criminal proceedings, if it was the case. I don't think it was this break, though. This is just, yeah. I'll slow down.
So while you have been interviewing the defendant, was Sergeant Durham on scene processing the crime scene?
Yes.
And so when you say comparing notes, were you comparing like what he was observing on the crime scene versus what you were being told by the defendant?
Yes.
And is that typical in an interview that you're doing, especially on a death investigation, that you would do something like that?
Yes.
Why is that helpful for your investigation and your interview?
Because the physical evidence needs to align with testimonial evidence to know that you're being given a truthful and accurate picture of what is taking place.
And at this point, before you'd walked out of the room, had you had a chance to speak with Sergeant Durham yet?
I believe there were a few text messages he was sending, but we did not have a chance to actually have a conversation.
Not like a phone conversation?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward until you enter the room again. Right now, again, it's at 1:28:47. During this break, does the defendant ask to use the restroom at any point?
I believe she does in this break.
At some point, does Investigator Cunho come and get her and take her to the restroom?
Yes.
I think we just saw her exit the room. Is she out using the restroom at this point? I can back up. I'll briefly hit play at 1:47:57.
Number 2, my stomach is so upset. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I can't let you leave the room right now.
Can you get me the lady or come to the bathroom with me?
They'll be back in school, okay? You're right now, okay?
She said, oh, come on.
She goes to the restroom now.
Yes.
I'm gonna keep fast forwarding. Okay, I'm going to resume the video at 1:57:08.
I mean, she got the rumbly and her tumbly because she done shot a man. And she lined her whole face off, in my opinion.
Thanks for small.
So I do have a lot more questions, okay? Still waiting, the hospital's.
But is he alive?
I'm not sure, I don't know. But I've been on the phone with people at your house now, okay? And I take everything you told me in consideration, trying to convey it to them. So I'm gonna be bluntly about this one, okay? It's not adding up, okay? From what you're telling me.
So tell me what I'm confusing about.
Why there's no shell casings where you say there are, and the gunshot's not lining up where you say either. And so let's talk about this. Help me understand this one more time. I'm going to explain this again, okay?
Okay.
So he's up, let's start with going up the stairs. Okay, start there.
Okay. So we're downstairs on the kitchen, by the kitchen. Okay. He has his gun. That's when he takes it out of the casing and asks me if my hands, I have a top, if my hand can go around his gun. He told me to take his cover off the gun, take it up, so I did that. There was no gun, nothing got fired or anything. Okay, I pulled that thing back. He told me to pull it back.
Yes.
Okay, that's when 2 or 3 of them fell out on the floor.
Just stop pulling it back one time?
No, I pulled it back like 1 or 2 times.
Okay.
Okay, and he told me like I was going to shoot like that if I could hold it. And then the casings fell on the ground. He told me I said to pick them up, and I was going to throw them in the trash can. He said put them in the toilet, and I put them in the toilet. And I think I put it into the master bedroom of that one when we walked back over there. And then that he'd already threatened me, but when he threatened me, he didn't put it. He just touched it to my lips. He didn't put it in my mouth. And then he went up the stairs. And I said, I have a gun too. Because he said, don't go to sleep tonight.
Yeah.
And then I went and got my gun. Okay. He was up the stairs. Then I noticed that he had my phone. So I went up the stairs and I said, when I went up to the stairs, I got right to the first floor, and then I heard, and it sounded loud. And I don't know if it was a shot or he slammed the door. But when I got up there, the door was locked. And he was in, and I said, do you have my phone? He said, yes. And I said, open the door. Now, and I was banging on the door. And he did open it. And I said, I'm going to shoot the lock if you don't open it. And that's when I put my gun right in the corner of the door, like where the lock is right there. I think I put it a little bit. And I either put it up and shot, or I know I shot one down because I saw it and it scared me when I did it. I don't know why I did it. But that is, and I didn't touch anything of mine. I shot the gun, I shot it, but I didn't touch, I didn't pick, not that I can remember. It was so.
So did you shoot anything else then?
No, I didn't shoot anything.
Did you touch his gun?
I'd already touched it. No, I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it again.
You didn't touch it after you shot him?
I didn't shoot, okay. Well, you said shot him, when I shot the door, you mean?
No, when you shot David.
I know, but I shot the door.
But did you touch your gun after you saw the shot David? Yes. His
gun was right there on the floor with my phone. And I got my purse, and I didn't pick it up or anything.
You didn't pick it up?
I'd already picked it up downstairs.
Okay. So after David was bleeding, you touched it?
I got down on the ground, and I may have pushed it out of the way. But I got down, and then I was like, I crawled up on his side, and I was trying to lift him up.
How was he facing that time?
The only time I saw him, he was flat down, and his face was
So it still doesn't count, like, my biggest concern here is why I have other bullet holes.
Where's the bullet holes at? Mine only in the.
Well, I don't have shell casings either. Like, they were picked up and moved.
I mean.
Are you sure? So let me ask you this. Are you sure that the casings you flushed weren't the shell casings, and when you think they were real bullets? Did you flush the shell casings?
But when I do that.
Yes.
When a bullet
After
comes
you
out.
shot your gun, did you flush the shell casings?
No. After I shot my gun, I heard him go, oh, or something, made a noise. And I said, oh my God, David. And I'm beating on the door. And then I ran downstairs and I got that hammer and I came up and beat till I got a hole.
So, let's talk about the house then in general. Is there any damage to the house anywhere that you know about?
There was, the only damage should be where I shot that, the door. Where would other damage be?
That's what I'm asking you. I'm trying to make sense of what I've been told about what you're telling me. And I'm trying to make sense of it too.
I don't think, did he shoot his gun?
I don't think so. You can't tell me he did. You're not telling me he did.
I don't think he shot his gun.
But your gun was shot a few times.
I shot my gun.
And all the shell casing have been moved, so I don't know what's going on.
So I didn't touch anything. I shot the gun.
Okay.
And I can't remember. I stood like God. I stood like that. And I said, David, give me my phone. I said, I'm gonna shoot the door lock. And I'm trying to remember if I shot it like say that's the door lock. I walked right up to the door. I think I put it up here. I can't remember if I shot it here, but then I shot it right above the door. I know that. But I don't know if I shot it. I think I just shot it once.
And then you made a comment earlier that you're familiar with guns? Okay. How are you familiar with guns?
I took some lessons.
From who?
From Bill Morgan.
Bill Morgan? Where's he at?
In Brunswick, Georgia.
Oh, Brunswick? Okay. Does he have a class down there at school, or what kind of business does he have?
He has. They have a shooting range, and he gives lessons there.
Okay.
So I take him. I mean, I only practice on a target with my Glock.
How many classes have you taken with him?
Probably about 4.
4?
I mean, I know better. I know you don't shoot at a door. I know that. I don't know. I would never.
So why did you shoot at the door then?
Because he wouldn't give me my gun. He wouldn't give me my phone back.
Wouldn't give you your phone back?
He had my phone.
Okay. How did you get your Glock?
How'd I get it?
Yeah. How'd you purchase it?
I bought it.
Where?
From that Telluride.
Oh, you bought it yourself?
Mm-hmm. I have a Glock, 9mm, and a Ruger, 9mm.
Hey, Violet, good to see you. You shouldn't own any firearms, ma'am.
What, in that house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What other guns are in that house?
Huh?
What other guns are in your house here?
The only guns that are in the house, my Ruger's on St. Simon's. I don't think my Ruger's here. Can we find out?
No, they're just
Listen to
so
me.
listen to me, okay?
Yes.
I need you to be completely honest about saying stuff is not adding up. Because when stuff doesn't add up, it gives me more questions, okay? Because if things happen the way they were, what you're telling me before he died, blood.
Oh, he died!
If he did die, sit down. If he
Oh,
did, what you're telling me, sit down.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Hold on.
No.
Hold on. He accidentally slipped. Look, Tess said, was there something on the phone she didn't want him to see? I got to say this. I'm not even sure that the phone was in that bedroom to begin with, number one. And number two, I don't think it was even about, okay. I don't think that it was about the phone. And I don't see why he would take her phone anyway. He didn't have a reason to. Anybody that is retreating upstairs to be away from the situation, to go to bed and locks the door to keep the other person out, in my opinion, is not trying to go have a reason for that person to continue to come at them. Holding her phone would be a reason for her to continue to come at him. It would continue the argument. It would continue the fight. So to me, what I think it was is, personally, I believe he didn't even have her damn ass phone. What I think happened is she confronted him about Lilia. And I think he was like, not this bullshit again. And he dipped. He took his stuff. That's what I think happened. And I think she pursued him up those stairs. I think she wanted to continue the argument. I think she wanted to continue the fight. I think she was pissed. I think she was livid. And I think she told him, if you don't open up that fucking door, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to shoot. And she did. That is what I think. And I think that she went downstairs and she got that hammer after shooting because she heard that man fall. And she knew she'd, let me do my Morgan Freeman voice. It was in that moment Suzanne Mericle knew she fucked up. That's what I think. And I think she's like, holy fuck, I messed up. Let me fix some things. And I think that's when she went in there and she staged that scene. I think she picked up shell casings multiple times. I think she fired his weapon. I think in the panic of it all, she probably did drop some bullets, realizing, holy balls, these bullets have my fingerprints on them. Let me get rid of them. And I think she flushed live ammunition because she was trying to hide evidence. Let me rewind this to her complete and total come apart.
My rigor's on St. Simon's. I don't think my rigor's here. Did they find out?
No, they're just sections. So listen to me, okay? I need you to be completely honest about saying stuff is not adding up. Because when stuff doesn't add up, it gives me more questions, okay? Because if things happen the way they were, what you're telling me before he died, blood.
Oh, he died!
If he did die, sit down. If he did, because you're telling me, sit down.
Wait a minute. No, wait a minute.
Before he was shot, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak out. Before he was shot, if stuff plays this way, before he was shot, there would not be blood on some of the stuff that there's blood on. But you're telling me certain things happened, and the things you're telling me happened, there's blood on these things that indicate they happened after he was shot. So I need you to be perfectly honest with me about the stage of events of things that happened.
Remember how you asked earlier, and if you need an attorney? The answer is yes. Now, you must most definitely get an attorney.
When I went up there,
Exactly, Daria. Exactly. Like, she doesn't have a little 22, okay? And she does say that she shot a deer. And Daria says what caught my ears was she's supposedly familiar with weapons, but couldn't verbally explain what she was doing for the, quote, things to fall out and doesn't know the word holster. Right. And also this. How do you not know where your firearms are? Exactly, Justified. Exactly. This is not responsible firearm ownership at all.
I'm trying to remember when I put my hand in the hole and opened, twisted the door. And I couldn't push the door open because his body was right there. And my phone, I think he was walking to the door to give me my phone because he was on the floor. right, like when I walked in, his gun was like right by his leg. And the holder, the gun holder was right there.
Where?
On the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor. It was on the floor.
Okay.
And then I came in, and he was just laying there.
What'd you move? What'd you touch?
I touched everything. Probably. I mean, I know I did. I started screaming. And I just moved like all over, and then I went to him.
So, you shot the door, shooting him. And you think that is the shot that shot David? Time you shot the door?
Yeah.
And why did you shoot the door?
To break the lock.
To break the lock? To get in? And why did you want in?
I just wanted to get my phone.
Okay. And so...
it was everywhere. And I even touched his phone in the back of his pocket. I was like this because his face was here.
Yes.
And I was here, and his legs were here. And his gun was right, like these are his legs. His gun was there. And my phone was there. And then I reached. He was laying flat back, and I touched his phone. I was all over him. I was hugging him. I mean, I was all over him.
Okay.
I didn't even think about anything I was touching or anything, but my gun, the Glock.
Yes. So let me replay this one more time. You tell me if I understand basically what happened, okay?
When did you get the towels to clean up?
Y'all had an argument. He went upstairs, locked himself upstairs. I'm skipping some of the details. I'm just focusing on your actions. Locked himself upstairs. You went upstairs trying to get in the room?
Yeah.
You came back downstairs to get a gun?
No. I only went upstairs one time.
So you went up the stairs with your gun?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, remember I said he was going up, so he had his gun out. After I said he walked upstairs with his briefcase on his shoulder, his gun, and then the holder in one hand. His gun was in one hand, and he had one more thing in his hand, and I can't remember. He had one more thing in his hand.
So, he had a gun in one hand?
He had his briefcase. I remember he put the gun in the holster on the kitchen table.
Yes.
When he put the briefcase on his shoulder. He has a gun. And when he holster. He may have had my cell phone then. I don't know. I didn't see that with it. And then he told me. He said, "I'm gonna take this gun and I'll shove it down your throat or whatever." And he says, "Do not close your eyes or something tonight." I can't even remember. And I said, "David, I have a gun too." And that is when I went to go and get my gun. Then I guess when I came back, he was gone. He was walking up the stairs. He was up the stairs. He was already up the stairs. Yes. He was already up the stairs. I started coming up the stairs, and I heard a loud noise, and I didn't know if it was, it sounded, I wouldn't say it sounded like a gun, but it was, I thought he slammed the door.
But here's the thing, Justified. Initially, she said he got the firearm to protect himself, right? Why, if that's the case, right? Why would he then ask her to hold it? If she is out of control, this is why her story makes zero sense. And also, he threatened her. So if he threatened her, then why would he then turn around and arm her? That makes no sense either. It makes no sense because it didn't happen that way, in my opinion. She has to account for them finding potentially her fingerprints or a partial fingerprint or transfer DNA or something she's concerned forensically being found belonging to her and having to explain it. This is a very poor explanation.
Locked the door. I walked up the stairs. I went straight to the door, and I was banging on it for him to open the door. And he said, and he wouldn't any open. I said, "Give me my phone." And I think he had my journal, he said too. And I don't care if there's nothing in there but like furniture and just, it's nothing personal. And I think I said, give me my gun. Oh, I said, you're not, oh, I don't think I'm going to wait. I said, I'm going to shoot the lock off if you don't give it to me. And I was standing right at the door. And I took my gun and I think I only shot it one time, but I may have shot it twice, but they were both aimed at that door.
So you never turned around and shot in another direction?
I never shot in another direction, no.
Okay. And
all I did was want to shoot and lock off the door.
okay. In this journal you keep talking about, where was the last place you saw your journal?
It's just a little black book. It was sitting beside me on where I was sitting in that chair. It was sitting beside me.
In the kitchen? I mean,
No,
in the living room?
where I was sitting in those chairs.
How big is it?
It's about like that. And there's something stuck in it too. It may have been sitting beside me. It was sitting either beside me or and my 2 laptops are right there.
Okay, yes, okay.
Like, I wish I could adequately convey this to you, but one time, you know, I am obsessed with Star Wars. I have a lightsaber, okay? And Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire is obsessed with that lightsaber. She loves it, okay? Well, one day Papa was home, and this might have been on the weekend, and Mac was in the hallway. And he was starting to go where my office is, the second room. And he just stops dead in his tracks because Pawpaw has handed the baby the lightsaber. And he turned around and looked at me. And y'all, the look that he gave on his face was like, Mom, this fool done armed the baby. Why would he do that? And that is kind of like, that's like the face I want to make when I think of her and this story and saying that, oh, I'm getting very yelly. I'm sorry. This story and saying that he armed her. That makes no sense. Like none. None.
You guys have one now?
Miss Taylor called you back?
No, I haven't.
Well, you promised that was you misspoke.
No, I don't know. I mean, you said you shot, and I assume, I'm sorry. We worked several, when I think of that.
Okay, I mean, I know.
I
thought the door. I didn't shoot,
Just looking over my notes real quick.
So is this not your journal?
That's it.
That is your journal?
That's it.
Okay.
It's not really a journal, it's just a book, but.
No, Pilot, we're not. Look, they're trying to pin down the inconsistencies. They haven't even asked her what was so dadgum important about that freaking phone in the first place. They ain't even got there yet.
I went up there to get my phone. Why did I bring my gun up there?
So you went up there and got your phone, and earlier you said, like, you didn't care that David, earlier you said you didn't care that, David looked in your phone or your journal or anything. Like, if he had it, I mean, why threaten to, shoot a wall?
I wanted my phone. I mean, now I think about it. I think about it now, I'm thinking, my God, why did I do that? Get my phone back, But I said, David, open the door, I will shoot the lock off. No, I shouldn't have done it. I'm just about to die. No, I know not to use it. I know that.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
She asked me about why I wanted to get my phone back. And I said, I wanted my phone. I mean, I want my phone. And that's all I did. I didn't even have it. And then he said, I felt kind of threatened a little bit, but I didn't get it to shoot the door, really. I don't know why I got it. I mean, and then when I went up here and the door was locked, I was like, David, open the door, give me my phone back. I banged on the door, banged on it, and he went open. He said, I have your book too, or journal, or whatever. And I said, David, give me my stuff. I said, okay, I was not I thought he was going to open the door, but there was no screaming, nothing. And I said, David, I'm going to blow the bolt off or the gun or shoot the lock off. And then I shot. I just think I shot it one time, but I don't know. I mean, I think I feel like I shot a little bit higher, and maybe I shot it and then I shot low to hit the bolt. Or maybe I just put it, then I put it down. But God, I didn't know.
Here's my thing. Okay, when somebody is a liar, and she's already lied several times, okay, then nothing they say can be taken as fact. And at this point in the trial anyways, and I don't know if we will, I don't know if they ever were able to prove that that phone was in that bedroom. Okay? It is my... it makes no sense, her needing this phone. And it also makes no sense that somebody who is retreating from an argument, so much so that they go all the way to a second floor, okay, and lock the door, tells me they want no further confrontation. If you want no further confrontation, you don't take an item that belongs to the person you no longer want any confrontation with. I don't think that that phone was in that room. I think she's lying about that. I think that what happened is, I think she got into the cups. She'd been drinking. I think she was upset over Liliana. I think she confronted him about it again. I think she wanted to continue the confrontation. She was angry. She was hurt. I think she wanted an explanation. And I think he shut it down. And I think she went and got her gun and pursued him up those stairs, not for the phone, but to continue the conversation. That is what I think. Because this phone story, it's kind of like, to me, it's kind of like the candle story with Letitia. Is there a kernel of truth to the phone? I think that the phone played a part, but not in the way that she's saying. If that makes sense. He was sending money to a woman named Lilia who lived in Moldova with her daughter. Like, a lot of money. And she knew about it before, well, they started dating in April of 2024, excuse me. They started dating in April of 2024 for the second time. They dated a little bit in 2019, just the timing wasn't right, whatever. They remained friends. They began dating in April of 2024. By October of 2024, they had purchased the home that all of this took place in. They were going to get furniture, and he wanted her to give him directions to the furniture store. So she said, well, let me see your phone. And she was going to put the address in, obviously, for the maps, right? So that he could get turn-by-turn directions. And that is when she discovered a text between him and this woman. And then there were other incidents between the November, there was another situation. There was another argument in December. There was another argument in January of 2025, which resulted in her getting a DUI. It's hard to have an affair with somebody who doesn't live in the same country. And he probably was absolutely getting scammed. Absolutely, I believe it. I believe he was getting scammed. And I'm not even saying that she ain't right for, like $7,000 a month, Violet. So yeah, like Grant Amato money. Fucking Grant Amato. Anyway, I would be mad too. I would be pissed. I would be pissed. I would be hurt. I'm not going to lie. Like, I get her feelings, but her reaction after being threatened and told, not to, I'm sure what he said was, you better sleep with one eye open. That's, I think, what she's trying to say, he said. But I don't think he said that either. But if you believe her, like, if we just take it on its face and we believe her story, it doesn't make sense that somebody tells you to sleep with one eye open. They hand you their firearm, which is loaded, because when she went to rack the firearm, that is when bullets fall out, which also makes no sense, because we already heard testimony that everything was in good working order with both of those firearms. So that should never have happened. Okay. And I would imagine that the confrontation between her and David that night went something along these lines. I think she confronted him about Lilia. And I think he told her, how are you going to talk shit about me when you've got these texts on your phone between you and your ex-boyfriend that are inappropriate for somebody to be in the relationship, for being, that are inappropriate for, when you're in a relationship with someone else. I'm sure he was like, that's the pot calling the kettle black. You're doing shady shit. You might not be sending this dude money. I don't know. But you're just being just as shady. And I think that is probably what the deal is with the phone. That's it. That's all. And yeah, she had a right to be upset. And you know what? He probably had a right to be upset about the conversations that she was having through text, because the last text that she was sent by her ex-boyfriend is, what would you do to me if I was laying next to you? I mean, that's like not appropriate for, you to be, if you're in a relationship with somebody, I wouldn't care whether it was a male or a female who sent the text or received the text. Bottom line is, if you're in a relationship, a committed relationship, you don't talk to somebody else like that, period, end of story, right? For me. So I'm sure there was a little argument. I'm sure there was a bit of a fight. I'm sure there was an argument. And I'm sure that's the part of the phone. I don't think he took her phone, because it makes no sense. Why would he go upstairs to retreat from a confrontation, right? Or an argument, put it however you want. So much so that he locked the door to keep her from coming in, but took her phone. That doesn't make any sense. It's giving Lori Vallow Daybell vibes. Lori Daybell, when she took Charles's phone. She took Charles's phone to be an instigator. She wanted there to be a confrontation. I don't think he wanted there to be a confrontation, which is why he locked the door.
I heard him saying like, oh, like he got hit. That was.
Right, justified. Here's what I think. I don't think his firearm was loaded. I think she loaded his firearm to stage the scene. I don't think his firearm was even upstairs with him. And I think that when she was loading his firearm, I think she dropped some of the bullets. And I think she was like, Cartman over here, like this. Hold on, let me find it. Fuck. And was like, shit, there's going to be my fingerprints on these. I've done run out of towels because I've been cleaning up blood from the scene, right? And I need to get rid of these rounds. and she flushed him down the toilet. That's what I think happened.
What was that?
I said, I don't even know. I just did not bring it. I thought maybe he might like be holding the gun, his gun still with me. We were not gonna have a shootout or anything.
Judge, I paused it at 2:20:54, and I'm going to hit play and mute it until 2:21:06.
You don't know if that was a gunshot, okay? That you tell me. Here's my problem. You've explained the gunshot in the door.
Yes.
Okay? That you tell me you heard a loud bang. You don't know if that was a gunshot or the door slamming, right? But you think it was door slamming?
I think it's a door. I thought it was the door slam, but I was like on the second. I was on the second landing, and then I finished going up, and then I tried the doorknob, and it was locked.
Okay.
And I banged and banged and banged.
So then can you tell me about the holes in the glass behind on the other side of the stairs?
Where? Behind me?
Yeah, it's downstairs.
I only shot my gun that way.
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
You shot him there. He fell on the ground there. I don't think he moved from the spot you shot him till the ambulance. First one, no. They moved him, right?
No, I didn't move him.
I don't think they moved him. So my problem is I have all these things, and I have no shell casings. None. So the only logical explanation here is you did something with them.
Why would I? I mean, I'm told you I shot the door. I mean, why would I move my shell cases?
That's my problem. You shot the door, then I got other bullet holes in somewhere else, but no shell casings. And you're the only one that can actually move at this time to do anything with him.
So I shot my gun, and there's not a shell case for my gun.
Nope.
I do not remember picking anything up.
Did you pick anything up out of the bedroom?
Not that I remember. I touched probably everything in there, including him. And unless I put him in that, I had something else on besides this. But I don't know why I would pick him up. I mean, I shot it right there. And I know where they go. They kind of fling and flop, but unless I picked him up and put him in that, my gray thing, but I don't know why I would pick him up.
What gray thing?
I had that outfit. I asked if I could change it. That's what I had on.
Yes. And you think you would have picked him up and put him in there?
I don't know why I would have picked him up, but if I did, maybe they're. I don't remember picking him up.
Okay.
I mean, I never pick him up unless even in the range, I'll sweep him up, but I don't pick him up.
Okay. Like I said, that's my one thing that I'm hung up on. When there's nothing there.
I don't recall picking anything up.
Okay.
I can't even.
So when you try to open the door,
Why did I take it?
You tried to open the door and he was on the ground. You said the door was he? Oh.
When I shot him, I heard him make this noise. And at first I thought that he was joking around. And I said, David, I started screaming. He went to say nothing. And then when I ran downstairs and I got to that hammer, so I reached in under the log, and he was right there.
So it's obvious, though, that for the gunshots I'm talking about, there's no shell cases too. That's what I'm talking about. But he didn't shoot back through the door at you.
No, he didn't shoot at me.
Didn't shoot at you at all?
No, not that I know. No.
Okay.
I mean,
you don't know if he shot at you. Right?
If he would have shot, it would have been before I got there. But I don't.
It's just a question.
I mean,
okay.
How many holes are in the door?
One, two. No,
would be two. If I shot twice, yeah.
But there's no holes coming the other direction, so I'm just making sure he didn't shoot at you.
He didn't shoot at me. No. And I pushed the door open. And he was laying right there. And I was screaming, David. And I just got down on my knees and just
Yeah.
I crawled right over him, and I tried to. What he's taking so long that they can't tell you.
Well, I'm here talking to you right now, and I have my phone silent, so, do you have any questions? I'm trying to put together what, just because that's the biggest hole. It's why I have gunshots going and something else, and no shell casings.
So where were the other holes?
In the glass.
In the bedroom?
No. In the window.
Well, I only shot to the door.
You only shot to the door?
With my gun.
And he never shot, you just heard him slam the door?
You know, my ear?
Yeah. But you didn't hear a couple of gunshots, you just heard one loud bang.
I heard a loud bang.
What you just said, that's what I was going to touch on.
What were y'all screaming at each other on the way upstairs?
No, we didn't scream at all after the stairs. It was, we screamed and looked, not screamed, we didn't scream, but just the argument was right there. Then we walked around the kitchen. That's when he asked me to do his gun. And I thought that was, I've held his gun before.
Why? Tell me the reasoning behind that. I find that odd as well.
I don't know. He always talks about my little hands, but...
Did you play with his gun in the bedroom afterwards? You didn't do what you said?
When I got in his bedroom, he was laying on the ground.
So I'm picturing in my head, if you want to know.
I mean, and so I can only...
One thing, I don't want to stop and interrupt, but can I take some pictures of your hand? Can I take a picture of your hand?
Yeah.
Because I keep seeing this, and I don't want to forget about that. Yes, ma'am. Just first off, do this. Just like that. Can we move this up just a little bit more? Thank you. Actually, you know, move that out. Get that out of the way.
That's as far as.
Go that far, then bring it down all the way. Oh, that works. We'll figure it out. Flip them over, please. Oh, closer together, closer together. And so these.
I don't know where these came from.
You don't know where those came from? Because they don't look fresh. They don't look.
They're fresh. They were not there this morning.
They weren't there this morning?
No. None of this was.
There you go. Let's do this. Let's flip it back over. Over. Palm up here. There. Then open your hand. Open the palm of your hand. Thumb out a little bit. Open the thumb a little bit more, please. Thank you.
That's when I pulled his gun downstairs.
That's from the gun downstairs?
And when I did like that with his gun, it got my thumb in there.
Oh.
And he said, pull it again.
Sounds painful.
And it got there and there.
Yes. Okay, could that be, you think, where do you think that's from?
You know what, I think when I was telling, remember I reached my hand in that hole in the door? That's may have been where, because I don't think my bracelet would have cut it. I think maybe when I reached my hand in the door.
Yeah.
Unlock it.
And then look straight at me for a second, because you made a comment earlier. And then
What?
You said you got slapped?
Well, he hit me in the side of my face, but I don't think there's anything. I mean,
Can I take one more to the other side? Let me move your hair back behind your ear, please. Thank you. There. Thank you very much. I'm just wanting to document everything you have, because everything's important.
And then tonight y'all were arguing about the money and
We were arguing about, it started out, and this is the second time for that. I'm selling my practice. I'm like, just to retire and come here. And then after all that, Lily said, I was going to sell my practice and come here and just practice like sleep apnea.
I'd just like to say this. There are a few vines, if you know, you know, that live rent-free in my head at all times. One of them is apropos, I feel, for this case. It's of a little boy sitting in his car seat saying, "A bullshit, a bullshit, a bullshit." It's one of my favorites. And yeah.
And the other day he said, the money, what was I planning to do with it? And I said, well, that's part of my retirement. I was going to put it up for my retirement. And he said, well, I think you should put it in the house. and cut down on our, we have a big loan. And I said, I'm not putting it in the house. I'm going to put it, because that's part of my retirement. I'm retiring at 62, but that was going into my, part of my IRA and in my 401. He got mad. He said I should put it in the house and cut down on loans, and I told him I wasn't going to, because I put more money down when we buy it. And he got mad, and then tonight he brought that back up about, he was asking me, he thinks I should get more money for my practice. And I was trying to explain to him, because last year I was real sick, and I had 3 surgeries last year, 3 major surgeries, my colon. And so I was out like 16, 20 weeks out of my dental practice. And that's my income, you know, for on the other years was more. And so he thinks that I should ask for more based on those other years. And I tried to explain that's not how you do it. And he got mad. And again, he said I should put it in the house. And then he said something about money. And I said, well, you would have more money to put in it if you wouldn't be giving her all that money. And that, I shouldn't have said that.
Was that said tonight?
And then they brought up her. And then he got really mad. But not, I mean,
Now we're
we don't,
getting to it.
that's the only thing we started arguing about a couple months.
Now we're getting to it. I think this has the kernel of truth to it. I think that is how it started. I do think that there was a discussion about finances. There's always a discussion about finances. And I do think that when the subject of money came up, I do think she hit him with the 1-2 buckle my shoe and said, you might have more money to put in on things and could help lower the mortgage if you weren't sending money to this side chick over there in Moldova. And she ain't wrong.
Ago. But I mean, it wasn't I don't know how this happened.
So, how much is the loan on the house?
1 point. We bought it for 1.56, and we owe 1.3. And I put down 200 and something. He put down 100.
Okay.
And he got mad at me then because I backed out and said no, that I'm not doing this again because I've had that. My last marriage was all about that. I said no, I'm not going to do that. So I backed out, and so we had to redo the mortgage and everything. And I mean, he had a chance to back out. I had a chance to back out, and we discussed it. And so we reduced how much. He wanted me to put 300 in at first, and I said no, and I backed out. I think it was 250 or 300, and so I said no. And so then we had to change the mortgage and change everything over. And so we have just a big monthly payment, but I mean, I put in my budget to do it before I did it. And so that kind of started the argument tonight. And then of course she came in on it. It's just, I mean, we had such a great day. And last night, what's it, Friday, Thursday, even though we had to go do all that for my blowing thing, I have to blow in, and he was aggravated with that, and because I can't really blow in it very well, and so he can blow in it, and he wanted to blow in it because he can get it going faster. But please find out.
I'm gonna try one more time.
You see, you think it's dead?
I haven't talked to anybody. He's been on the phone, so I don't even, and to be honest, I haven't been to the house, I haven't been to the hospital. I came in to meet with y'all.
I mean, God, I pray. I know better.
Right.
It was a stupid phone.
There's nothing on that phone that you didn't want him to see.
I mean, this guy was texting me, but nothing, I told him about the guy texting me.
Nobody like you're seeing or anything outside of,
What,
nobody like you're seeing outside of y'all's relationship.
No, this guy just
We see that all the time, so I just asking.
This guy's just, I told my boyfriend, but he sent me some picture. I was like, dear God.
Gotcha.
But,
And who was that?
huh?
What was his name?
I don't want to get him on this.
Oh,
This is Charlie, I think is the first name is.
okay.
But, no, but I don't care. There's nothing in my phone. He sees it all the time. I leave it right there. I mean, you know, I have nothing to hide. He knows. And see, that's another thing. We talked about that, because I've had some bad relationships. We talked about that. I trusted him. I told him everything. Everything. And he had so many opportunities to tell me about this lady. And he's got a really big heart.
Sounds like he's a great guy.
Huh?
Sounds like he's a great guy from what you've been telling us.
But why did I do that? God, how am I going to tell my children? How am I going to tell his children? I shot him. I shot him. God, please let him. God, please take care of him. Why did I do that? Why did I was going to leave, but I was scared to leave. Because the last time, there's no way I was intoxicated. You know, I have some kind of brain fog things, but I knew better. Why did I do that? I know not to do that. God. And I said, I'm gonna blow the lock oven over the door, David. Why would he walk over there? I think because he knew I wouldn't do it. And I did. And I knew I wouldn't do it either. God, I shot him.
You said that y'all were going back and forth about the phone at the door and you were...
No, we didn't go back and forth.
Okay.
No, we didn't.
I'll rewind it so we can catch that all the way. But Neat Noodle said this Moldova Sancha was too much for Dr. Mericle to get past. You ain't never lied. You damn right. All right, hold on.
We go back and forth.
Okay.
No, we didn't. I said, you have my phone in there, or whatever. And he said, yeah. I said, give me my phone, give me my phone, give me my phone. That's it. I said, I'm going to shoot the lock off if you don't give me my phone now. Nothing. And so I shot it.
Let's hit pause, please.
And for the record, Judge, I paused it at 2:40:06.
Take a 15-minute break, give everyone a break. Thank you.
No break for us. We're going straight through.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and bring it back.
There are no breaks for us over here at the ward.
It's my understanding, and not, you can have a seat, not commenting on the evidence or anything, but the video should go about 45 minutes additional or so, puts it roughly 4 o'clock, and then I believe again, making no comment one way or the other, I believe the state intends to go to approximately 5:30 with this witness, and then we would stop approximately around that point. Anybody have a problem with that schedule? Nope. Proceed when ready, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, I'm going to hit play at 2:40:06.
Well, I just, oh my God. And the thing when I got arrested is, I kind of had like, I'm seeing a neurosurgeon because they want to see if something from the concussion made me like pass out or have a brain fog or whatever. Because there was no way that, you know, I was intoxicated because I hadn't really had, I had maybe 3 drinks and all, but they were gone. Started at like 6:30 and last one was like 11:30. And I don't drink heavy drinks.
Right. What were you drinking tonight?
Vodka and tonic. Okay. But I don't feel a lot of vodka. He made my first one and I was like, whoa. We were sitting there just, we were 3 hours ago we were together. I'm such, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. I know better. I'm sick. really thought he was going to be on the staircase waiting for me with his gun. We were going to shoot each other. I mean, God, I wish I could go back. I would never. Why? I mean, I don't know why I don't even planning on doing anything. And he was right there with that thing. I mean, I'm just like, I don't think, if you ask me if I'd shoot through the door, I'd tell you no. If you ask me, I think he'd shoot me and say no. But when he put the gun like that and said that to me, he's never done that. And when he hit me in the head, he's never done that. God, I pray he's alive. There was so much blood. I slipped in it. I mean, like David's been in the house all week, but by himself. He's there. He's been in there since last Sunday. He stays there. Just him.
Is he able to like work remotely? You said he's a VP for a company. You said he's a VP for a company. Does he work remotely from home, or does he have to?
No, he goes to the office.
Okay.
God, David.
How long has he worked down there?
Huh?
How long has he worked for them?
Like 30-something years.
And how long have you been practicing dental?
34 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you do just general dentistry, or do you have a specialty? Or?
I do general dentistry, but I do like sleep apnea and Botox and constipation and implants and God, please, dear God, please. He is almost, I guess, I don't know where I shot him. He's so tall.
How tall would you say he is?
He's 6'4".
6'4".
I don't know what the...
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
5'5". That's what I am.
I'll never get this out of my mind.
He'll be back in here in a minute, hopefully.
God, please take care of him. I mean, I'm just going to dinner with the son tomorrow night.
Which son is that?
Cole. Like I'm gonna vomit everywhere. Oh, why did this happen? Why did this happen? I would never hurt him, never. He's just been going through this. I noticed that going through his ankles are really swollen. And he finally, I made him an appointment in January. And he went. So heart never goes to the doctor. And he went, did some tests, and he just had a heart monitor on. He keeps telling me, my sons can't believe I finally went to the doctor. He's like, I know. Like him. But you know, like my...
Judge, I'm going to pause at 2:46:49 and mute until 2:47.
I can't believe I shot through the door. And hit him. So stupid. I didn't know. I thought he was laying in bed.
I mean, what y'all are saying in the comments, couldn't agree more. At the end of the day, this is like watching a horror film when the chick is being pursued by the killer and she's running up the stairs instead of running out the front door and you're yelling at her. What are you doing?
God, please. God. let me die, I'm gonna die. Ever since we bought the house, it's just been like a curse.
What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean?
Just, everything was just so great. And I don't know, it just seems like such a great Christmas there by our family, my family, his family. God, I should have just got in my car. I told him, I said, I'm just gonna go. I'll just go and get a hotel room, okay? And he said, you better not go. You won't be able to get your car started. I said, well, can I take your car? He said, no. I forgot about that part. And there's no lock on my bedroom door.
Oh, I don't want to be an a-hole, but you know what? If you really wanted to go, you could have called an Uber.
When you say your bedroom door, are you talking about the master bedroom or separate?
Be alive. Just wanted to be alive.
Also, if he had lived, it's not like she wouldn't get charged. She'd still be charged. Okay? Now, she could be charged with all manner of things. Attempted murder, aggravated assault.
It's just like a nightmare. He really is a good man. I know he just felt sorry for that person. I should just let him keep my phone. You know? So stupid. Damn it. Oh, gosh. Wish I could just turn this home. I'm scared. Y'all just afraid to tell me.
I honestly, I don't know. Here's some movements, maybe.
I paused it at 2:51:54. I'm going to fast forward until Investigator Cunha comes back in the room.
What's the time?
2:51:54, I think is what I said. And I'm going to hit play at 2:53:24.
So, yes, I got one question though for you. So when, after his whole thing, we went through, and you said he put the gun to your lips.
He put the gun right to my lips.
And continued upstairs?
No. You know, is he dead?
So now answer this question first.
No, we were downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And I was standing on the step at first. I'd already stepped back down because he told me to get out of his way. And he was walking, he was right there. We were both on the floor. We were both on the floor, not even on the staircase. And he turned around and looked straight at me. My back I was facing the kitchen island.
Yes.
And he was facing me, and he grabbed my arm.
How? Well, you got bloody hands, but just demonstrate how. We're just on
He just like grabbed me like that.
oh, shoulder?
He grabbed me and then
Your shoulder?
I can't remember how he grabbed me. Maybe I was this way. No, I was this way. I was facing that way. I was facing this way. And he grabbed me right here and he said, he put it in my mouth. He said, I'm trying to think. He said, if I tell anybody else about what has happened, he said he was gonna shove it down my throat.
And then from there, you went and got your gun?
And then I said, David, why are you saying this to me? No, we talked. And we still were talking some. And then he said, I wouldn't close my, he either said, don't close your eyes, or I wouldn't close my eyes tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, David, I have a gun too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I have a gun too to protect myself. And he went up the stairs and I went to the back closet and picked up my gun.
So,
like an idiot.
Yeah, why don't you get your gun instead of
I don't know.
calling police, leaving? I mean, that's an honest question. I just wondered what.
I mean, because number one, the police already came that one time and he told me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Again, he will hurt me. And then the incidents I've had with police lately have not been very.
Judge, I paused it at 2:56:34. I'm going to hit play and mute it until 2:56:55.
And then, one other thing, the people that were out there first noticed, I've asked you about the shell casing several times, but they said you were actively cleaning the floors with a towel.
Yeah, I did do that. I did clean the floors with the towels. I did do that because I slipped. I forgot about it. I slipped in it, and I slipped back in the living room. And so I picked up a brown towel. I think it was brown. That was laying in the bedroom, and I did do that. I did wipe I was wiping things up. I was wiping the blood up. It was everywhere, and I was wiping. I didn't even think about anything. I did do that. The towel was right there, a brown towel, and I started wiping everything. I did do that.
Okay.
I even touched his face. I touched his. I touched everything.
What'd you move? Do you remember moving anything?
All the stuff that was on my phone, his gun.
Where'd you put his gun?
I think I just pushed it out of the way or something.
And your phone? Where'd you move your phone to?
My phone. Then my phone. I picked my phone up to call 911. It was right on the floor. I picked it up to call 911, and then they said they were sending something away. I put it down, and then I called him again, 911, and then I went and got the hammer. When I came back, and I was waiting for the police, and they said, look, I'm sitting right there on the staircase.
Wait a minute.
And I called my sister twice.
Wait a minute. Let's rewind that.
They said they were sending something away. I put it down, and then I called him again, 911, and then I went and got the hammer. When I came back.
You went and got the hammer. Went and got the hammer from where? Because the hammer was in that room, and it was next to his body. So where did you go and get the hammer? That's a slip. Told y'all that phone wasn't in that room.
And I was waiting for the police, and they said, look, I'm sitting right there on the staircase. And I put it down, and then I called him again, 911, and then I went and got the hammer. When I came back, and I was waiting for the police, and they said, look, I'm sitting right there on the staircase. I called my sister twice, and she didn't pick up. Thank God.
What do you mean you went and got the hammer?
Remember I told you?
Yeah. You said after.
I already had the hammer. I already got in. Sorry. No, when I got in, I picked my phone up, called 911 immediately. Because I tried to feel for a pulse, and I called 911 immediately. And then they said they were sending someone, and then I was like, David, get up, wake up. in, and there was a towel right there, and I did start cleaning it up and wiping my feet were all in it, and I was like, I did right beside him, and I was rubbing his face. So
you never shot his gun?
I didn't shoot it.
Have you ever shot his gun?
Never. I've never
shot that gun?
Now, when we were in the kitchen, it was on safety. He said, "Can you touch the?" I can't even think. Can you? I mean, I have a license, but can you touch the trigger and hold it up like this to see if my finger would fit? And I said, well, it's a little bit big, but I did it. I did it. Mm-hmm. And I said, I don't think I've ever shot his gun.
Okay. And you don't know if his gun getting shot tonight?
Not that I know of. I mean, he's like I told her, he's there all week by himself. You know,
well,
I got there.
So let me ask you this. Yes, you got there Thursday night, but you've already told me that when you were playing with the gun, some bullets fell out.
Right, they did. Because then I turned on, then he said, see if you can touch it.
Yes. But then, was the gunshot after that?
Not that I know of.
I
didn't shoot it.
Okay.
I held it. I pulled it. That's where that happened. Because I got my.
Show me how that happened.
When I pulled this thing back.
Okay, so you're right-handed, right?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this. Are you sure you didn't shoot that gun with two fingers on this hand? That's what caused that?
No, that's when I pulled the top back.
How did it do that?
It got pinched in that little back, pinched in that back part.
What that would happen is when you're holding it. Now, that doesn't make sense. So how did it happen?
So this is a gun right here. And he told me to pull that back, and I pulled it back just like you're gonna, like when your gun gets jammed and I pulled it back, and when it went back, it pinched that part of my hand.
You're saying your hand stayed on it?
Yeah, it stayed on it. I didn't pull it back, I guess, fast enough.
Yeah.
But it got it right there and right there on his gun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's happened to me on my gun before.
Okay.
I mean...
Yeah, no, it just looks a little odd. It looks like the slide hit it.
When you pull that back, and that's when the bullets came out. And that little piece on the end, I had to yank my hand out of it.
So only one bullet came, or 3 bullets came out from one, you said?
3.
And you flushed them down the toilet? Is that house on septic or sewage?
I think it's septic.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You have any more questions about anything? Okay.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Ruth, but I really need to know if he's
I'm trying to figure out all the facts of everything that happened, because what you're telling me is not making sense, and I'm trying to...
It's still not making sense?
No, not from what they're telling me they see there.
What, I mean...
I think you shot his gun one time, at least.
That I shot it?
Maybe, I don't know, or shot your gun more than you're telling me. But there's bullet holes where... Okay, so if he had the door closed, nobody was shot out of that room, right?
No.
And he was on the ground not doing anything with the door open, right?
Oh, yeah. When I pushed the door open, he was there.
And all you heard was loud bang, not multiple loud bangs going on.
The only thing that could happen is he had his gun.
Mm-hmm.
He had his gun with him. So if he shot his gun, he shot that. Before, when I was walking up the step, I heard a loud bang. I think it was the door, but he's the only person that would have his gun.
But it was only one, wasn't several?
Several what?
Loud bangs. Just one?
I just heard one.
Okay. So...
And then I shot in that door. But I only shot my gun. I mean, everything should be, I don't even know how many bullets were in there, but
I don't know yet.
I promise I only shot that door.
Okay. Well,
I didn't bring my gun up there to do anything. I just brought it, I guess, so he'd see it. So I was thinking when I came back up that he was going to be there. I don't even know what I was thinking. I was just thinking when I came back up those stairs that he was going to be there, but I didn't bring it like to hurt somebody. I didn't. And then when the door was locked.
Oh, here we go. No malicious intent.
I thought he was laying in bed. God, why did I do that?
So, I'm going to tell you, okay?
Yeah.
He did not make it.
Oh my God.
Oh, sit down, sit down, sit down. Sit down.
Oh my God. 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 Oh my God.
it's so important to have these facts.
Oh my God! 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 Oh my God!
Now, y'all, she has yelled out multiple times at an octave that maybe 2 below only dogs can hear. And these detectives ain't budged. They ain't reacted at all, other than to tell her to sit her ass down. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy shit, I didn't even notice that. She's out there. She's on the floor. Look at that poor detective like. Get behind me, Satan. The elephant has bubbled. Oh my, this is quite a performance, man.
Oh no, David! Oh! Oh! No, no! Oh! Oh! I'll kill you! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh! David! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I mean, all I can say is she's making excellent use of the space. She's done slammed her hands on the table. She done pushed the chair out the way. She's using the wall. And these officers are just like, you good? You done?
Why did you get married last night? He can't be dead. Oh my God! Oh, how did this happen? Does his children know?
No. I haven't gotten any of the contact information on the interview.
God.
Where's your son live? Atlanta?
Oh my God, he thought it was Sunday night. I was just going to dinner with his other son tomorrow night. We're going to have this great. Y'all. Why did I forget it? Oh my God. Why? I just wish I would have made the better laugh. Oh God. Oh my God. I thought I'd find it. Oh my God. God. He can't be dead.
So which son do you want me to call?
Do you have the names?
She has thrown herself around just about every available space she can in that interrogation room. Now she can't cross to the other side of the room because she'd have to get past the female detective and the male detective, but everything else. She's done thrown herself up against two walls, the floor, the chair, the table, and here comes the male detective. So, which son do you want us to call? I'm sorry. Like, I'm not laughing at the situation where somebody is dead, but I don't know hats off to these detectives because I don't know how I would act. I'd probably say the same thing. So, which son would you like me to call? Because this is too damn much.
Give me the names earlier, yes.
Do we have their numbers? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Where's the son live? Does he live locally? Or?
They both live here.
Here?
They both. Evan, oh my God. Evan lives in Atlanta. He works with his dad. And Cole in Buford. And even his ex-wife. We're friends. Oh my God! I shot him!
I'm going to step out just for 1 second.
I'll say this, Nate. I agree with you. All right. Nate says, I do believe it's possible she didn't intend to kill him. I agree that that's possible. The problem here is legally, okay? She shot a firearm through a door into a room she knew was occupied by a human being. And at the end of the day, the only time that you ever fire your weapon is, to stop somebody. And you take the risk that you stop them permanently. You're supposed to stop the threat, right? And you take that risk that you might stop them permanently forever. And that is something that they teach you in gun safety class. So at the end of the day, I don't think this was a situation like Corey Richins, who poisoned her husband with fentanyl, intending for him to die. but she should never have fired that weapon.
Please, when you find those numbers, if you need anything, let us know. Just hang out right here, okay?
Leave the door open.
Well, somebody's right here. No, I can't leave the door open because there's an office right here, okay? All right, we'll be right here.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm going to pause it at 3:16:24 and hit play when people enter the room again. I'm going to hit play at 3:24:44.
Did I call somebody?
Not at this moment, okay?
Huh?
Not at this moment.
Oh my God.
Okay, just relax for a second. All right, it's going to be a lot easier to return to assist with.
What?
It's going to be a lot easier to return to assist with.
Okay, let me, I'll fix my arm. Oh my God. I'm trying to fix my arm. Oh my God. I didn't mean to kill him.
Okay, just bear with me.
Okay, it's kind of tight on this arm.
You got plenty of room.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It was an accident.
All right, I'm not asking any questions, all right? So just relax, please. Just...
Oh my God. I'm going to stop the video at 3:25:40. Investigator Mefford, I note a couple of times when, did you note a couple of times where you indicated to the defendant that you wanted for her to tell you the full story about what happened on the late night, early morning of March 7th, March 8th?
Yes.
How many times do you think that you asked her to give you the full story or tell you the real story about what happened?
I believe approximately 6 or 7 times.
I remember, do you remember at one point saying that you really want to know everything that happened?
Yes.
Do you remember, was there another time you talked about that everything she has to say to you is very important?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her, you really wanted to know what it was that her and David were fighting about?
Yes.
At any point, do you remember kind of explaining to her that the more she tells you, the more it'll help you understand what happened?
Yes.
At the very end, after you, do you ever see her use a tissue in her interview?
Towards the very beginning.
Do you remember what it was she was talking about when she was crying and needed a tissue?
If I recall, it was her family.
Like talking about her kids?
I believe so.
After that discussion at the very beginning, at any point did you ever see any tears come out of her eyes?
None were noted.
What about the very end where we just watched after you tell her that Mr. Barron did not make it?
I spoke with the investigator. We compared notes and neither one of us saw it.
Did she ever ask for a tissue or need a tissue, again, in the 3-hour interview you were with her?
No.
She mentions that Mr. Barron told her that night that he had her phone and her journal in the locked door. Do you remember her talking about that?
Yes.
Was there a black journal located in the guest bedroom?
No.
Was there a black journal located in the house anywhere?
Yes.
Where was the black journal located?
It would be the living room area, what I would refer to as the living room area, where the fireplace is.
So like the main downstairs area?
Yes, if you remember the crime scene photos that we talked about, the big window that you could kind of came up to a point on the back of the house, that area.
Okay. At one point, I saw you taking some pictures of the defendant's hands and arms. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Or did we end up? I'm going to show you what has been, will now be marked as, this is 220?
We ended.
Okay, as 221 through 226. You could just take a look at these. Let me know when you're done.
You just want me to verify now?
Yeah, you could just, what are states 221 through 226?
These are the photographs you could see me take with my cell phone during the interview.
And have those photographs been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. Judge, we can move to tender states 221 through 226 into evidence.
No objection, 221 through 226.
Admitted.
So first, I'm going to show you states 221. What are we looking at here?
That, with the injuries to the hand, notably the thumb and the finger, you'll see right where the ruler.
Let me, judge, permission for the witness to step down.
So this photo is using a scale to kind of put everything in perspective and size. You can see there's a little cut right here, and there's a larger cut in the webbing of the thumb. That's what I was focusing on in this picture.
And states 222. What's that?
This is going to be the same hand, same photo, but without the scale. You can see a little more clearly. You have the little cut right here and right there.
And then states 223.
This will be on the wrist. I noticed a little scratching on the wrist and some discoloration right there.
Do you remember if that was her right hand or her left hand?
I believe that was the right hand.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you states 224.
Yes, that would be both palms and wrist, forearms pretty much.
And did you know any bruising in this photo?
Yes, you have some right here and then a little bit higher up.
And then states 225.
You have the top part of the forearms. You have a little cut right here and a little coloration around it, yes.
Is there really any bruising to the tops of the arms in states 225?
I see a little discoloration right there on the cut, maybe right here, but none over here, and no real significant bruising at the top.
And then I'm just going to show you states 226. Is this the top of the left hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you see any bruising on the top of the left hand?
None to note
or
from
arm?
this angle.
Okay. Thank you. During your interview with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she shot Mr. Barron in self-defense?
Not in self-defense.
And did she ever tell you that she fired the gun because she felt like she needed to protect herself?
No.
Why did she say she fired the gun?
Trying to shoot the lock off.
We talked a little bit before I played the interview about the defendant's hearing aid, how she has a hearing aid in her ear. Did she ever indicate to you in her interview that she, do you remember her talking about how she heard Mr. Barron make a noise after he was shot?
Yes, she made several comments.
Did she make any other comments about being able to hear Mr. Barron on the other side of the door?
I estimated probably 6 different comments.
Do you remember what some of those comments were?
She heard him fall. She heard a grunting noise or some type of sound she indicated. I can't remember the exact quote, but there were several comments through the interview I heard.
So after your interview with the defendant, what did you do as part of your investigation after that?
So just to clarify one thing, I do want to back up because I did misspoke when you asked what I did on the last break. When I left the other investigator rooms, when I spoke with the DA's office, I just want to clarify that to make sure. But once we left, I found Colt Barron on some open source searches. Me and Investigator Cuneo went to do the death notification for the next of kin. And then me and Investigator Cuneo went to the residence and met with Sergeant Durham to kind of do an overview of the crime scene and a little neighborhood canvas while we were there.
When you got back on scene, was it light out at that point?
Oh, yes, it was light yes.
Tell me about, you have the house where the shooting occurred. Were there any other neighboring houses close by?
Yeah, so this house is pretty much in a cul-de-sac. You pull into the cul-de-sac, it's like the second house on the right. So you have a cul-de-sac of houses.
All within throwing distance?
The driveways are, some of the driveways are further back, not close to the road, but yes.
Did you, as part of your investigation, speak with any of the neighbors?
Yes.
Was there anything of investigatory interest by speaking with those neighbors?
No.
I know you've been sitting at the table throughout the whole trial, right?
Yes.
So were you in the courtroom when we played Deputy Martin's body cam?
Yes.
Had you also reviewed that body cam prior to being in court?
Multiple times.
I want to just play, that would have been states, I'm going to play for you just a little bit of states 2.
Oh my God!
I apologize.
You can get contact at the board. I do have a glass window that has.
Come to the door now! Sit right here, what's going on?
We're going.
I'm going to slow it down a little bit, put states 2 in slow motion just so we can get a better view. I'm going to hit play.
Okay, so before she does that, what I'll say is this about intention. I don't think it was like a plot in the same way that Corey Richens, right? I don't think it was like that. But I think she was mad. I think she was hurt. I think she felt betrayed, and justifiably. And I think that when she marched up those stairs, the part that is stuck in my crawl about what she meant to do, I think we can all agree she didn't mean to shoot the door lock off because she didn't ever shoot at the actual doorknob. But what her intent was when she shot at the door, The part that gets me is in her interrogation video where she's like reenacting it. And she admits to being close to the door and holding that gun at an angle. She did not like walk straight up to the door and shoot and fire that weapon straight. It was at an angle. And that's the part that is really, that's the part that's stuck in my craw. Legally, it makes no difference. Because to be charged with felony murder, malice murder, or malice murder, premeditation is an undefined time. So the moment you pick up anything that can be used as a weapon, in this case, a firearm, and you use that weapon, right there, that's premeditation because you deliberated. She had a choice. She deliberated. She could have done a great number of things. Instead, she fired that weapon. She fired that weapon when she knew there was a human being on the other side of that door. And that's all that the law really requires for premeditation. And she reiterated in her statement multiple times the reason that she fired that weapon, which was to get in that room to get her phone, which means that through her own statements, couldn't have been self-defense. She probably did, justified. She probably did flip out because he retreated. But the moment that she picked up that firearm and then fired that firearm, the law makes there's no difference.
2 minutes and 10 seconds?
The law doesn't make a distinction in that.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
She came from in here. He's on face down. 2024 camera. You're right. Gun. There's a hallway with a door on the left. Check on him. Porsche. Lincoln, black and color.
Yep. I'm gonna pause it. Obviously, it's kind of hard to get.
Here's my thing, though, Justified, when she said, Justified said she may have wanted the power to scare him, to make him face her and finish the fight. Maybe. But I cannot get over the way that she describes and acted out firing that weapon at the door. If she wanted to scare him, there were other ways. By use of the firearm, right? There were other ways she could have done it. She could have shot in the air. She could have shot at the floor. She could have went and got that claw hammer out of the garage, like she ultimately ended up doing, and break the door. I would have scared. I mean, that. I don't know. She was definitely out of control that night. I'll say that. But I don't think it was a plan in the way that like Anthony Tote or Corey Richins or people that, do it, or Lori Daybell. I don't think it was a plan in that sense.
Pause right, but at the bottom of states 2, do you see kind of in the bottom right hand of the screen where there's all those blood drops?
Yes.
And is there also, can you tell if the blood drops are on the bed at this point, kind of like the corner of the bed?
Here's right here, you have some, yes.
And then what about the holster? Where's the holster in this?
You can see the holster right here.
And just for the record, I paused it at 3:33. And so in this clip of Deputy Martin's body cam, had paramedics arrived yet?
No, in just a minute, if it was playing full speed, you could hear Sergeant Ingalls even get on the radio and tell dispatch that it's okay for EMS to enter. Because when you have scenes like this, when it typically problem knowns or other potentially dangerous situations, EMS will stage up the road before they make entry and let sheriff's office make sure everything's safe before they do enter.
And so after EMS arrives, in some of the photos, there's lots of blood kind of like over here in this area that's not there right now. Do you know what that's from?
It's probably when they rolled them over and tried doing their life-saving measures.
But do we still see all of the blood drops that Sergeant Jordan spoke about in the footprints in Deputy Martin's body cam right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to play just a little bit more.
Sam Henry Charlie 4742. This closet over here. It's clear. I don't have the pulse on him.
I'm going to pause it right here at 412, I believe. So all the blood that we see, all that going into the bathroom and smear all around, was all that blood there prior to paramedics arriving?
Yes, according to the evidence here, yes.
And then just a little bit more. We can see all the blood droplets by Mr. Barron's foot, presumably also all of that. All that blood was there prior to EMS moving Mr. Barron's body.
Yes.
So, can you pull my turn? Do you know if Mr. Barron's right-handed or left-handed?
From interviews with the family, right.
It was mentioned in the interview by the defendant that Mr. Barron had been drinking quite a bit that night. She mentioned Jack Daniels and beer. Did you happen to see?
I have to object to that characterization. That's fact, not an evidence. It's not accurate with the video. So I object to that question.
I'll let the jury make its own determination overruled.
As part of your investigation, do you remember hearing a statement by the defendant that Mr. Barron was drinking Jack Daniels and beer?
Yes.
Did you attempt to locate a Jack Daniels bottle?
Yes.
On scene?
Glass, and also glass.
What do you mean by glass? Like a drinking glass?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did you locate any sort of drinking glass with any liquor in it, brown liquor?
Not consistent with Jack Daniels, so no colored liquor.
What about vodka?
Yes.
Did you locate a Jack Daniels bottle?
Not that I recall, no.
What about empty beer cans?
I did not see any in the trash, nor on the countertops.
Also, as part of your investigation, did you go onto the defendant's Facebook?
Yes.
Did you take any screen captures of the defendant's Facebook?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 238, 239, if you could take a look. What are states 238 and 239?
Screenshots that were taken on her public social media account, her public Facebook account of her doing firearms lessons.
And besides the little sticker at the bottom, have these screen captures been altered in any way?
No. It's
Judge, I move to tender states 238, 239.
No further objection to 238 or 239.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to first show you states 238. Oh, it's flipped. I have them on your computer. All right, we're going to do that instead. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to show you states 238. Who is that in the photo of states 238?
It's alleged to this photograph and through the interview with him, it's going to be a gentleman called Bill Morgan.
Do you know who Bill Morgan is?
I've spoken with Bill Morgan, but never personally met him in person.
Do you know how the defendant knows Bill Morgan?
He was her firearms instructor.
Would you go ahead and just read what she posted in this Facebook post that states 238?
Back in my favorite place with one of my favorite people. Bill Morgan is all about safety, education, and working on your cognitive skills, perceptual skills, and motor skills. Thumbs up, marksmanship, little gun emoji, is important for aiming, stability of hold, breath control, trigger control, and follow through. In other words, little apple emoji, hit the 100% bullseye. Call today and take a class from Bill Morgan.
And I'm going to show you states 239. If you could read what the defendant posted on Facebook in states 239.
Okay, just go. It's Mericle SSI Dentistry is her business dental Facebook page. The people said they're at a place called The Facility, which is the name of the business they're shooting at. The Facility, the first clinic for these adventurous women. So much fun learning to handle a firearm and feeling knowledgeable, aiming, stability of hold, breath control, trigger control, marksmanship, and safety. Another successful firearms clinic in the books. Thanks to Bill Morgan, Kylie Clark, and the facility, and my team at Mericle SSI Dentist.
You mentioned earlier that you you're certified to be a firearms trainer?
Yeah, firearms instructor.
Firearms instructor, sorry. We heard a little bit about this yesterday, but I wanted to ask you as well. What does it mean to say that someone is like limp wristing in reference to shooting a firearm?
So it would be the grip and the pressure holding the frame of the gun to allow the frame to stay in place while the inertia from the fired cartridge reciprocates the slide. A lot of times if you don't have a full grip in your straight wrist, for biomechanics, I would say, then the pressure may not be firm enough and you'll have malfunctions.
So if you don't have a firm grip on the gun when the trigger is pulled, what can happen?
The most common feed, as you heard the examiner say, would be a stovepipe. Double feeds can also happen, stuff like that. And depending on your grip, you can also get a thing called slide bite, if it's a little too high, a little too meaty.
So, for example, if I'm holding a firearm and I'm bending down low to the ground like this, and firing it kind of at an awkward angle, is that something that's considered limp wristing?
That's a very reasonable way to limp wrist a firearm, yes.
And if I have something obstructing the slide, let's say I'm picking up someone else's hand to put on the firearm and it obstructs the slide, could that cause the casing to not be ejected from the gun?
Well, anything that would obstruct a slide longer than the cartridge length of the 9mm, the post-fired cartridge length, the brass, they say, anything like that would stop it from ejecting because the slide would not be able to reciprocate far enough for the ejector or extractor to throw the cartridge.
What do you mean by like obstruct? Like when you say something's obstructing the slide, what do you mean by that?
So when it comes to firearms training, there are things where we'll self-induce malfunctions to teach shooters how to think on their feet and how to react to stuff. And a lot of times there is. You can obstruct the slide and keep it where they will have to work through the problem. And what you mean by obstruct is when you stop the slide from being able to fully reciprocate to the rear to eject the round, you'll stop it. So you'll have a round in there and it's a different style malfunction that we teach shooters how to manipulate and how to get through without panicking and stress. And that usually leaves the cartridge in the chamber.
At some point, was the septic tank searched?
Yes.
Were you present? What, I'm sorry? I'll put it in. Were you present for the search of the septic tank?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that was?
I had the search warrant signed on March 10th and we started at 9 a.m. on March 11th.
Actually, it shouldn't be 2:38 because the last one was 2:38.
Where did we didn't do this one that way? It should be 2:40. I'm going to show you what, while the search of the septic tank was going on, were pictures taken of that process? I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 227 through 237 as well as 240. You can just quickly thumb through those.
Okay.
And what is states 227 through 237 and 240?
These are photographs taken at the time we were executing the search warrant on the drain pipes leading to the septic system.
Okay, so the pipes for the septic system.
Yes.
And have these pictures been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Judge, I move to admit states 227 through 237 and 240 into evidence.
No objection to 227 through 37 and 240.
Admitted.
So where did you start? How did this septic tank search go? What was the first step for the search?
First thing we did is we went to the upstairs bedroom where the shooting took place. And because I could see all the bloody footprints back and forth, that is where we started. We used a company to help with that. He had, is the jury familiar with what a plumbing snake is? It's just a snake you run through, but this company, it's like a plumbing snake, but he had a camera. So that is, it's a wire that we just can pump through the system, several feet long, and we can actually visually see what's going on in the system. So we started in the upstairs toilet. We removed the toilet from the ground, and then he was able to stick that camera in the pipes from that location.
So I'm going to show you what's already also been admitted. States 53 first. Judge, if you don't mind, if I could have the Elmo. I just wanted to show you states 53. Is this the toilet you're talking about?
Yes, that is the toilet from the upstairs bedroom.
So is this the toilet that was right where Mr. Barron's body was found?
It was outside of that room, yes.
Okay. So you said that he removed this toilet?
There's, yeah,
Is there a button on there that reverses that?
I probably accidentally hit something. Did I do it? No.
there you go. Nope, you had it.
Is that right?
Go back one more. Flip it over, you're good.
Yeah, you're rotating it, but it's a mirror image currently.
There you go.
I'm not commenting on it. I don't think it's.
The camera's just not. We were mirroring before though.
Why don't you use ours?
I'm just gonna hit all the buttons until.
Just use ours.
Is yours working? I'm not gonna keep spinning it in
I'll do
circles.
that. Can I have the metal rod?
What?
Can I have the metal rod? Make it down.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's try this again. There we go. All right. states 53. So is this a toilet that was removed?
Yes.
And when you removed the toilet and the snake was put down that pipe, was anything found in this pipe?
Yes. This pipe will come down and kind of come back this direction towards the side of the house. And about 4 feet in, there was the first Hornady cartridge was located.
And how was that cartridge removed from the pipe?
So we had to go down, this would essentially be over the kitchen. So we had to go down the kitchen, we cut a hole in the ceiling to expose the pipe, the drainage pipe, and we were able to cut the pipe from there.
So I'm going to show you.
Hang on, y'all. I just want to ask y'all, because we were talking about this before the Facebook screenshots came out. And I got to ask y'all, now that you have heard testimony that she attended classes in firearms, specifically, you know, breathing, the grip, all the things to make you successful at firing that weapon, does that change your mind about what her potential intentions were? Because it's making me think some things, not gonna lie. But I'm curious what you guys are thinking, and then we'll listen to this and then we'll talk.
States 227. What are we looking at here?
So what happened, we were trying to minimize the dust in the house and keep things as neat as possible. So we put the plastic up to try to minimize that. We cut a hole in the ceiling, and you can see the pipe right here.
And then states 228.
This is the same pipe, just a closer version.
And then states 229.
This is us where we cut the hole in the pipe.
And then lastly, states 27. So this is states 27. This has been previously admitted. What is states 27?
That is going to be the Hornady cartridge. It's from this picture you can tell because Hornady has that plastic plug and the tip of the hollow point.
And so is this, we've heard a lot about like live rounds versus casings. Was this a live round or a casing?
This is a live round entire cartridge. And that is the tip of the bullet right there.
And what gun did this bullet belong to?
The Beretta. This would be a Hornady.
The Beretta. And this line that you found this Beretta.
Hang on, let me go back. Let's go back. Let's listen to that testimony again, and we'll put it at regular speed. Let's go back a little bit. All right. Let me fix the speed. Let's listen to this. See about when she had this lessons.
Not that I recall, no.
What about empty beer cans?
I did not see any in the trash, nor on the countertops.
Also, as part of your investigation, did you go onto the defendant's Facebook?
Yes.
Did you take any screen captures of the defendant's Facebook?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 238 and 239, if you could take a look. What are states 238 and 239?
Screenshots that were taken on her public social media account, her public Facebook account of her doing firearms lessons.
And besides the little sticker at the bottom, have these screen captures been altered in any way?
No, it's...
Judge, I move to tender states 238, 239.
No further objection to 238 or 239.
Admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to first show you states 238.
It's...
Oh, it's flipped.
I have them on your computer.
All right, we're going to do that instead. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to show you states 238. Who is that in the photo of states 238?
It's alleged to this photograph and through the interview with him, it's going to be a gentleman called Bill Morgan.
Do you know who Bill Morgan is?
I've spoken with Bill Morgan, but never personally met him in person.
Do you know how the defendant knows Bill Morgan?
He was her firearms instructor.
Would you go ahead and just read what she posted in this Facebook post that states 238?
Back in my favorite place with one of my favorite people. Bill Morgan is all about safety, education, and working on your cognitive skills, perceptual skills, and motor skills. Thumbs up, marksmanship, little gun emoji, is important for aiming, stability of hold, breath control, trigger control, and follow through. In other words, little apple emoji, hit the 100% bullseye. Call today and take a class from Bill Morgan.
Then I'm going to show you states 239. If you could read what the defendant posted on Facebook in states 239.
Okay, just go. It's Mericle SSI Dentistry is her business dental Facebook page. All the people. So they're at a place called The Facility, which is the name of the business they're shooting at. The Facility, the first clinic for these adventurous women. So much fun learning to handle a firearm and feeling knowledgeable, aiming, stability of hold, breath control, trigger control, marksmanship, and safety. Another successful firearms clinic in the books. Thanks to Bill Morgan, Kylie Clark, and the Facility, and my team at Mericle SSI Dentist.
You mentioned earlier that you you're certified to be a firearms trainer?
Yeah, firearms instructor.
Firearms instructor, sorry. We heard a little bit about this yesterday, but I wanted to ask you as well. What does it mean to say that someone is like limp wristing in reference to shooting a firearm?
So it would be the grip and the pressure holding the frame of the gun to allow the frame to stay in place while the inertia from the fire.
All right, just so y'all know, they don't say the dates. However, I'm on that Facebook page. I'll find it. So we'll just keep listening. I'll scooch us to where we were with the here. And I'll tell you what the date is.
Here, this is the device I was telling you about, the snake with the camera, and we were able to insert it and go up.
So when you're going up, are you going up essentially back into the house?
Yes, we are going back in the house in this picture.
And then states 240, I skipped ahead for a minute. Is that the angle that you were just talking about that you cut?
This is the piece we cut off, yes.
So that went right there?
Yes.
Okay. And then states 232, what are we looking at here?
Make sure. This is, so back up a little bit. I want to tell you about where this pipe was so you understand this, or not pipe, but the cartridge. It was back up underneath the house a good ways. We tried everything to get it out. It was stuck between two fittings and a little crevice where the pipes came together. We ran water through it. It wasn't moving. We had the fire department come out and try to flush their hose through it to get it moving. What ended up happening is one of the firemen had a great idea. We tied a string and it had a big mop head, and we flushed the string through, and then we used the mop head to pull it through. But yes, that would be the other cartridge that was underneath the house, right where this one was. So you had the main line coming out that I described that came through the kitchen, facing the house, be on the right side. But then you had all the other plumbing on the left side of the house would come together right where this was, and it was in the crack coming down the main line right where the other one would have connected.
And so is this another live round belonging to the Beretta?
Yes, it's obviously flipped around the opposite direction right now, so you can't see the telltale red tip. It's on the hollow point, but yes.
And then states 233, what, is that just a better photograph of that live round?
Yes, that is just it pulled out, yes.
And then states 234, what were y'all doing here?
This is actually the cap, I believe that's the right term, of the septic tank. They went and dug the actual opening of the tank where you normally pump it up, and this is where the pipe comes from the house into the tank.
And states 235.
This is going to be a spent, you see the divot right here? That is from the primer strike showing it has been shot with brass cartridge, and you can see right here where it says Hornady on it.
So is that a casing belonging to the Beretta?
Yes.
And then 236.
This one is another casing, just not only you see the divot here in the brass. I'm at a weird angle. I wouldn't be able to say this is probably from the coloration is different than the Hornady, but it's probably going to be the Jag. You just have a little bit of dirt right here. It hadn't been cleaned yet.
So which firearm is this casing from?
Well, I believe this was from the Glock.
I found
And
it.
then lastly, states 237.
This is another intact room. You see right here, there is no divot on the primer, indicating it has not been shot. The primer has not been hit, and it's going to be a Hornady round.
So,
In the Beretta.
so this is another live round, not a casing.
Yes.
Is this just a different photograph of one of the live rounds?
I believe so.
Okay. So in total, how many live rounds and how many casings and from which guns were found in the septic line?
So in the septic line, we found the 2 live rounds, which were still underneath. One was just feet away from the toilet. The other was down below the basement in the subflooring coming out to the septic tank. We found 2 spent shell casings right before the tank, actually. One was just a couple inches before being dumped in the tank. The other one was about a foot before making its way to the tank.
Is there any reason why the casings may have traveled farther down the septic line than the live rounds had?
The weight.
Weight?
Yeah, the weight. The live rounds had enough weight with the projectile and the powder where the water didn't flush them as far as the empty brass.
So essentially, because they're lighter, they were just able to more easily travel down the line than the heavier live rounds?
Yes.
Did you do any other search warrants as part of your investigation?
Oh, yes.
How about on phones? Did you do any search warrants on any phones?
Yes, I did 2 search warrants. I did one for the blue one that belonged to Miss Mericle, and I did one for the one, I guess the tan, or what do we refer to that, the tan case? That belonged to Mr. Barron.
And had you had an opportunity to look through the phone dump from the defendant's phone as a result of your search warrant?
Oh, yes.
Yes. What did we start? 41?
We're at 241.
I'm going to show you. Let me ask you, when you were looking through the phone dump of the defendant's phone, did you find any text messages between the defendant and Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review those text messages?
Yes.
What about reports? So we heard a little bit about Cellbrite reports. Have you also had the opportunity to review some Cellbrite reports as part of your investigation?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you, I apologize, what has been marked as states 241.
I just want to make sure I'm being thorough. So let me just make sure that that's, because it doesn't read exactly like the other one, word for word like what he's saying. So let me just make sure that there isn't another one. All right.
1 through 252. Have you seen all of these before?
Yes. 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 Oh, yes. 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 Okay. Oh.
Have you seen all those before?
Yes.
Are these all text messages between the defendant and Mr. Barron?
Yes.
And are all of these from the defendant's cell phone dump that you had a search warrant conducted on?
Yes.
And had any of these messages, are these a true and accurate copy of all of those messages?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit states 241 through 253 into evidence.
No further objection to 241 through 252.
53.
I'm sorry, 53?
Yeah.
Okay.
Admitted.
start with, let's see.
All right, hang on. I'm going to
States
show you guys right now. Hold on a second.
241.
So here it is. Hold on a second. Let me do it this way. Here it is. So it was on September 17th of 2023 where she tagged Bill Morgan. There might be another one that's down farther, but if we were looking for the most recent one of her practice, it would have been September 17th, 2023. All right. So there's that. Wait, what? What is? All right, let's keep going.
So I see we've got green. I know it's kind of bright. Is the green?
He died. He was killed March 7th into the 8th. Yeah, I think his official death, the day of his official death is March 8th, 2025. So, but she also talked about going to the shooting range frequently in that interrogation.
The defendant in the blue would be Mr. Barron. So like if I were to scroll blue.
Yes, you can. Yes.
Yes, okay. So starting at the top of page 1 on States 241, I'm going to zoom a little bit more so it's as easy as possible. Could you read what the defendant texted?
So from the defendant to the decedent, it just says hello.
And what's the date of this message exchange?
Delivered October 8th of 2024 at 9:37 p.m.
And do you remember the month or around the date where the defendant and the victim closed on their lake house in Lake Lanier?
I believe she said October, November.
October 2024?
Yes, it was October,
Okay.
November, I believe.
So she says hello, hello, and then a third hello. And then at 10:54, what does she say?
Never mind. How do you fall asleep without telling me good night or making sure that I'm home safe? Question marks.
And then at 10:55, so 1 minute later, what does she say?
I have texted you since 9 o'clock. I know you did not fall asleep that early. I just don't understand.
And then
I'm sorry, it was March 7th, 2005. March 7th, 2005. My bad.
and she deleted a message that was sent at 11:01 and then sends another text at 11:03 p.m. What does that say?
I am very sad. I check on myself like always. I am safe and good. Do not worry. I will always take care of myself.
And what was the reply?
So he replies, Allie is here.
And then at 12:48 a.m., what does he say?
Good night, my love.
What does he say after that?
Are you safe and okay?
What does he say after that?
I had taken my phone upstairs to charge when Colt and I arrived home.
Moving on to States 247.
Oh, preschool granny, I'm so sorry. I scrolled up in the chat. I was busy stalking that lady's Facebook page. I'm sorry. Suzanne's Facebook page, not just some random lady, the trial we're actually talking about. I'm so sorry. I missed your comment and I apologize. That's awful, babe. I'm sorry. So sorry for your loss.
It's on October 12th of 2024 at 6:28 p.m. What does the defendant say?
Apologize, Jury. I'm going to read it word for word. I'm getting so wet about...
Oh, God. Oh, God. Brace yourselves. Hold on a minute. these texts are from October 2024. Okay. So this is going to be right around the time or shortly before she finds out about Lilia. I'm going to rewind it, not to torture you guys, but just because I cut it off and I want to make sure we get the full context of what was written, but also brace yourselves. Here we go.
Say.
Apologize, Jerry. I'm going to read it word for word. I'm getting so wet thinking about sucking your cock.
And then what does she say at 7:48 p.m.?
Hello.
What does she say at 8:12?
Hello.
What is the reply for Mr. Barron at 8:23?
I would love that.
And what does Ms. Mericle say to that?
That was 2 hours ago. Offer is gone. You do not act like you miss me.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
Pardon, charging my phone. Is that okay?
And what does he say at 8:27?
Why are you saying this?
And what's her reply at 8:28? And then there's two replies at 8:28 at 39 seconds and 52 seconds. What are those?
I am missing you so much, exclamation marks, and then I love you so much.
We need a moment.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
We need a moment. I need a moment. I need a moment. Let's have a video. What can we do? Oh my God. I need to. Whew.
No, you shut up! Don't talk to me! Don't talk to me, criminal!
What else?
Fuck.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry, y'all. We needed that. I needed that. Whew. Listen, I ain't judging, but it's uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie.
It is fine if I don't hear from you for many hours, but you don't hear from me, or you don't hear, but if you don't hear immediately from me, something must be wrong.
And then she replies at 8:30 and 8:31. What are her two replies?
Nothing is wrong. I only miss you so much, exclamation marks. And then, are you watching the game? FL State is winning.
Moving on to states 243. This is on November 6th, 2024 at 9:28 p.m. What does the defendant say?
I need a kiss.
And what is Mr. Barron's reply?
Yes.
And what does she ask?
When are we going to marry?
And what is his reply?
Soon, my love.
And then he texts again. What does he say?
It was good talking to McCain today. We felt comfortable.
Do you know who McLean is?
Oh, McLean, apologies. I believe that's her son.
And what does she say in reply to that?
When? Why should you know and not me?
And then what does she say at 9:35?
He enjoyed talking with you. Thank you, my love.
And then he replies at 9:37. What does he say?
I don't totally know yet. Let's get our move in together and talk about it from there. Or, yes, I believe that was right.
And then he replies again at 9:39. What does he say?
I felt close to him with our talks.
And what does she say at 9:39?
I wanted us to be engaged before we moved in together. This is so different.
And then she loved his message about McLean. And then he replies at 9:50. What does he say?
I know, different for me also. It all happened quickly.
And then she replies at 9:51 and 9:57. What does she say?
When will we be engaged? We both need to know the answer.
Also, remember how we were talking about, walking distance, yada, 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 right? Okay, so from scrolling the book, she was a runner as well. So she's 61 years old, but she ain't infirm. She's not, yeah. Okay, she could have walked, even a fast walk, a mall walk away if she was scared.
It is not traditional.
And then below this looks like it's the same message, but sent again at 9:57. So the same message sent twice. Does that look right?
Yes.
And then he replies at 9:59. What does he say?
We can discuss, perhaps, December, January.
And then what's her reply to that at 10:01?
We do not have to marry.
And what does he say?
I want to marry.
She says at 10:06, what?
Maybe we should wait a year or two.
And he says what?
No.
And then what does she say?
Question marks.
And then at 10:22 and 10:40, she has two replies. What does she say?
It should be an easy and simple decision and process. And the second text is, never mind.
And then she texts again at 11:07.
Are you awake? I tried to call you.
Then again at 11:11.
Can you call me?
and then a deleted message at 11:18. And now we're into November 7th at 6 a.m. What does she say?
Good morning, sleepyhead.
And then what is his reply?
Hey, good morning, babe.
What does he
Baby?
say next?
Oh, what we got? Sorry, I crashed on you.
And then what does he say again?
Plus, I dropped my phone and crushed the volume buttons on my case cover. My IT guy is replacing it.
And then she says at 6:07 a.m.
Sorry about phone. I'm getting dressed to work out.
And then he says in reply at 6:08.
Good job, babe. Have a good workout.
And then what's her reply to that at 6:25 a.m.?
Are you 100% you want to spend the rest of your life with me? Are you having doubts?
What does he say?
None at all.
And again.
Absolutely want that.
And what's her reply at 7:03 a.m.?
I want to believe you so bad, but my gut is telling me something else. I understand if we need to slow down. I am more needy than you are. You are good either way. You are very strong.
Moving on to states 244. What's the first text from Mr. Barron?
Yeah.
This is November 20th of 2024, sorry.
Okay. Apologize, just reading. Leave pussy alone for now.
And what does she say?
We should have phone sex.
What does she say again?
Pussy needs lots of attention.
And then what does he say?
I know.
What does he say again?
I am zeroed in on TVs.
And what's her reply at 9:29 p.m.?
Never mind.
And then he says at 9:43 what?
Don't be upset.
And then he sends some pictures of what looks like the lake house.
Yes.
And then at 9:44, what does the defendant say?
After this weekend, I do not think I excite you. Maybe if I had pretty hair.
And what is his reply?
I'm so in love with you.
And what does she say at 9:45?
I wonder.
And then what does she say at 9:48?
I do not have pretty hair. I am not young.
And what is his reply?
You have beautiful hair, and you are beautiful.
And at 9:58, what does she say?
I want you to desire me. You act like we are married, and we're not. I have no ring on my finger.
Moving on to state 245. This is from December 5th of 2024. What does the defendant text?
When are you going to ask me to marry you?
And then is that same text sent again at 1:16?
Yes.
And what is his reply?
Certainly soon.
And then she replies at 1:24 at 44 seconds and 59 seconds. What are those?
That is not an answer. My last boyfriend told me that, and by the time he asked me to marry him, I was done. Why a secret?
What does she say? The next two replies are at 1:25 and 1:27.
I am not 20. Never mind. I do not want to marry. I can survive alone.
And then he says at 1:34 a.m., what does he say back?
What?
And then he says again 1:34.
Are you drunk?
And then she replies at 1:36. What does she say?
No, I am not drunk. Mike asked me tonight, where is your ring? It is humiliating. No answer to Mike. He is right.
And then she says 1:36. What does she say?
Never mind.
And then 1:41.
No, I am not drunk. I am concerned. Times like this make me wonder what you really want. I'm going to stay on the St. Simon's this weekend. You need to think about our situation alone.
And then it looks like different text at 1:55. What does she say?
Never mind. Sorry, I bother you. I know someone that wants you and would treat you better than me. She has a mission. I don't.
And then what is his reply at 2:04 a.m.?
I just got home. So for the fact that we haven't been dating for 7 months and you don't have a ring or we are not married is humiliating. Why would Mike, of all people, ask, where is your ring? They have dated and lived together several years, and does she have a ring, or has he asked her to marry him?
And she replies at 2:09 a.m. What does she say?
Good. Glad you're home. I'm good. I do not want to get married. I will take care of myself. I don't care about what anybody thinks, but I do think about you way too much. You do not think of me in the same way. I cannot make another mistake. I am really good. I will be fine. I always survive. I don't need anyone to take care of me. I am good alone. I'm not going to beg anyone to be with me. I need alone time to think about this, though, because you told me last 2 weekends ago, this moved way too fast, beginning to agree with you. I'm not the woman before you. Oh, I'm not the woman. Yeah. You need somebody more dependent.
And then it looks like that text was edited at 2:09 to add, you are a good person. Does that look right?
I believe so, yes.
And then at 2:11, he replies, what does he say?
I certainly want to marry, and I have the same feelings for you.
And she replies at 2:12 a.m. What does she say?
No, you do not. I am going to have this discussion again, or I'm not going to have this discussion again. If you want me, I would have known by now. Go find what you want.
And then at 2:12 a.m. again?
I wasted 3 years with the last guy. He kept telling me how much you love me and how much you want to marry me. I was an idiot.
And then it looks like that same text was edited at 2:13 to add, look how that turned out.
Yes.
That was great. And then he replies at 2:42, 2 different times. What does he say?
Well, I'm not like that. Good night. In the second text, not really sure where this all came from tonight.
And what is her reply at 6:29 a.m.?
It came from, I miss you and I want to be with you. I don't like being without you. I want to feel like I belong to you. I am sorry.
And then again at 8:18, what does she say?
I know what will happen. I know we've not been dating that long. I was not drunk, but I did have a few drinks. But I start thinking of things and missing you, and it has to be together. I guess I feel like if we're married, we'll be together 24 hours a day. And I know that's not the case. Sleep and get rest. Love you with all my heart.
Moving on to states 246. This is from January 3rd, starting January 3rd of 2025, going into January 4th of 2025. If you could read what the defendant said there.
Hey there.
That's at 12:17 p.m. What does she say at 11:14 p.m.?
Hey, you could have told me goodbye.
And then 2 more texts at 11:14 p.m. and 11:15 p.m.
I deserve better. I know I'm not the woman you want.
And then what's the one at 11:15?
Please call me.
And then at 11:16.
I can't believe you walked out on me.
And then at 11:20, it looks like there's a deleted text and another deleted text. And then what does she send at 11:26?
Call me. Please call me.
And then again at 11:35.
Please call me.
And then at 11:41.
Are you staying at the Hilton? I'm here. Please call.
And then 11:43.
I tried Brunswick to find you. Please call me.
And at 11:44.
Never mind. I know you don't honestly love me.
And I know it's getting harder to read, but at 11:51.
Please let me know you're safe. I do love you. I'm sorry that I don't measure up and you had to reach out to other women to find what you need because I didn't meet your needs.
And then at 11 or at noon, she sends a picture. Can you tell what's in that picture?
I believe it's him.
Picture of the two of them together?
Yes, believe, but I need to confirm it.
And then moving on to 247, this is going to be on January 7th of 2025. What does the defendant say at the top?
Thank you. I've had a long and confusing day.
And what does she say at 7:12 p.m.?
Do you honestly love me?
And what's his reply at 7:14 p.m.?
Honestly, love you very much.
And then she texts back at 7:15 p.m. What does she say?
I can't keep checking your phone and keeping tabs on you. What happens when the next woman reaches out to you? I am just sick to my stomach that ever happened. I just can't get it out of my mind. It crushed my confidence, my heart.
And then at 7:17, so 2 minutes later, what does she say?
When you walked out on me Saturday night, I only honestly thought it was over between us. You broke up with me, and June didn't reach out to me for over a month. And then only when I reached out to you, this is really just shaking me up. I never thought I would have to do with betrayal. I have been dealt some shit in my life, and I deserve good things coming my way.
And then 1 minute later, what does she say?
I am headed to dinner. This is the woman you met the other night, and I'm dreading her asking me questions about you and how we're doing and how she's so happy for me.
And then at 7:20, so 2 minutes later, what does she say?
Honestly, I don't even want to go. The next time I see Evan, Brittany, I'm going to be totally humiliated.
And 1 minute later, what does she say?
We haven't even talked since yesterday. I have not even had alcohol. I don't even want to have a drink because I know I'm going to get upset even more. I just keep asking myself, why did this have to happen? Why did you hide your phone from me? Why did you delete her message? Why didn't you tell me about Laura? What am I not giving you that you need? A man that needs another woman. My heart is just broken.
And he replies at 7:25 p.m. What does he say?
I'm sorry you're having these feelings. Certainly my apologies.
And then he says again at 7:28.
You are giving me everything, and I don't need any other woman.
And then she replies also at 7:28. What does she say?
Will you love me forever? You can never walk away from me. I want you to love me more than anyone.
And at 7:30, what does he say?
I am actually at that point.
And she says what also at 7:30?
At what point?
And what's his reply?
Loving you forever.
And then again, what does he say?
Never walking away.
And then what does he say again at 7:42?
You are my sole love.
And then what does her reply at 7:42?
I thought you had already decided that.
And what does he say at 7:50?
Yes.
And then she replies at 7:50 also.
Then why did you stay connected to Lilia and Laura? I'm confused.
And at 7:55, what does she say? Or he say, I'm sorry?
Was not connected.
And then she says at 7:56.
You protected Lilia over me. You chose her. Left me that night. She must have pulled on you.
And at 7:56 also, so about 20 seconds later, what does she say?
I thought I was so special to you. I am so confused.
And then he replies at 8:03 p.m. What does he say?
You are so special to me.
And then her reply at 8:05.
All I wanted is for someone to love me with all their heart and soul. I am so sick of not being treated right.
And what's his reply at 8:21?
I'm in hopes of treating you right.
States 248. This is January 13th, 2025 at 8:11 a.m. What does she say?
I do love you. I'm struggling with this, trying to understand what happened and why. I feel like perhaps I'm not all you need. You were the one thing that was solid in my life. I want to believe so hard that Lilia or Laura mean nothing to you. Let's be patient with each other, and I know we can get through this.
And he replies at 8:33. What does he say?
Yes, we can.
And then what does she say at 8:33?
I love you.
Moving on to states 249. This is also that same day, January 13th. This is later in that day at 8:32 p.m. What does the defendant say?
How many women are you texting? Why did you delete it? Why did you delete if there was nothing to see? I feel so unwanted by you.
And then at 8:32 as well, a couple seconds later, what does she say?
I feel like I am not enough for you.
And what's his reply?
Wow.
And then she replies at 8:32 and 8:33. What does she say?
I am very sad, the second text. I thought I was everything to you. I question all you have said to me.
And then again at 8:33.
What does Lily have? Laura, if you want them, go find them.
And then he replies at 8:34. What does he say?
Are you drinking tonight?
And she replies a minute later. What does she say?
No, I am not. I have been thinking about this for days. That's why I can't sleep or eat.
And then at 8:35.
I am not enough for you.
And then again at 8:35, 34 seconds and 59 seconds.
I need someone that lifts me up. The second text, I feel inadequate with you.
And then 8:36.
I am not enough for you. I feel unwanted. I feel like if I let this go, that you're texting them every day and talking to them on your ride home and enjoying their company.
And also at 8:36, at 44 seconds and 53 seconds, what does she say?
Why? Second text, I was so happy with you.
And then 8:37, what does she say?
I am in bed.
And then also at 8:37:43, what does she say?
I am never enough.
A couple seconds later, what does she say?
Please do what you need to do.
So he replies at 8:39, what does he say?
Okay, let's end this. You will never trust me. No matter what I tell or say to you, there is nothing that can satisfy you.
And then she replies at 8:52, what does she say?
I feel all alone. I know you will never understand. I thought you loved me with all your heart, but you don't. You care for Lilia, Laura, and I don't know who else. I'm tired. I'm at my waterfront condo trying to figure out what to do.
And then he replies at 8:56, what does he say?
I don't care for anyone but you can't understand that.
And then again at 9:11, what does he say?
I will not come down this weekend, and I will hire an attorney on our house situation.
And then she replies at 9:13, what does she say?
Please call me. You don't have to hire an attorney.
And then at 9:14.
Please call me.
And then what does he say at 9:14?
McLean and I will stay here until we sell the house.
And then at 9:16, what does she say?
My sister is having her 60th birthday party. Her husband of 35 years is throwing her a surprise party.
A couple seconds later, what does she say?
On Saturday.
And then again, what does she say a couple seconds later?
She is so lucky in so many ways.
Again.
Blessed.
And then 9:17:35.
I want that so bad.
9:17:43.
Someone to love only me.
9:18:33.
Why couldn't you be that man to love me?
Then he says at 9:18, what does he say?
Could have had.
And she says at 9:18:51.
Nope, you ruined that.
At 9:19, what does she say?
Over what? I hope it was worth it. You treated me horrible. I did not deserve that.
And then at 9:27, what does she say?
Please tell me that you love me and that I'm enough for you.
At 9:33, what does she say?
I love you so much. I want to believe I'm the only woman you need and want.
At 9:34, what does she say?
Thanks for calling me.
And 9:44.
Can you bring the bags of leftover sausage balls? We can bring that as an appetizer for the birthday party.
And then 10:12, what does she say?
Do you know how much I desire you? Or how much I love you? I wish you knew 20 years ago I do love you. I hope and pray that you love me.
And at 10:17, what's his reply?
I do love you.
And then she says also at 10:17.
Please love me with all your heart.
And then he says at 10:46.
I have said many times.
And then at 10:46, she also says what?
I want you.
And then he replies what?
I want you, or no, want you also.
And so this is at January 13th. Do you remember the date where they got into the argument and she was arrested for the DUI? Do you remember if it was?
It was like.
I think that the point, Coffee, they have to be read into the record, number one. But I think the reason that she's asking it in the way that she is because I think she's wanting to make a point to the jury about how she's just rapid fire texting and he will respond with one text and then boom, she sends 3 or 4 texts back to back to back to back to back. So I think that's why that she's reading it in the way that she is.
February.
Okay. Yeah. Moving on to January 21st. This is States 250. This is January 21st, so a couple days later at 9:41 p.m. What does she say?
I am sad, confused, and hurt. I believed everything you said to me. I thought you loved me.
And then at 9:49, what does she say?
Are you and Lilia married? Please tell me what's going on. What is going on? I do not deserve this.
And then at 9:57, what does she say?
I believed in you, hung on every word you said to me. All I want is someone to love me.
And then at 10:55, she sends a photograph. Is that a picture of her and Mr. Barron?
Yes, that's more than, yes. That's identified.
And then she sends another photograph, probably a little bit harder to tell what that is. At 4:57, this is now January 22nd, at 4:57 a.m., what does she say?
I am scared. All the power is out. All the power is out, and it's freezing in here. I do not like being alone.
And then at 4:57 a.m., what does she say again?
I have no one but myself.
And then at 5:03 a.m., what does she say?
I am heartbroken. Why did you buy a house with me? Why did you lead me on? Who is this Lilia Bocan? Why didn't you buy a house with her? Why didn't you why did you play with my heart? You have destroyed me. I believed in you. You have ruined my heart. I am trying to figure out who you are and what kind of person plays with someone's heart. I'm so hurt, but I know you don't care. The lies, the betrayals, who are you? I put my heart and soul into you. I love you so much. My heart is broken. I don't think it will ever be repaired. I am so sad.
And then at 5:04, so that was at 5:03:48. This is 5:04:30.
And I think the other thing they're trying to hit home with the jury is that in all of her complaints about their relationship, at no time does she talk about him hitting her. Not that we've read yet. Or, but not that we've heard. What'd I say? Whatever. You know what I mean. We haven't heard her ever say, I can't believe you smacked me. I can't believe you pushed me. Any of that.
3, what does she say?
I'm alone again. I'm so sad. You cannot play with people's hearts.
And then at 5:12, what does she say?
Who are you? Who is Lilia Bocan? I deserve an answer. She told me you were married to her.
And then at 5:17, what does she say?
I fell in love with you. I honestly thought you were my forever. I wanted to be your wife. I wanted you to be my husband. What happened? I have been hurt so many times, I just can't take it anymore. Why couldn't you just love me for me?
And then he replies at 9:46 a.m. What does he say?
Suzanne, I am truly sorry to have hurt you. It was never my intention.
Moving on to States 251, this is on February 20th of 2025. What does, I promise we're almost done, what does the defendant say? This is at 9:23 p.m.
Trash out.
And then what does he say again?
How did call with attorney go?
What does she say?
I have to have an interlock device installed in my car.
And then what does he say?
Okay.
And then at 10:48, what does she say?
Horrible. I am so sad. I feel alone, but I will survive. I have so many times before.
And then at 10:49, what does she say?
I feel like you don't even care about me, and you knew that I had a phone call with my attorney. And you never called to check on me. I feel like you don't really love me.
And then he says at 2:49 what?
Why I feel alone?
And what does she say at 2:50?
You knew I had a call, and you never checked on me afterwards.
And then what did she say at 10:50, a couple seconds later?
I wish you worried about me like you do Lily and her daughter.
And then at 10:50, a couple seconds later, what did she say?
Don't worry about me.
And then what's his reply?
I had electricians here today.
And then what does he say again?
Remember?
And she says what?
I'm good.
And he says at 10:55.
I will not come there this weekend to listen to all this. I cannot deal with it.
And what does she say at 10:56?
Can you talk?
And then again at 11:25.
I love you. I'm going to pull up my big girl panties and be strong.
States 252 is on February 24th, so 4 days later. This is at 9:44 p.m. What does she say?
I do love you. Are you finished with Lillian, Emily?
And what is your reply?
Yes, have been, sweetheart.
And what does she say at 10:06 p.m.?
I miss the David I met at first. I miss us. When did you finish with her? You texted her yesterday. She wants you to keep paying. She said she's confused. She's not confused. Her and her daughter had a grand time in New York. And why?
And then 10:07.
Wish you would have finished with her before me.
And then 10:08.
I think you're in love with her and me.
And what does he say at 10:09?
Yes, agree. We became one so quickly.
And 10:09 again.
Just you.
And then 10:12.
It has always been you for me.
And then she replies at 10:14. What does she say?
I can't understand why you took care of her, not me, but her, for so long. You are in love with her. I am good with that. But I deserve more than to fight for you over a woman like that. I will not. I value and respect myself too much. You are so in love with her. I want you to be with her.
Moving on to the last one, States 253 is on February 26th, so 2 days later. It's a long text from the defendant. I apologize, but if you could read that, it's February 26th at 8:55 a.m.
Okay. You always tell me you're going to call me later, and night after night you fall asleep and I never hear from you. This is a strong indication you're not prioritizing our relationship. I would hope you would be looking forward to talking to me. You are ignoring me, which is not okay and considered it's disrespectful behavior. I honestly do not ask you for much, or I honestly do not ask much for, or ask much for for much from you, I'm sorry. I do not feel good about us. I need to take a step back. Between your actions in the last month, putting me last and Lilia first, never putting me first, I do not feel valued. These last months, I feel a mixture of sadness, frustration, loneliness, and it has taken a significant hit to my self-esteem. I do question my worth in this relationship. I honestly feel like my needs are being ignored. Your words and actions do not match. I am tired of begging for attention and answers to questions. Our relationship is dying day by day. I need to feel loved, valued, and respected. I am tired of writing novels to you. I should not have to tell a grown man how to treat, or furthermore, how I want to be treated. I honestly do not understand what is going on. I do not excite you or make you want to reach out. I feel unappreciated and very lonely. Please do not respond with words that do not mean anything. Your actions are answering to all my questions. I need time to sort this out. No, I love you, and it's hard for my heart to grab love because I crave it. I want love so bad.
So you mentioned also that you, besides looking through the text messages between the defendant.
I just would like to point out for the record, and I would like the record to reflect that if texts are going to be read into the record, I think they should hire somebody that can actually read them. Even if I didn't have this sped up, it would still be without inflection or whatever. And I know they're not allowed to, but it would be better for the jury if they were read with a tone, a little dramatic reading. That never hurt anybody. Okay, here we go. Oh.
And the victim that you've also reviewed some Cellbrite reports, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you just a few. They are states 199 D, N, H, and R. Yes.
We need to speak to Judge about what it is. Okay. Judge, how long? The discussion? 5-10 minutes probably, maybe longer. Fine, call today.
All right, folks, we're going to call it a day as far as your jury service. We'll see you back Monday, 8:45, start at 9. Hold on a second. Please, again, I'm very aware of that we're going into a weekend, that you'll be interacting with your family. They'll be very curious about where you've been. Please do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not perform any research in person, online, paper, etc. With that, you're excused. Juror number 20, Mr. Maddox, why don't we chat briefly? Thank you.
Uh-oh. What did Mr. Maddox do?
Gene. Y'all can be seated. Will be a few moments. It's my understanding you have some sort of leg injury. I appreciate you toughing it out. Our preference is that you remain on this jury. I'm going to hand you my staff attorney's, or the bailiff's going to hand, chief bailiff's going to hand you my staff attorney's business card and email. To be clear, please do not contact him about anything other than this one topic. If you feel that you're not going to be good enough to show up on Monday, please email him and then he'll notify the lawyers. But certainly our preference is that you're here Monday, but I understand you may be going to the emergency room to tend to it, and obviously you never quite know what's going to happen at that point. Anything from the lawyers?
No, Your Honor.
Judge, is there a note or something, the information, I guess we just don't have enough information. I kind of want a little more information about that.
And it's my understanding that you have some sort of leg injury and that you're not feeling 100% and you might be going to the, and the reason I know this because he told the bailiffs and the bailiffs told me that he needed to potentially get medical treatment this weekend.
Okay. Do we have an actual appointment or is it
He said bro,
where we are?
what the fuck is confusing you? He said he was going to the ER. That means there's not an appointment. There's no appointments at the ER. What are you talking about?
I don't want to get a whole lot into this. The point being is that we're going for the weekend. If you're not able to return on Monday, please give us a heads up. If you are, which is the preference, we'll see you back, okay? Yes, sir.
Yeah, my goal is to get checked. If it gets better over the weekend, I intend on returning Monday, finishing that week. That's my goal, just to stay on top of it.
Sure, absolutely. My intent is not, I just want to make sure that if 9:30 comes rolling up, we do it right here.
Hold on, there's something.
199R, which
I don't care about none of this.
Generated report. We have not altered. We don't have the ability to alter a Cellbrite.
Hold on. They're going to beef over a Cellbrite report and they're going to be done for the day. But hold on. Hold on, let me look at this. Yeah, let me mute this. I think we missed a witness. There's the Emmy. There's the excited firearms technician. Hold on. We did miss a witness. Just a second, y'all. His ex-wife testified, I thought. There's his son. Ah. Hold on. You guys, I'm sorry. I remember how... Hold on, you guys. I know his ex-wife testified. Because she testified about their grandchildren. I caught the end of that. But somehow we missed her. Maybe this has been edited. They took her out. They might have taken her out. Because she did, but they didn't take him out, and he spoke about the names. Hold on. Let's see. Huh. Did I hallucinate? Who is this? That's the guy. Yeah, I can't find it because I remember the ex-wife testifying. I remember. She's like his second wife, but she's the one that he had children with. And I'm not sure how the hell we missed that. She was real quick, too. Because I remember after we ended Friday, I wanted to see what was going on in the trial. And I came in right about here because I remember everybody was standing around talking. And I was like, bro, what are y'all doing? And then she's like super duper quick. And I might have skipped past her whenever I was scrolling through this part. I'm sorry to make you guys just sit here. I'm trying to talk. But hold on. This is really going to make me mad. Because I wanted y'all to hear that. No, here's that detective. Where the hell did it happen at? I don't know. Maybe they took her out. They couldn't have taken her out. Hold on a minute. Let me look at something. You know the stream is edited if the live chat doesn't come up. So let's look. It might have been. Nope, it's right here. Yeah, the live chat is up. So I don't know what happened, but yes, she is Chicken Lady. Let me see if I can just find, let me just go to YouTube and see if maybe they just isolated her testimony so we can watch that. Hold on. There's the text. Hold on a second. Here we go. They did isolate it. I wonder where it's at. All right, so we're going to listen to the ex-wife. So give me just 1 second because I want us to hear that. That's important testimony. And hers is really quick. It's only like 15 minutes. So. All right, here we go. Whoops. Hold on. Oh, I don't like this mouse at all. Like you have to click 11 billion times before it'll actually accept that you really want to click. It's so annoying. But the other one is better for editing. All right. Let me close this one. You go here, make it bigger. Now we are cooking with. All right, now we're on top of it. Oh, did I play it Friday? Hold on a minute. Let me just look real quick. Hold on a second. Okay, so we did hear it. All right, hold on. Let me look at this. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we did play it on in March because it was streamed March 20th. And I played it on Friday. That's right. Okay. All right. Okay, so we did get watching it. Okay. All right, good. Okay, all right. I feel better now because I thought we missed something, but clearly I'm buffering. All right, so I just wanted to say really quickly before I let you guys go for the day, we're going to have a little scheduling change. I don't think that I could give you, I don't think I could do the job that needs, that I don't think I could handle covering Christopher Preciado's trial, even though it's a recap, the way that it needs to be covered and the attention to detail that the victims deserve. If I do it tonight or I try to stream the trial that we're covering during the day and then try to stream at night. So what I was thinking is I don't have the Nuggie this weekend. So would you guys be okay if we covered that trial Saturday and Sunday? How would you guys feel about that? Because I don't want to not remember things. I don't want to forget things. I don't want to do that. It's a real bummer that they're not streaming it. Because first of all, so many people, including myself, were really invested in what happened to those kids. And then to find out that she's pregnant, that she missed her induction date, just all of those things. I wish that they would have streamed that trial, really. Because even if they didn't like stream it live, even if they did something like what, like a delay, or they uploaded it after the fact, because there is video from it. This is what I can't figure out. There is video of it. Like there's the video of the opening statements is there, and it's not like, and there's other video. There's other videos of testimony. So I can't quite understand what's going on. It feels like, I don't know, but I don't like it. And well, I wouldn't have gone live with at the same time as Allie, but something, because first of all, you know, that is the most serious consequence somebody could face in a murder trial, is capital punishment. And I think if anything, those trials should be streamed. Even if not live, like I said, like look what they did with Quentin Simon's mom, whose name now escapes me, because I remember the victim's name, but I don't remember the perpetrator. Leilani. Look what they did with Leilani's trial. They had it on a delay, something. You know, I just wish they would do that. But I wish, so yeah, I'm thinking let's do it this weekend when I can really, really focus. Because I just want to give, I feel it, this case is so sad, you know, and I know that there are people that feel some type of way about what the prosecutor terms that they had a unconventional lifestyle. But I feel like that's wrong. I feel like that's not the point. It doesn't, they didn't deserve what they got. And she definitely, I mean, the baby, like, I don't understand how people feel the way they do about certain things sometimes. It really, I don't know, pisses me off. But anyway, anyhow, I just want to give that case the attention that it deserves. And I want to be at my best for it. So, plus I have, on the 26th, which is Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. Is it Thursday, Wednesday? No, Thursday. It's Thursday because today's the 23rd. So the 24th is Tuesday. The 25th is Wednesday. Yeah, the 26th is Thursday. I'm on No Safe Takes Network. It's going to be me, Allie, and Dietz. I don't know what I'm going to talk about yet or what they're going to talk about yet, but it's just, you know, so I think I'm going to do it this weekend. I don't know. It took me a real long time to get to that point, and I'm sorry that you guys had to sit and wait for me to get there. I just, like, my head is, I'm thinking and speaking at the same time, but I'm not, yeah, they're just not like in sync. I'm buffering. So buffering. I should put up a little thing when I'm buffering so you guys know just to be patient. Or walk away, pause it, and then like you can skip through the buffering. Oh, I appreciate that, Justified. Justified says, I'm here for anything you put out, Bendy. It's going to be good no matter what. I appreciate that so much. All right, you guys. So I will see you guys back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. for day 4 of the trial. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I appreciate you being here. Oh, I do want to talk about Michael Jackson. I'm just not sure if I'm going to do it on the 26th or not. I don't know what I'm going to talk about on the 26th. Honestly, I don't know. I might just wing it. Who knows? Or else I'll see what maybe Dietz and Allie have and try to do something tangential to theirs. Anyway, all right, you guys. I appreciate everybody being here. If you haven't done so, do me a favor and give your girl a thumbs up on the stream or thumbs down for the buffering. I don't blame you. And I will see y'all tomorrow. All right. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.